Hello and welcome back to the LCS 2020 Spring Playoffs, where the winners of the lower bracket FlyQuest and TSM face off for their spot in the championship qualifier. I am Dash, joined by Crumbs, Mark Z, and Jat to kick off the day. But gentlemen, we have a lot to get through, so I want to dive straight into the bracket, get an overall holistic view of the way the postseason has broken down so far. Just yesterday, we saw Cloud9 dispatch Evil Geniuses in a 3-1 series, but it was nice to see another team here challenge our top dogs in Evil Geniuses over Cloud9. Jat, reactions to that series we saw yesterday?
I mean, I was a little bit surprised Cloud9 lost a game, but it did seem like Evil Geniuses showed some signs of life, which really validated their number 2 seed and their appearance in that winners bracket finals.
Yeah, Crumbs.
Really iffy that Blabber kept playing Nocturne this whole time. He's just been spamming a single champion the whole playoffs, and no one seems to have an answer yet. Even play it. So I think it's really cool that Blabber is innovating, considering he had the smallest champion pool for junglers most of the regular season.
We did see that Olaf sneak in there at the end, but Jat, I know the Nocturne has played a big part in Cloud9's success, and you even hypothesized as to why it might be a little bit more effective here at home as opposed to on stage.
Yeah, I mean, listen, when people are on stage with Nocturne and the darkness happens, you actually just look at the other person's screen. Same thing happens with Mordekaiser ult, depending on where you're sitting on stage. So those picks, we haven't seen the Mordekaiser come back in, but Nocturne has, it's not a huge thing, but it's a little bit more power online. Well,
that series was yesterday. Today we have FlyQuest TSM. But before we jump into that series, earlier LoL Esports announced the 10 players left in the race for Honda MVP. So we're going to fly those up on your screen. And gentlemen, I want to get your reactions to the 10 players remaining in contention. And notably, there's one Cloud9 player that is not on this list.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like FLICKR has been the kind of punching bag a little bit for C9 this entire split. I believe he was the only one who didn't get a player of the week as well.
Yeah, snubbed across the board.
Yeah, people were putting him on their first team. I don't know who would have put Someday over him. I don't know who would have done that. But yeah, overall, I mean, it's pretty obvious that for most people, the MVP is likely going to someone on C9. Blabber and Niski seem like the main candidates, but you do see that a number of people from other teams did collect votes as well.
I mean, the way the balloting process works is you submit your top 3 for MVP, and those are the only people who get points. So I can't say exactly what I voted on because that hasn't been revealed yet, but this means that people were putting Bjergsen and Froggen in their top 10, which to me is trolling, for just based off of who's been most valuable throughout the split. But that's my reaction, if you're wondering.
Well, we will have to wait a little bit longer till Friday preceding finals weekend to find out who our Honda MVP is. But we wait on bated breath to find out who the most valuable player in the entire LCS is for Spring 2020. But I do now want to turn our attention towards today's series because there's quite a few matchups that I think could sway this one. Starting first and foremost in the mid lane, as we always do when it is Power of Evil versus Bjergsen.
These two guys have such an insane history. We always love bringing it up because we know Bjergsen hates it. That PoE is the Bjergsen killer, you know, going way back to the first couple times they played against each other, even at IEMs and stuff like that. But they are both playing incredible. These are their playoff stats, and you can see that they are easily the workhorses for their team so far in getting to this point of the season.
There's something really exciting about their champion pools, considering that FlyQuest had 2 playoff matches to go for, and TSM had only 1, whereas FlyQuest, they started off with the Azir and the Corkis and quickly realized they needed PoE on a lot more playmaking power with the Cassidans and the LeBlanc. So I feel like this is going to be a bit of a mid-lane power pick contest, because if PoE can continue to play the likes of Cassidon, it fits exactly into what TSM had been playing, the Corkis, the Azirs, the Zoes, and that's a pick that's really gaining a lot of traction right now in the meta.
Yeah, and I mean, at the very end of TSM series against 100 Thieves, it really was Bjergsen kind of dragging TSM across the finish line to make it into this series. Back to the rivalry, including the IEM tournaments where the rivalry started. It used to be a rivalry in quotations because everyone was thinking, well, really, it's just like some upset wins. They're 10-10 against each other now. So it is very much a big matchup, especially with how good PoE has looked.
Yeah.
At international events as well as ever since coming to the LCS.
Yeah, so 50-50 all time between these two players. The bad news is for one of them that at the end of today, it won't be a 50-50 record anymore because someone's got to win 3 and move along to the next stage of the postseason. A couple other important matchups. We're going down to the bot lane for this one, but it's not the 80 carries that we're actually going to focus on. It's the supports. Ignar versus Biofrost. Ignar has been an absolute playmaker for FlyQuest all split long.
And the biggest thing here is their stats on Rakan, because I think Ignar in particular almost turns into a different beast when he's on this pick. You can see how he's actually drawn 6 bans of that champion as well as the 8 picks, even if Biofrost has the 6-0 record, because Ignar is just constantly playing completely apart from his team to find the right flank engage. But Biofrost at the same time, if they want to deny it as a pick, has been able to combo up with Xayah so many times on TSM, and that's been how they found a huge amount of their success following up on a lot of initiations. So I think this pick is one of the best, if not the best champion for both of these guys.
I think that the pick is so good. It's going to be so heavily contested. I am expecting a lot of bans, maybe in first picks of the Xayah Rakan bottom, where if that happens, I think Tiam Kench falls into priority as we saw from TSM, and that frees up Ignar to have more agency with his counter picks with things like a Blitzcrank.
Yeah, I think that the biggest thing too is where these bans are coming from, because while Biofrost Rakan hasn't been banned, there's Xayah has been banned against them all the time. Even in their series versus 100 Thieves, it was Xayah banned every single game until the last game where they finally got their hands on it and they were able to pick up a win there. So if Xayah and Rakan is not banned, I also would expect Ignar to be able to find counter picks to it. He was one of the people who busted out the Fervor Leona way back in the day. And so, Ignar has this insane champion pool that has a support counter pick for every matchup, which is something you don't see out of most supports. They'll just play, I'll play Braum, you play TK, and you just trade out these matchups. He says, nope, I'm picking Blitzcrank into that TK and I'm going to try and punish it.
That's funny. You answered the question before I could ask it. I was kind of curious. There's only one Rakan in the game. If one team gets it, which is the other team that's more capable of shutting down the Rakan? And it sounds like we have some faith in Ignar and some of the unique picks that he might be able to bring out in a counter. Let's talk about playmakers for the other side. While I think Ignar is a big playmaker, Dardoch is one that is always touted as a playmaker, particularly in the early game for TSM. And so let's take a look at both good and bad plays for him in the last series. TSM will be looking for him to clean up a little bit in execution this time around.
Yeah, he had some great early games where he was able to kind of run over the game and set up his team for success, but that didn't always translate later on. I mean, I remember watching, just last week his Olaf go from 4-1 to like 4-5 as he just ended up further and further ahead of his team. But he is so dynamic, he is so explosive. He can make plays like this to set your team up for success. It's about whether or not you can then actually follow through on that over the course of the rest of the game, because when he's making plays like that, you're like, oh my god, this guy's the best jungler in the league.
Right.
Yeah, I think from 0 to 15 minutes, Dardoch has been one of the best junglers in the league. From 15 minutes on, he's potentially been one of the worst. And that does speak to the overall issues that TSM has had, where they have had the good early game, and anytime they pick scaling or anytime they go late, they have a real issue closing out games, which just to me, like, Dardoch is front and center in this because he's often put on the initiator, especially if Biofrost is on something like Tahm Kench instead of something like Rakan. So all eyes kind of end up focusing on him for sometimes the larger TSM struggles of not knowing what to do in the mid and late game.
Crumbs, does that mean that TSM then lives and dies by Dardoch in this series?
In a way, yes, because the bot lane is unlikely to be a point of contention, and so if Dardoch is going to be playmaking around solo lanes, that is kind of how they got a lead against 100 Thieves, but a lot of those leads did come of poor execution from 100 Thieves, opting into fights that they really had no business going into, and so if TSM is to live and die by the early game or by Dardoch, I think we were looking at a game that's very similar to a few weeks way ago where TSM was playing Pantheon Talia against FlyQuest, where they really go into the early game. Dardoch is taking over, but then they're unable to translate that into a close game against a team that has actual scaling. So whether Dardoch gets a lead or not, he'll actually have to be able to get objectives and not die in the process, because those deaths that he gets from that 4-0 Olaf are really the things that are giving the money back to FlyQuest and allowing them to stay in the game.
Mark, what about his opponent in the jungle? Because while we talk about the early game for Dardoch, let's not forget that Santorin this split has been one of the more creative junglers, might I say, with some of his level 2 ganks and his ability to track the opponent.
Yeah, I would say if you were imagining like prototypical junglers, they are on opposite ends of the spectrum. Dardoch is the hyphy, aggressive, flashing in to murder you, and can make big plays and big mistakes. Santorin's the consistent guy, always doing a smart thing, always making an important play, even if it's just a small counter jungle to get himself a 5 CS lead. If you look at him on the map, he's doing something that you can quickly figure out, oh, that makes sense. He's trying to get an advantage in this way. And he's been great in the postseason so far, especially in combination with Power of Evil and some of the attention he's been giving there. And so I do think this will be a really interesting matchup if Dardoch can overwhelm him and keep him down in the early game. And if this turns out to be a microcosm of that game that Crumbs was talking about, where it's TSM early and FlyQuest trying to claw back.
Well, from here, I want to frame the rest of our discussion or the remaining time that we have around your predictions and who you think will come away with the victory in this series. I would argue maybe one of the more contentious predictions of our playoffs so far.
Probably.
So let's go around the horn here. Crumbs, what are you thinking is going to be the result today? FlyQuest versus TSM.
All right, I've been thinking about this one a lot. See, at the start of the season, I thought that TSM would be the team to go into finals, that they would actually get in there and figure their early game out, translate that into big wins, but they just have not been able to do so, while FlyQuest just upgraded. They have solo now, they look so much more stable, and because of that and the fact that PoE's champion pool is pretty good into what Bjergsen ran into 100 Thieves, I'm going to give you the 3-1 FlyQuest prediction.
3-1 FlyQuest prediction out of Crumbs. Mark, what are you thinking?
I'm going to throw it up right away. 3-2. I think it is going to be one of these series where it's sort of fly by the seat of your pants. You know, one team is, probably TSM, making a lot of really aggressive plays, and I think that they know they are a little inconsistent. I pulled it down. I won't put myself back on screen.
Get that beautiful face. Get that beautiful face back on camera.
Yeah. I think that they know that, and I think that they want to almost lean into that because that might be their best way forward, is saying like, yeah, we aren't a great late game team. They did clinch one in game 5 versus 100 Thieves, but it was so difficult, and so they want to snowball the game or GG go next. I think a little bit. So I would expect that to mean this will be a volatile series, and TSM is good enough to actually pull this off a few times, but I think FlyQuest consistency will win out.
Jack?
Can you do me a favor, you guys, and put your predictions back up?
Okay, we have a special Jat segment.
I don't know. I just take a look at this. Do you realize the commitment it takes to worry that your hair is getting too long?
What?
And just shave it off, like, because he's so committed to winning, he doesn't want to have the upkeep. So really,
that's what it is.
Oh, that's what it is.
Now,
so it's close. I hear you. I power rank FlyQuest above TSM, and I think these games are going to come down to some really close moments. For some reason, I trust TSM to play early game and just all in on that. And when they did that against FlyQuest, yes, they lost, but it was such a close game. And if they've actually committed to this early game style in the time they've had between the 100 Thieves series, where it's the only thing that worked for them, and now, I think there's enough early game weakness and enough early game strength in TSM to push it over the finish line. I'm probably going to regret this afterwards, but yeah, it's so close. I had to keep it balanced.
I've had TSM Stockholm Syndrome, it feels like, all split long, where I keep predicting them to win. I can't do it anymore. That's why I'm like, I've given it up.
If you predicted them every game, you would have been right half the time. So what's the issue?
That's very true.
3-0.
So this way, I was about to go to the serious score, like you just said, Crumbs, because I think it's already interesting that the desk is split in the overall winner, but all three of you are predicting it to be a back and forth matchup with at least one win going one direction. Okay, go ahead, Crumbs.
Felt like this could have been a 3-0 more than any other matchup, because this is not the FlyQuest we had seen all season long.
I agree.
We have to remember, this is FlyQuest with solo. We straight up have never seen this iteration go against TSM, and if we know that he's playing better than Viper, the avenue to win from top lane from TSM has shrunk. So where does TSM find these early game wins? So I think that the one win for FlyQuest is more like, we'll give TSM the pass here, that they can find it a win.
Okay. All right. So it's FlyQuest handing a win over to TSM.
All right.
How charitable, Crumbs. But for both of these teams, this split has been a story of ups and downs. They have wound themselves into the playoffs here to do battle, yes, in the losers bracket, but to fight their way back up and hopefully challenge both EG and then Cloud9. FlyQuest, TSM, it's time for us to dive straight into that game. So we're over to the casters for the call. Hello and welcome to the 2020 LCS Spring Playoffs, where the winners of the lower bracket face off for their spot in the championship qualifier in an elimination best of 5. My name is Clayton Captain Flowers Reigns. I am joined by Mr. Sam Kobe Hartman Kinsler, and for those of you joining us here from ESPN, welcome. We're happy to have you with us.
Love me some elimination games, Captain Flowers. Let's get into it, because FlyQuest TSM has so much weighing on the champion select. We've touched on it a lot, but, Bjergsen is still undefeated on the Syndra in mid lane. Very high priority mage for either team to get right now. Whereas on the other side, Power of Evil mid lane, which is probably our featured matchup, he is just coming off a hard carry series versus Golden Guardians, where he played mainly AP assassins in LeBlanc and Kassadin, prioritizing those movement abilities. So we're very curious to see how they're going to prioritize their early pick, because FlyQuest are going to have to blind it if TSM save all the way on red side for guaranteed counter pick for Bjergsen.
I'm also keeping my eyes on Xayah and Rakan. The desk talked about it. Both of these supports specifically can get a lot out of that Rakan pick, and I want to see how that sort of duo is prioritized here in this draft. So it's Senna, it's Kalista, it's Tahm Kench, banned out by FlyQuest. TSM, they're getting rid of that Syndra. You said it, Bjergsen's undefeated. No reason to let that in on game number 1. Also focusing those big, beefy frontliners, the Set and the Ornn taken out of the picture, and there he is, Rakan showing up early.
Yeah, Rakan got a lot of talking time on the analyst desk, and for good reason. They're talking about how good of an initiator Ignar is, but also on the side of TSM, Kabe and Biofrost, they've won every single game that they've gotten the duo of Rakan and Xayah. So FlyQuest, most importantly, break up that duo. Now they're going to easily be able to lock it in for themselves as well, with the Aphelios there on TSM side.
Early pickup on the top laner, seeing that TSM's got the Aatrox. FlyQuest feel comfortable saying, all right, we want to play the Gangplank into it. That will be your top lane matchup here this time around. Solo being entrusted with something that has a lot of carry potential on its own. This guy has come into FlyQuest. He's made things better for him there in the top lane. Viper was having a pretty rough split, and honestly, the games where Solo's playing just look better. I'm not surprised that they have the faith in him to give him a champion like that. So it's going to be bottom lanes and top lanes picked by both sides here as we get through the first half of the draft. And now, since we are done with that first half, for those of you watching on ESPN, you are heading to a commercial break. We'll see you right back here for the start of the game. However, for the rest of us, we still have a second half of Champion Select to get through. So let's go ahead, look at what we're going to be seeing in the second half of the bans here. It's mid and jungle, all that's left to pick for either side. So that means Zoe and LeBlanc both getting kicked to the curb.
Yep, our critical role here. Power Vivo versus Bjergsen in the mid lane, going to receive all of the bans thus far. They're banning away the LeBlanc that we saw. Power Vivo absolutely smash on. Over 1,300 DPS for him on that one LeBlanc game. TSM not going to let him have it. Some of the blind picks going off the table here too. And notably, I'd say Orianna for Power Vivo would be a very good blind pick. I personally also like him on Cassiopeia. Super hard carry for late game, high DPS mage. That's how FlyQuest have best functioned when Power Vivo can be that late carry for them.
I like the Zilean bans. TSM is just too good with that champion. Bjergsen has incredible win numbers with it, and especially now after Jat showed us Bjergsen's dedication to the win here, shaving off all his hair, shaving off his beard. He's in the zone. You don't want to give him the Zilean. You don't want to allow him to have those split-second reaction times to revive his teammates. TSM, they are going to save the last pick of the draft in Game 1 for Bjergsen. I love this idea. I feel like it's always best to save that last pick for something critical in the draft, and they'll grab the Jarvan in the jungle. Here's a cool pick.
You shave your head, no wind resistance when you're zooming around on Zilean with the speed up either. So the synergy is built in.
Yeah.
All right. Frontline Shredder here for Trundle. So FlyQuest definitely setting up for a very strong late game 5v5 for themselves. They have very good scaling all around, so they just need an Orianna or something like that to round it out for their comp.
Man, you called it. There you go. Orianna picked up for Power of Evil. That's the blind pick there for the mid lane. How does TSM want to deal with it? Bjergsen knows everything else on the table here. And I'm actually really happy to see TSM deciding to give the last pick of Game 1 to Bjergsen and put the game in his hands like that. Especially if it ends up being a champion like the Cast did.
That's what I was going to say. We're really expecting it. Oh, it's going to be this hype counter pick. They saved it all the way on red side for Bjergsen, and it's going to be a very similar control mage. Victor matchup into Orianna is super common. The laser is a super good tool, though, because of the range and because Bjergsen can, wave clear, looking for harassment at the same time. But it is going to require some more scaling. Of course, you need your Hextech upgrades to be able to fully utilize the champion there. And we won't see as much roaming as with most of the other mid lane matchups that we've actually seen throughout playoffs. These two are very farm heavy, so looks like both teams with a lot more focus towards scaling there towards the late game. I'd say, though, the analyst test did a good job pointing out Dardoch's early game. Here, he's on Jarvan, a lot more gank potential.
Yes, the gank potential, the engage potential from that Jarvan going to be very important. But when I'm looking at the side of FlyQuest this game, I'm looking at a team that has a Gangplank in the top lane. They've got a Trundle in the jungle. That Rakan is going to be paramount for them fighting when they want to. With them loading onto the Rift now, let's check out the starting lineups. Here we go. Summoner's Rift for the first time today, and what I'm personally hoping is going to be the first of 5. What could be the first of 3. Both of these teams hoping for that for themselves, of course. And whoever wins this one will get to go on to play against Evil Geniuses. The winner of that moving on to face Cloud9 there in the Spring Split Finals. My name is Captain Flowers. I am once again joined by Kobe, and we will be guiding you through this one as TSM will be on the red side here in game number 1. FlyQuest on the blue. And the last thing I mentioned before we got into game here, as we were leaving the draft, FlyQuest going to depend very heavily on this Rakan to initiate for them this game. Over on the side of TSM, it's Biofrost and Dardoch who have those tools to really make things happen.
Definitely true. FlyQuest all season long, ever since they picked him up, have relied on Ignar for his playmaking for them throughout the game. Funnily enough, too, they have had a tendency to have Turtle be their split push a lot in the mid game. So we'll see FlyQuest have Turtle in those side lanes later farming up. Ignar, though, getting a little extra information here. He placed that ward, you can see, super deep up on the Wolves to track Dardok's path, and also waits around in the brush to make sure they're starting on blue.
You know, anytime other than right now, when you are that close to a Jarvan and you see the flag come down, it's terrifying because he's going to be jumping in right after it. But at level 1, he just kind of hits you with it and has to walk away. Not too big of a deal there for FlyQuest support. But I think the early game in this entire series will be so critical because in TSM series against 100 Thieves, we saw them need to get ahead early. Their mid to late game was just not there. And even in the series that we saw FlyQuest play against Evil Geniuses, despite the fact that Evil Geniuses beat them, it was EG who had to come back early against FlyQuest leads. I think whoever plays better early on in these games will be able to really snowball that forward, or will at least need to win out against their opponents.
Yeah, I would also say for the majority of the season, TSM have drafted a lot of early game champions. So if you don't get ahead early with an early game composition that falls off later and gets outscaled, of course you are going to have a lot of those games like they did, where they get these big leads and then people go, OMG, what the TSM lost again after getting this early lead? No, because they are unable to finish out the mid game. But a lot of it did previously, I think, have to do with some of the champions that they chose and then failing to execute on those mid-game leads. This time around, I think they have a lot more scaling options. Victor and Aphelios are amazing late-game carries, so those are definitely going to be a lot easier for TSM to play out later, even if they don't get a super big early lead. That being said, this whole time we've been setting it up. Santorin did the red-to-red path, as you can see. Took that away from Jarvan very early on, so Dardok doesn't have that. But he's just going to go over to FlyQuest red side and get some Raptors back for himself.
Yep, both junglers are going to be on opposite ends of the map here as the Scuttle Crabs are spawning, so it doesn't look like anybody's going to get too crabbed, but Broken Blade, very early need to flash there as Solo threatens the potential of a solo kill. Let's talk a little bit about this guy, man, because for a while there in the regular season, FlyQuest top lane was looking a little dicey, and then they end up bringing Solo on. Remember, he wasn't even on a team at the beginning of this split. He was brought on in a coaching position, and they're like, well, maybe we need to go on the front lines.
That's one of those ones, though, when you hear, oh, they picked up Solo. Oh, never mind. Let's wait for this.
Okay, Wild Turtle does not get knocked up by Dardok's engage. Manages to sidestep, but still loses a little bit of HP. Ignar also going to drop down to about half here. Gets rooted up at the very end.
Yeah, a little anticlimactic on that gank there, considering it was in the brush waiting for him. But Turtle did a good job, like you're saying, giving some damage back. Teach that jungler a lesson. Don't come to my lane again. You'll regret it. Back to your point on Solo, though, it really was a big pickup. I think a lot of people, when they heard, because they have been seeing some top lane problems for FlyQuest, when they hear, oh, Solo's been picked up as a positional coach for the academy team for top lane, you're kind of thinking that there's a high probability, he gets some scrim time and eventually gets in. And he has really changed the way that this team functions coming in. We heard directly from Jizuke on the Evil Geniuses after their game versus FlyQuest how much more difficult the game got. Solo.
Ooh, nice hook coming out there from Biofrost. Once again, trying to start things off here in the bottom lane. Ignite will go down onto Wild Turtle, so that's one summoner expended for one. Turtle had to use the heal to make sure he kept high enough HP to not encourage his opponents to go even deeper for that one. Both junglers are hanging around here in this bottom lane. Dardok in the brush. Steps out now, makes himself known. Santorin is here. TSM looking to make the dive, but Santorin is there, and he forces out the flash from Biofrost. That is Ignite traded away for that flash. It was Ignar trying to set it up, make sure they could find the kill. Good job there by Santorin reading that TSM was going to commit.
Yeah, that's one of the best things to do early on as Trundle, is hovering around waiting for counter ganks. And Dardok that was probably his third attempt at a play on the bottom side. In the end, they still will be rewarded, even though they don't get a tower dive, don't get any kills down there. They can just transition up to Dragon because of the extra pressure, pushing the wave into the turret. And I do like how he's playing off of the Aphelios lane. That's going to be so important for TSM.
Yeah, Dardok has been an interesting player for TSM this split because he's the one that there was the most conversation around at the beginning, right? Because he has played under a few different banners here in the LCS. He does have a less than spotless reputation for how he gets along with other players on teams. And a lot of people were wondering, well, did he just need the right team? Is this going to be the right fit here for TSM? And he has had some pretty impressive performances on this squad. Those games you were talking about where TSM got off to good starts early on in the split and couldn't close them, it was often Dardoch making early ganks and popping off and getting involved in these lanes. And as the team learns to work more around him, I like seeing this guy play aggressive.
Yeah, and honestly, the biggest worry that most people had when TSM signed Dardoch this year, and one of the most controversial, I guess, signings was mainly based on attitude that people had heard about him, being difficult to work with or not being the greatest communicator in game. Honestly, I have heard nothing negative about Dardoch since joining TSM. I think that he has done a very good job turning around that story that has followed him. And now he's following Solo down the river.
Finds the engage. Solo gets himself out, utilizing the GP ulti to provide some suppressing fire there, make it so his opponents can't chase him any further. He'd rather expend that than his own flash, but good job of Dardoch at least getting that ult out of his opponent. Means Solo won't be able to help with any plays across the map right now. Power of Evil and Santorin are stealing away the red buff from their opponent. Question mark pings coming out from TSM. Not quite sure if that's going down or not, but now that they've seen Power of Evil and Santorin both walk out, they know that's what happened. And so that means another red stolen away from Dardoch.
Yeah, we're seeing some of the costs. Jarvan does have a lot more early game options, obviously, with the EQ being such a good ganking tool. You have so much more mobility than Trundle. But Santorin is playing the objective focus, farm it out Trundle early on, gets in a good counter gank on bottom side to make sure nobody dies early. And he's getting this very good camp lead onto Dardoch during all of these ganks from Jarvan, now resulting in the first to level 6. There is a huge amount of duelist power in Trundle at level 6 here if you get to stand and fight him. He also will have a lot more presence around the next Drakes that do spawn, so I don't think FlyQuest are super worried about Drake stacking, even though TSM did get the first Ocean Drake, and of course that is the FlyQuest tree planting Drake that they would
that, of course,
love to be the owners
the
of.
Important thing to remember, the brand Drake. But Drake stacking is an interesting conversation too, because I think if the drafts weren't what they were, then maybe you care a little bit more about it, because the only time you care about the first 2 Drakes is if you're trying to rush all 4 and get the soul early on because you're afraid you'll fall off. But you already talked about it a little bit for TSM, mentioning the Victor and the Aphelios, but even for FlyQuest, I mean, late game, they've got Xayah, they've got Orianna, they've got a Gangplank. There's plenty of tools to carry late game fights for both of these squads, so it doesn't feel like either one of them will be compelled to rush for Drakes and potentially suicide the game on it.
And real quickly for ESPN viewers that may not be acquainted with FlyQuest branding, they have an environmental initiative where they plant trees for kills that they get, for games that they win, and of course those Ocean Drakes in every game that they do play.
But only Ocean Drakes, not the other Drakes.
Only the Ocean one.
Yeah. The Fire Dragons, those burn down trees. We don't like those. Wind Dragons, I don't know. I actually think wind is important for forests because it spreads the seeds around and helps pollination. There's like a biology.
And alternate power sources.
Yeah,
Renewable
exactly.
energy.
Yeah, windmills and stuff. And, the mountain drake, that's the earth itself. It's pretty important for the earth. But bottom side is once again a 2v2 here as Kabe and Biofrost look to step forward, utilizing the power of the Crescendum. Whenever Aphelios has that, he is so incredibly potent in these skirmishes and duels. As FlyQuest will have 3 bodies here on the top side, looking to maybe make a play on a Broken Blade, forcing the flash over the pillar there from him. 10 minutes into this game, still no first blood. Shelly being taken very low. Dardoch
patience.
Test this one. They're going to allow Shelly to reset patience. They don't want to risk a smite fight. Dardoch will be injured severely by the power of the shockwave, but he is able to disengage with just the EQ, doesn't have to burn the flash. It's a pretty big spell down from Power of Evil, but considering Dardoch is now so low, it's TSM who have to.
Yeah, that's an objective right there. So you don't get a kill with the play, but because they chunk him out, Santorin and Power of Evil both using their ults on Dardoch, it's an uncontestable objective, unanswerable here from TSM. And the first Rift Herald is so good now. Ever since they buffed up the gold of turret plates, they also had a nice quality of life increase in the range on the gold acquisition of the Rift Herald. I just feel like this objective is so important for the early game. FlyQuest now will be able to get guaranteed gold. Looks like they want to also use it to zone Broken Blade off of minions. So the benefits are twofold here. Broken Blade doesn't get any gold income from this minion wave. They also are going to be able to take off a couple of plates here by hand before Biofrost even gets the rotation up.
And they feel so confident doing this because Broken Blade is the one who had to use his flash to escape when 3 FlyQuest members were top just a minute ago before that Rift Herald. As soon as the flash is down, you know Ignar can make a move like this. There's your flash into your charm. Your knockup goes through, and Broken Blade going to be in some trouble here. Solo flashing away. Broken Blade taken down. 1 for 1. TSM plays it well enough to make sure that breaks even, but now the turret is still under pressure. Now it's that Rift Herald summoned up, and Solo and Santorin want to finish what they've started. Biofrost remaining here on the defense. Shelly charges in. Half an HP bar left on that turtle, on that turret, and there she goes. I saw a big shelled creature on my screen. I had the tur in there. We got halfway down. It's all right.
I got you. You're a picture book kind of guy. You see a purple turtle on the screen? That's a turtle. We'll work on that turret.
All right, enough of my misplays. Let's see how this plays out.
So this play, they decided to go for it because they know that Dardoch is going to try and trade objectives. There are global announcements as soon as you get one of these neutral objectives. They got Rift Herald, so Dardoch goes to get Dragon, and he does do that for TSM, gets it back. In the process, like you're talking about, they punish the Aatrox. No flash there, so they do kill Broken Blade. But critically, Biofrost got his Ignite off and the root off onto Ignar, which gets a counter kill for TSM, so they don't fall too far behind in the gold, while actually stacking those dragons, which previously we had thought wouldn't be as big of an issue, with Trundle gaining some good power over the Jarvan in the early game due to the excess farm that he acquired. That means that TSM are working up a very real win condition around this bottom half of the map. And that is a strong area for them, as Kabe on Aphelios, well,
Biofrost knocked up. Ignar willing to take the opportunity to do a little bit of damage to his opponent's health right there. Yeah, and you're talking about the Drake advantages. It's Infernal Soul too, which means more damage in the hands of the TSM carries as they stack the Drakes. And particularly important if they get that Soul, that extra pseudo Ludens proc, as Biofrost able to find a nice dredge line there onto Ignar, who uses the stasis to keep himself alive. Dash away with the grand entrance as an exit away to Turtle for safety, but now Turtle and Ignar both going to be stuck there in the Cataclysm. Dardoch trying to get himself away, Turtle having to fall back, Ignar doing the same, Turtle rooted up, looking to still try to get away, won't be able to. Turtle gets the kill into Dardoch, it's going to be a 1-for-1 as Kabe fells him. Here comes your Chaos Storm, nearly able to take Santorin out, but won't quite do it. Power of Evil and Solo have also rotated down here to the bottom lane, but with the turret plates collapsing just 15 seconds earlier, that means the turret was vulnerable enough for TSM to take it out.
Yeah, TSM, they still get the kill. They still get the turret on bottom side. I think Ignar did a very good job, though, of delaying and buying time for FlyQuest to get some countermeasures in place. He was able to delay the Nautilus ultimate, activating his stopwatch there, then some good jukes outside of the turret. In the end, though, TSM very happy to actually get that bottom turret down. That's one of the critical turrets in setting up for these dragons. Nice shockwave here from Power View just to get a health advantage. Bjergsen has plenty of potions, though, so should be just fine. But yeah, that bottom turret I think is good for TSM, and we'll see if it works down the road in their setup. Minute 45 left on the Infernal Drake here. The only other difference is trading teleports for your top laners when one team has a gangplank is a little bit lopsided. So they've actually gone for the swap with both duos going top.
Duos are in top. Neither one of the 80 carries does have a teleport this game. It is something we see pretty frequently, but this time around, they have both opted to go with the heal, make it so the supports can take the ignites. The only teleport on the map that is currently available is the one from Bjergsen. With that next Drake spawning in just about 70 seconds here, it looks like that'll remain the case as we work towards that objective. Santorin back here in the top side, shadowing Turtle just to make sure he's able to farm this up safely. If FlyQuest want to fight for this Drake, they do want to make sure Turtle's able to grab that farm and go shop first. He's still sitting on only pieces of his Essence Reaver as opposed to the fully completed Infinity Edge of his opponent. There you go. That's completed. Now he's battle ready.
Battle ready. Battle hardened. Infinity Edge on the other side for Kabe, so he can roll the dice. I actually really like the power spike at just Infinity Edge for AD carries. It's a much more fun game when they actually don't have a high percentage chance of crit. But if you do get it, then you get the full damage, big crit there. So Felios could possibly make some plays.
But when it comes to playmaking, the name is Ignar. Going in, starting things off here onto Biofrost, who's not taken down, but he is taken pretty low. Shockwave looking to seal the deal, and there you go. Power of Evil will manage to get his first kill of the game. However, that is some big team fight ultis used by the power of FlyQuest. So no Subjugate, no Shockwave, no Rakan ultimate. That means that while these tools are down, the fact that Biofrost is out of the picture means TSM doesn't feel comfortable contesting this Drake. They'll yield that one, and FlyQuest stops that Soul Frog.
Put your trust in Ignar, my friends. As you pointed out in the beginning of the game, Flowers, everything is on him for the FlyQuest initiation. As they disengage here, should be able to get away from TSM, even blowing a couple ults there. Both Bjergsen and Broken Blade ults down. But Ignar has just been a star for these guys, really changed the look of this team with his initiations. He finds this one here, puts a stop to the Drake stacking of TSM. And while they probably will get this Herald number 2, I think the Infernal stop was a lot more important. And as you can see as well, we talked about Turtle being the split pusher for FlyQuest a lot of the time, getting a lot of that gold. He's down bottom, going to trade a tower for the Rift Herald.
That's the that was the green light for TSM saying, look, we can take the Rift Herald. Turtle's all the way across the map. Again, no teleport on the AD carry means no way for him to join in time. Solo does rotate down to the bottom lane to make sure he can work with Turtle there to get the extra money from that turret and get the minion wave shoved up. FlyQuest with a 2,500 gold lead here, 18 minutes in. Pretty impressive and a good sign for him. Going back to what we were talking about earlier with early game being so important for both of these teams, it bodes well to have that kind of a lead.
Yeah, and we could see it too in the setup for the Dragon fight that took place. Solo doing really well on the Gangplank, just farming away. He had Trinity Force and Executioners before that Dragon fight even started. Broken Blade went for the rush on cooldown reduction on the Aatrox. You generally want to grab as much early as possible, then complete your Black Cleaver. You should be able to get it after the next buy, though.
Broken Blade will just continue farming for now, still trying to, that's the problem with these CDR garage sale builds, that you don't get that first item as quick as you would like to have it. One of the advantages, because I know there's a lot of discussion online these days about Black Cleaver and Trinity Force and how you should build Trinity Force and all kinds of stuff that shouldn't build Trinity Force, and I won't get into that, but what I will get into is Black Cleaver has a much lower price point, which is normally one of the bonuses that it has, right? 3,000 as opposed to 3,700.
That's why you go to garage sales, Flowers.
Yeah, for a lower price.
Cheapo items.
But the problem is when you spend your entire paycheck on junk from somebody's attic at the garage sale, i.e. Caulfield's Warhammer, that 3,000 ends up taking 4,100 to get to. So you're actually later than the Trinity Force anyway.
I see. Cost effective, though, huh?
Yeah. It's good in the moment. Trust me. I mean, it's great for laning. You get the cooldowns, you get the AD, you get everything you want. But you do pay for it with that later item spike timer. And that's the situation Broken Blade is in right now. 2 minutes until Infernal Drake number 2 this game. This one will put TSM on Soul Point if they get it, or for FlyQuest, it'll tie them up if they can keep it out of the clutches of TSM. Baron now live on the map. Plenty of damage on both of the teams, considering they do have these strong DPS-based AD carries, but I don't think anybody's going to be looking to take Baron down here right at 20. TSM are pressuring the mid lane here with that second Rift Herald. Shelly gets the charge off, but they won't finish the turret.
And that's what matters in preparation for the fight. No turret finish, no gold there. Here's Ignar.
Ignar going in once more. The quickness, the flash. He has a little bit of CC down onto Kabe, who's forced to flash up the wall, barely going to be kept alive. Turtle doing what Turtle does. Flash forward right into the enemy AD carry, and Kabe is gone. Dardoch nearly taken out now as well. The dredge line from Biofrost to escape as FlyQuest press the assault. They move into the enemy jungle. They will take that red buff. They will take the TSM mid lane turret, and they will take that fight. Ignar is the man with the plan.
Ignar just doesn't miss there. He flashes in. Turtle, though, going to have to fight his way out here.
Oh, I don't think there's much fighting to be done. It's kind of just wait until Bjergsen kills him.
Yeah, I mean, he saw Bjergsen, big old buff Bjergsen, come up to his lane. He was like, well, I would rather fight these minions and try and get some gold before I die. In the end, he got a couple of them there. But previous to that, I think it was completely worth it for Turtle to flash over. He follows Kabe. Kabe's flash, finishes off, gets the other kill. And in the Golden Guardians game, we saw a glimpse of some of the vintage Turtle play, flashing forward, Xayah ulting forward to help them finish it off. And I was wondering if we would see him continue along that pathway in playoffs and play aggressively, look for those kills. Glad to see it actually here early on in the series versus TSM as he was able to earn them that kill onto Kabe. In the end, he also gets punished by Bjergsen quickly after, but Ignar had the good look there to start it all off.
Hey, man, that's what I want to see, especially in Game 1. Game 1's the time to take some risks. Game 1 is the time to really get a feel for just how far you can go. As Dardoch will have to run away from Santorin here, considering he's got Power of Evil right behind him. Level 14 on both of these mid laners means they will pack quite a wallop in these team fights. It's Ludens and a full death cap for Power of Evil as this Infernal Drake is live. Ignar's still going to be the guy you should keep your eyes on here if FlyQuest wants to start a fight. Pillar comes down. Broken Blade is able to walk away from that one. Solo placing some barrels down in the brushes. Wants to make sure they're able to utilize their zone control elements here to keep TSM out. Ignar finds a knock-up only onto Biofrost. Quickness now going to be engaged, able to find some CC onto the back lines of TSM, but now he has to get away. Biofrost already going to be killed off. Broken Blade over the wall. Ignar finally falls. Solo looking to make the chase. One shot there in the back. One more might be able to do it. The oranges are not in time. He cannot escape the pullback from the chains. It is a 2-for-1 going the way of FlyQuest, and critically, one of those kills they got was the enemy jungler. However, the health bars are rather dire here for Power of Evil and Wild Turtle both, meaning FlyQuest, even with their numbers advantage, doesn't feel super confident immediately starting this Drake. They also don't want to retreat because they know their opponents are attempting to take it without their jungler present. Santorin is still here. He has to be zoned away if TSM want to be able to secure this one. Power of Evil coming right back around through this bottom part of the river. Aphelios turret placed down. Drake still at half. Dardoch working his way back into the fight. Biofrost going to be doing the same. Bjergsen over the wall looking to find the moves. Power of Evil shut down. Bjergsen is making the plays here for TSM. He will chase Santorin away, and Solo will be left for dead on the front line. Wild Turtle will be collapsed on next, and FlyQuest overstaying near this Drake. They want to stop TSM from being able to take it. Instead, they end up getting crushed, and TSM walks to Baron.
Flowers! Bjergsen just turned Victor into an assassin. When's the last time you saw that? He blast cones over, flashes onto Power of Evil, and absolutely styles on this man. He's got the phase rush, so he kills Power of Evil, walks his way out, and TSM will get the Baron. Just when FlyQuest were making such a big surge in this game, starting to Dragon Stack themselves with multiple Infernals, setting up with a stronger team fight, hitting their item power spikes, Bjergsen takes things into his own hands with the victor.
The beard was a training blade all along.
Yep, taking off that wind resistance. He's able to make the big plays for TSM. And now we really got an exciting series here. This one is definitely close, as FlyQuest also will still get the second Infernal. So really what it comes down to is TSM trying to get a lot of this standing gold. There are still 2 outer turrets for them to knock over with the Baron. They've got plenty of time to do it with.
So much standing gold on the map, man. Normally, I'm looking at counting Tier 2 turrets that are left alive and calling those freebies when a team gets Baron. But when Tier 1s are still left up, that's just money for the taking. As Solo is going to be dove here, Dardoch and Bjergsen should have no trouble taking him down. Dardoch does fall a little bit low there as Ignar sees the opportunity to go in, looking to find the charms into the knockup. Bjergsen nearly killed off. Dardoch trying to draw their aggro away from his mid laner, but one last auto attack comes through, and Bjergsen is done. Now can TSM find their counterattack? Santorin having to walk away. Dardoch going to be taken down by Power of Evil. TSM in a 3v4. Biofrost there on the front line. Kabe is going to be the man with the damage. He's the one who's got to provide it here. Everybody on FlyQuest is very low. Kabe looking to find something, but he doesn't quite have it. Power of Evil almost out of mana. Broken Blade looking to find the damage, able to grab it. Santorin is gone, so is the turret. Turtle's going to be going out next. Broken Blade survives. The healing from Aatrox, just insane. And TSM will take the fight.
Holy moly, the proxy behind the turret here for TSM with the Baron buff. They eventually get the tower, they eventually get the extra kills, and Broken Blade holds on to his death dance, clutching to it with every fiber in his being, stays alive, gets the extra auto off at the end to heal back up so he doesn't drop down. That was a lot closer than I thought the outer turret push was going to go, Flowers. The TSM and FlyQuest making it exciting.
This is a game one. I can only hope the entire thing is going to look like this one. Just back and forth, back and forth. It's still only 200 gold separating the teams, but TSM has now pulled ahead. Even after they took Baron, they were still slightly behind in gold. But after taking the tier 1 and the tier 2 in the top lane, plus those kills they got, they are finally in the lead here in this game. Baron's still active for another 25 seconds. They still have this tier 1 turret in mid that's just barely hanging on. A stiff breeze will knock the thing over. I don't know if they'll be able to take it with the Baron, just walk up and brute strength it. They do have a minion wave coming up behind them right now, and Solo is just now getting back out onto the map here for FlyQuest.
And one of the biggest differences that is resulting from that team fight is that now this is a triple item Aphelios versus only a 2-item Xayah. So big difference in the safety and DPS output here for the two carries, as Kabe's got an extra Phantom Dancer on Turtle. That being said, though, there's still a lot of options for FlyQuest as we progress through this game. Talking about it in Champ Select, you know, they have a lot of team fight and scaling options themselves. Gangplank here for Solo, continuing to farm up, and everybody has been on the receiving end of one of those late game barrel chains that just annihilates your backline. So both Bjergsen and Kabe will have to watch out for those, as Power of Evil and Solo have done very good work for FlyQuest in these late game team fight scenarios for them so far.
Also worth pointing out that with Nautilus being the TSM support, that's not a Braum, that's not a Thresh, that's not Tom Kench. It means if Ignar and Power of Evil are able to find that massive combo, utilizing the ultis together, and they can hit Kabe, there's nothing that can save him from just being deleted by that. That's going to be really the big thing that FlyQuest is looking for to change the pace of these fights. Or even onto Bjergsen, same difference. He doesn't have a Zhonya's Hourglass. He doesn't even have a stopwatch. There's nothing to drop that aggro if FlyQuest can find the initiation. The next Drake spawning in a little over 1 minute. Whichever side gets this does go to Soul Point. The gold is dead even between the squads. The Drakes are even. Of course, FlyQuest does have 2 of the Infernal Drakes, so it is more damage favoring them. As Santorin, Ignar, and the rest of FlyQuest are going to step up here, clear away these wards. It was Solo and Broken Blade hanging out up there in the top side. Teleports are ready on all 4 players in this game that do have Teleport as a spell. Level 16 on Bjergsen, level 16 on Solo. Broken Blade pushing up topside still, maintaining pressure there. Solo did walk over to join the rest of the team so he wouldn't have to use the TP, but now he recognizes he will need to go back to this top lane and defend that tier 3 turret.
Yeah, that's a strategic trade right there, because what you get when you have your top laner buy the dragon way early is that you get to set up your wards first. The opponent in TSM get to push this top wave first, so Broken Blade's going to try and play off of the pressure that TSM were able to get while all the dragon wards were placed for FlyQuest. But that investment, getting the wards in front of Drake Teleport.
Oh, we're not done just yet. Let's see the fight. Santorin the target here as TSM looks to start things off. Dardoch going into Power of Evil, who's forced to flash away as Broken Blade comes in the flank. But now it's Ignar joining the fight. Biofrost going to be taken out here immediately as Kabe is going to be the next target, but able to disengage before the damage comes through. Power of Evil looking to provide even more. Kabe nearly going to be taken down. Power of Evil grabbing the kill, but now going to be killed in retaliation. Dardoch manages to claim that one. It's a 3v3. Broken Blade's got the World Ender, but he's only got 20% health. Wild Turtle, utilizing this opportunity to auto-attack the Drake, look to lifesteal a little bit. Bjergsen can one-hit him if he gets the chance. Solo, the man I'm watching here on FlyQuest. He's got the most health. He'll be the one who has to step up and try to do something if FlyQuest wants to contest this. Remember, this one is not Soul. You don't have to die for it, and FlyQuest chooses to live another day.
Yeah, they can't do anything there because Bjergsen has the range advantage. Victor's laser is so long and at this point very low cooldown. You can see him with death cap completed for himself. Those things will annihilate you. He's already level 17 on that Victor, and he's able to zone out the 3 remaining members of FlyQuest to put TSM on Soul Point.
And I called it before the fight. I said if Ignar and Power of Evil can find Kobbe or find Bjergsen, there's no escape. And sure enough, after Ignar was able to find the initial CC onto Kobbe, it's Power of Evil who flashes in. He uses the shockwave. He finds the damage. He buys himself just enough time to stay alive with a stasis. And it was a close one. These fights are just so many bodies dropping on both sides, Kobe.
Definitely a close one. And this is what I like to see at the beginning of a series here. Now Baron on the table, though, and FlyQuest going to try and move their wards over to the new objective. So something they've consistently done well in this game, while TSM have again taken the option to push the side wave first, letting FlyQuest set up their wards and start the objective while Bjergsen is at bottom with teleport ready. They're going to wait for FlyQuest to start it up, then come counter.
Well, see how long they end up waiting. FlyQuest are taking this one down rather rapidly. Santorin and the rest of FlyQuest walking out of the pit, looking to fight. Here comes Ignar, starting things off already. They've got the firing line onto Kobbe, but he's able to flash away and stay alive. And now the counterattack comes through, and Broken Blades on the Rampage Turtle's already gone. And Solo is too. Power of Evil grabs a kill into Dardoch, but this is an absolute slaughter of FlyQuest, courtesy of TSM. Santorin runs away over the wall, but it is a 4-for-1. It does not matter if you lose your jungler. When the entirety of the enemy team is wiped from the face of Summoner's Rift, Broken Blade will continue to chase after Ignar here. Yeah, he might miss a couple Qs along the way. Yeah, the Eternal Chains won't proc. It doesn't matter.
Zach,
Just
run
lead
up,
him
run
around.
down.
It's a Tour de Rift.
No fair. They brought Bjergsen also. Ignar does go down. The Baron will shortly follow for TSM. And it pays off. They stick to this strategy, Flowers. They let FlyQuest set up on the objective, but then they just blitz them. So the wards aren't providing as much value. The first time around Dragon, they just pull the trigger immediately. Broken Blade teleports in, they go for the flank, they rush the fight, and they charge FlyQuest, getting the victory there. Then this time around, once again, they say, okay, Bjergsen, you're on split push duty now, you're the one with teleport up, we'll do the exact same plan, just flip the map. They let FlyQuest start up the Baron, get inside, and immediately rush them down. Absolute destruction in that team fight, and this is Baron number 2 for TSM, coming knocking at the doors.
TSM looking real strong now with that 4,000 gold lead. And they will have this Baron all the way up through the spawn of this next Drake. When it spawns, the Baron will still be around for about another 20 seconds, which means if they want, they can use this, push up for the next minute or so, then take control over the Drake area and force that down as soon as it begins, make FlyQuest come to them yet again, because it seemed like TSM has had the edge in coordination here and execution in these later team fights. Broken Blade eats a little bit of damage, but there's nothing really to worry about. Yeah, it's half HP, but you're on a champion that can honestly endure pretty well. You've got plenty of life steal with the Death Stance, and the rest of TSM is providing pressure in the top lane.
Yep, Kobbe's got the Infernum now as well. Finishes up his Severum bullets, and he should have a fully stacked Infernum ready for the team fight. Definitely will be in TSM's favor as they get outer top, now outer middle, should shortly follow here with the Baron buff, and Dardoch threatening.
Oh, he's not just threatening, he's going all the way forward. Power of Evil stuck in the Cataclysm, but now Dardoch has overextended himself. It'll cost not only his life, but likely that of his top laner here too. Broken Blade will lose his Guardian Angel, but is TSM able to protect him as he respawns? Damage coming through, CC down means a shutdown over to FlyQuest, and 2 big kills off the back of 1 big mistake from Dardoch.
Flowers, as my good friend Spawn likes to say, there are bangers and there are clangers. And that was a clanger from Dardoch. Now Biofrost is going to have to flash out of there as well, as FlyQuest are going to punish TSM hard.
Power of Evil moving in there very quickly, but Bjergsen takes him down to half instantly. A lot of damage coming out from the turret of Aphelios too. Ignar jumping over the wall to stay safe. Drake spawning in 5 seconds. TSM have their 2 carries. All the damage is there for TSM. Unfortunately, none of the front line, none of the engage, none of the CC, all those things that really season the damage and make it worth having, not on the table, and that means TSM can't contest. We're going to get a 7 Drake game in game 1.
Maximum Dragons. I am definitely a Dragon fan here. We got our Captain Planet episode ready to come out as well. Honestly, though, if we look at the replay for that, there was just so much, misinformation here from TSM. It looked like they were on 2 different plans because Dardoch did not lower his own Cataclysm. So there are 2 reasons for that. One, it was a blunder, and he just trapped himself in there, which I very much doubt because it's quite easy to just reactivate and let yourself out. The other option would be they were expecting follow-up, and they were going to layer their AoE, like the gravity field from Bjergsen, and they were going to all pile in and get the AoE with Aphelios. We mentioned he had Infernum Gun, but the AoE was not there. The follow-up for Dardoch's engage wasn't there. Don't know which side of the play to actually blame, whether it was him or the follow-up, but TSM definitely felt that counter from FlyQuest. They're right back at it, though. Brush yourself off, Flowers. If you fail, just get back up and try again.
Yep. It's, what's the Rocky quote? It's not how many times you get knocked down, it's how many times you stand back up again, and I can't remember the whole thing anymore. I'm getting close
That's
enough.
Exactly it.
Yeah. Anybody who's seen the movie knows what I'm talking about. Anyway, it's fine. It's fine. What we're looking at right now is a game with a Baron spawning in less than 2 minutes. A game where one victorious team fight could mean the end for either squad here. A game where the carries are just absolutely monstrous. Stopwatch on both TSM carries. That is massive aggro drop and counter engage potential on these guys, and FlyQuest must play around it. And when I look at Power of Evil's inventory, I see the BM book. He has faith that
BM book, page number 1. Need some emotes to flex on them with. He's got 5 pages in it so far, looking to stack it up. But that is kind of how they do come back in this game. They're talking about the item completions. I mean, these Infinity Edges, even Solo has his for Gangplank. He can get those big crits under the backline as well. FlyQuest are very fearsome right now, even though TSM have the lead. At this point in the game, with so many builds nearing end game completion, you start to run out of spots in your inventory. Inventory economy is a very real thing here for the late game, and the gold difference doesn't really matter anymore, seeing as how you need ward spots. You need spots for your stopwatches to have those big, impactful team fights. And right now, if you go down the list, Dardoch, the initiator for TSM, has 2 of those big buttons. Not only a stone plate, but also a stopwatch for himself. Kabe also picking up a stopwatch for TSM's backline. Meanwhile, on FlyQuest's side, Santorin, of course, does have his stone plate, and Ignar's got the Zanyas for the big engage.
Bjergsen sold his stopwatch for a Sheen. Instead of having the one team fight.
It's a carry mentality right there.
Yeah, that really is. That is an all-in mentality saying, I don't need this to outplay, I just need the damage. TSM will start up the Baron as soon as it spawns, but with FlyQuest as close as they are, they're not going to stay onto it. Santorin, here on the front line, tanking up a little bit, has not used the ulti just yet. FlyQuest don't want to jump the gun here. Anything used too early, anything used improperly that can be disengaged afterwards. You saw how much damage TSM did to the Baron in about 2 seconds. All they need is about 5, and they can take it down from 100 to 0.
Everybody with summoner spells available too. This ensuing fight on Baron is going to be an erratic one. So much mobility available. Chakrams are stacked up for Kabe. So again, they can burn down the Baron in a blink of an eye.
That's so silly. He does so much damage. Every auto attack plus Chakrams is hitting it for like 700. Here we go. Ignar's got a knock up. He's able to find it onto Bjergsen. Shockwave's not going to find much, if anything. Biofrost nearly taken down. Baron's going to be the first casualty of the fight as Broken Blade's looking to fight off 3 members of FlyQuest. Dardoch taken very low. Bjergsen managed to get himself away and now wants to come back in. It's a double kill over for Wild Turtle as Kabe's forced to flash over the Baron wall. Bjergsen goes unstoppable. He's shown up from behind enemy lines to find the damage. Turtle has to use the ulti, looking to stay alive, and the TSM carries are trying to find their damage. Solo manages to take Bjergsen out of the picture, finally. But what a bloody fight, 3 for 3, Baron to TSM. Infernal Drake spawning in 5 seconds.
The gall on Bjergsen to get a recall off in the Baron pit. That was a Galaxy brain. He just, as soon as they got Baron buff, he channels the Baron buff empowered recall because he had no flash to get out of the Baron pit, and he actually got it off. Here's the engagement though. Broken Blade trying to find it as they get the Infernal Soul. Kabe crits it down.
That was so close. Solo had a barrel right next to it. I don't know if it was either right after the auto attack or just slightly out of the range, but that was so nearly a steal.
Yep, Broken Blade trying to keep Santorin out so there's no smite, but honestly, the barrel is going to crit for more than the smite will do. So you're absolutely right. That's a huge threat there with Solo. Possibility of a steal, but Kabe burns it down. This is full item build Aphelios. Not too shabby with the DPS himself. But man, Bjergsen, he recalled out of the Baron pit, then teleported behind them. It's the only reason I think that TSM were able to get that soul, because the teleport flank was able to get them those 2 extra kills. Solo had a good crit on Bjergsen to stop this madman's reign in the back of the lines there, but this is Baron number 3 now for TSM, Mr. Flowers, and they're done with outer turrets. They're coming for inhibitors.
Yeah, not much left standing outside of the base of FlyQuest here, and when Bjergsen came around on that flank, he did just one-shot Power of Evil. I don't think FlyQuest was prepared for him showing up like that as an assassin.
Victor
earlier, as Ignar's looking for the play here bottom lane, they want to collapse onto Broken Blade and get a punish down. Wild Turtle's able to provide the damage. Solo right next to him, preparing the barrel as a tombstone. The damage goes through and Turtle's able to secure the kill. But now what is the cost? TSM pushing in 2 separate lanes. Dardoch and Bjergsen, auto attack after auto attack into that inhibitor. Bjergsen only needs about 5 of them. AP champions absolutely incredible at taking down structures in the late game. Santorin here leading the charge, but because the rest of the team's not able to close the distance, it means TSM walks away. That is a trade of Broken Blade plus Broken Blade's Guardian Angel, which makes it extra important for the topside inhibitor.
And again, this late game looking a lot better than some of the late games TSM has shown in the past, because they have indexed more heavily this time around for their composition on very strong late game scaling carries. Aphelios and Victor, beasts in the late game. Both Kabe and Bjergsen are definitely putting in a lot of work here. So 1 inhibitor down. That is what TSM have gotten thus far with their 3rd Baron. Looks like it will be the full reset, and they're just waiting for someone to get a little bit too close to Bjergsen. This is a fully completed Lichbane with Death Cap and basically your highest DPS
it's everything
that you're going to get with a Victor build. So anyone who walks close to a brush that has Bjergsen in it will be deleted.
And you can see that Power of Evil actually sold his Medjais. He has a normal amplifying tome in inventory right now, I believe. He sold the Medjai.
I was on page 6.
Yeah, he had the money. I think he needed the money to buy the Leandries, and so now he's back to the basic book instead. He had to get the last year's textbook version of the Medjais, but that's all right. It's 90% of the same stuff.
They got him.
Ignar's finding the initiation onto Bjergsen. He may do a lot of damage, but so does Power of Evil, and that is a big shutdown. But the question, Kobe, what does it mean? If all that is a kill, it doesn't mean much. But if FlyQuest can make a push, if they can get something on the map, it could go a long way.
So unfortunately for FlyQuest, there are no big objectives for them to take. At most, it means turret here, because TSM can recall, they can defend their inhibitors. It will be a secondary turret that does give you, slight increases in chance to win the game. You get a little bit more gold with the kill, a little bit more gold with the turret, maybe some more room to work with around mid lane. But in the end, you are correct. It's not going to mean a whole lot. As the second pick will mean more, though. These are staggered death timers if they finish off Broken Blade, and they've got him surrounded.
That's both teleports used for this. It must succeed, or it is a massive fail from FlyQuest. Knock-up, into another knock-up, into more damage. No Guardian Angel that time, sir. Solo's just going to hang out on the chain there anyway. It does not matter. That is the second pick on a TSM solo laner, but I'll say your line this time. Unfortunately for FlyQuest, there are no big objectives on the map.
Ah, thank you for saving my voice.
No problem, buddy. Gotta look out.
Honestly, though, you gotta love the focus here from FlyQuest. That is 3 consecutive picks. They picked Broken Blade on the bottom side when TSM still had Baron and they're pushing. That kept TSM to only 1 inhibitor taken with the Baron. Then they fire off once again. They catch Bjergsen, topside pick. Boom. This opens up for another counter objective. Then third, they get a third pick. This one, bottom side, onto Broken Blade again. It's FlyQuest continually staying proactive here, even though TSM had the map control, even though TSM have the soul. Ignar looking again.
Ignar going in, and they've got Bjergsen. He just keeps finding them. FlyQuest support has just been MVP caliber for this team this game. Getting that kill onto the enemy mid laner, onto that massive source of damage, as Baron spawns, as Elder spawns in 40 seconds, is so much for this team. They've got 5 men here in the mid lane. The enemy support is only at 40% HP. This is a FlyQuest push. They are opting straight for the enemy base instead of the Baron. Dardoch will be forced away too. Mid lane inhibitor down. FlyQuest seem to not be willing to tap the brakes either. They want to continue moving forward. Kobbe is still alive. Keep your eyes on him. Dardoch's able to find some lockdown onto Wild Turtle, but immediately has to retreat. Kobbe and Broken Blade looking to do some damage onto the FlyQuest players. Santorin's going to be hooked back in. Dredgeline able to find the initiation, and FlyQuest is being slammed. A nice shockwave manages to send Kobbe into the Guardian Angel as Ignar and Turtle have to retreat. It's still just a melee here as Broken Blade's in the front line, and Power of Evil finds a critical kill into Kobbe. TSM will punish an overstay from FlyQuest, but will FlyQuest now do the same? Turtle slaps Biofrost down, but who's that? It's Bjergsen with the teleport into the base. The back door, he's got the minions, he's got exactly what he needs. And while we're watching one into the map, Bjergsen is watching the other. TSM takes game 1.
What a freaking roller coaster, Flowers. Bjergsen spent the last minute of the game, 2 minutes of the game, in the death chamber. They picked him bottom. He's dead. As soon as he revives, out down mid lane, Ignar picks him again, and they kill him. But you know what he ends up? He ends up on the victory screen by that exploding Nexus, because as soon as he revives, he teleports down there for the counter for TSM. Oh my goodness, FlyQuest had done everything right on their list. But the problem was there's 5 items on the list. They only got 4 picks in a row. The last item was finish off their push onto the Nexus. Well, Bjergsen is dead. They couldn't do it. TSM punished them. Broken Blade, Biofrost did such a good job of hooking FlyQuest back in to force that fight on the Nexus turrets, getting those extra kills and allowing Bjergsen to teleport in for the finish. Whoa, what a game 1. That's just the beginning.
What a game 1. The beard is shaved, the gloves are off, TSM came to fight, and FlyQuest did too. That does it here for that first game. After a quick break, the State Farm Analyst Desk will break down the results and look towards the next one. Don't y'all go anywhere.
Brightness is increasing. There it is. Oh, yeah, beautiful.
Cars like this don't come around often. The redesigned Type R, the most powerful Civic ever, from Honda.
Welcome back to FlyQuest versus TSM, where TSM just came away with a victory out of the jaws of defeat there. And if today's your first day watching League of Legends over there on ESPN, you're in for a treat of a series if Game 1 is any indication, Jat. That finish was incredible.
Oh, man. It could have gone either way so many times. I think FlyQuest is definitely going to be kicking themselves because they were trying to push for Nexus when two major objectives were up that TSM wouldn't have been able to contest. The Elder Dragon would have been pretty useful to just push a little bit later. Big mistake by FlyQuest down the stretch after Ignar had found pick after pick to pull him back.
Were they mistaken for thinking that TSM's team was only Bjergsen? Because that's kind of what I felt like. We got Bjergsen, it's the only one that matters. And well, turns out there's 4 other people that needed to be addressed with a very specific item that you really go on about.
Yeah, I mean,
tell us why FlyQuest to close out this.
I don't want to make the whole segment about this, but it was a little weird how at the end, the GP dies and suddenly no more killing reduction for anyone else on that team, and they couldn't win. But I think this is one of those crazy games where there's so much to talk about that it's almost hard to know where to start, because there's this early game by FlyQuest, and they're doing a great job controlling. TSM come back, and then Dardoch kills himself diving underneath the turret, and then all these ISO deaths start piling in, and so it's one of those games you're left being like, what was my takeaway from that game? Because there was an overload of information almost.
Well, without a doubt. Jat?
Yeah, here's what I'll say the takeaway can be. It's that these are the types of games that end up swinging best of 5 series between close teams. Because even though both teams did plenty of things to win or lose this game, it's 1-0 for TSM at this point, and they're still going to have side selection in 2 more games if it ends up going that far, because the loser of the previous game will end up getting side selection. So effectively, TSM stole side selection with this win, since they were the lower seed coming into this game.
Was a nail biter of a game, to say the least, Jad. I think you hit the nail on the head there, that this is going to dictate in a lot of ways maybe the results of the series or the rest of the series. But for those of you on ESPN, you are heading to a quick commercial break. We'll see you back here in just a few to continue talking about this matchup. And gentlemen, returning to our conversation around that first game of the series, I want to continue along this line of thinking that Mark has in that it's hard to come away with some takeaways, but I'm going to challenge you to do so in some ways. And so let's first look at it from FlyQuest's perspective, since they were the ones that took the loss in this situation. Mark, I know you're harping a little bit on the healing reduction, but before we ever even get to the in-game decision making, how do we feel about the way that FlyQuest came out in terms of attack strategy?
I overall like their game plan, and I think, you look at the first 20 minutes being very good by them, and even in some sense the last 5 or 10, they were able to almost take objectives and situations away from TSM that they probably shouldn't have with those, the Baron pushes. TSM got 2 Barons and rarely got anything out of them, or when they did, it was traded out for kills and side lanes and stuff like that. So it's one of those games where, as FlyQuest, I'm feeling decent about. Ignar popped off. I thought his recon looked great and showed why it was such a focal point in this series for us. Turtle had some big moments. Solo looked fine. He was actually doing well in that matchup for a good part of it. So, I would feel pretty good as a FlyQuest fan, just be like, we let that one get away with a backdoor TP play. It's one of those ones that I think it feels really bad, but it should be easy to bounce back from on a strategic level.
I agree completely. I actually really like what FlyQuest did, and I think the only takeaway for them should be bring down the hyphiness a little bit too hyphy for a start. And that hyphiness is manifesting in team fights where you're having a lot of fights where both engaging aspects of the teams are just going straight into the back line, and you have carries versus engagers fighting it out. And if FlyQuest just recognizes, hey, we need to have our damage be assisted by the CC, whereas Ignar found a lot of picks on champions that were just a little bit too far out of range. Had those picks been a little bit closer to Orianna or Turtle, easy game for FlyQuest. So I think just slightly more trust in what Ignar is going for.
Let's revisit that mid lane matchup that we talked about at the beginning of the day. Again, the record all-time, Jat, you had cited in games was 10-10 between the two. Bjergsen can now tout the 11-10 record over Power Vivo after that one. But how did we feel about the Game 1 matchup? Because it kind of felt like at times Bjergsen was on the edge of causing his team defeat, and then was the one who ended up winning it.
I mean, so I thought Bjergsen really came to play for the first 40 minutes, and then he got picked off twice towards the end of the game before being able to make the TP play at the end. So definitely some mixed emotions. I'm actually a little surprised to see the PoE's damage per minute is higher than Bjergsen, because it did feel like Bjergsen was carrying most of those mid-game team fights in clutch fashion for TSM, but PoE was still landing decent shockwaves and getting a lot of damage out in a lot of those fights. So I'm really looking forward to seeing these two guys go toe-to-toe for the rest of the series, because I think both of them came to play.
Mark?
I think one of the big things for Bjergsen was his timing was a little bit better. It felt like when TSM needed a play, he almost always found it. This game, there was the one at the Drake fight where he flashed over a wall and assassinated backline. Like, you might only need to do 800 damage there to like secure your team the game, whereas an Orianna fighting front to back might do more to the Aatrox and Jarvan over the course of a fight. There was also that one near the Drake pit, or excuse me, Baron. After they got the Baron, he TP'd back in and saved Kabe to make sure that they actually got to use that Baron a little bit. So Bjergsen found the right play in the end a number of times to get his team the leads that they needed to win.
Continued focus on that mid lane matchup for both of these teams as we welcome back our audience from ESPN. We're talking these two teams moving into game 2 and expecting the two mid laners to be big playmakers. But from here, I want to push to Ignar, one other person that we did highlight in the pre-show, but who has been a big playmaker for FlyQuest and was the main catalyst for catching Bjergsen out a number of times there in the end of the game.
The Rakan priority is going to be interesting to track, since FlyQuest can choose to go back to blue and give us a salty run back if they'd like.
Another one.
That'd be really exciting. I actually really like the Xayah Rakan coming out from Ignar and Wild Turtle, and the one thing that I'd like to see from him, it really is just more follow-up from the rest of the team. Sometimes it happened that it was only Santorin, but they have to remember Santorin's not playing these damage champions. He's not playing the Rexa that can actually assist him, so I think he's doing a really great job so far, and I just want to see if it improves a little bit, because I have no problems with what he did in Game 1.
Yeah, we talked about that Xayah Rakan priority, and it's clear that FlyQuest agrees or aligns with us on that priority based on game number 1. But again, heading into game 2, we have a little bit of an update. For those of you who are maybe new to the LCS, FlyQuest, one of our teams here competing today, is on a tree quest. So if you're a fan of the environment or a fan of FlyQuest, you're a fan of them today and want them to pick up not only kills and Ocean Drakes, but also the wins. They are doubling down in their playoff edition of the tree quest here. Every kill will net 2 trees planted. Every Ocean Drake that they secure, 20 trees, and every FlyQuest win, 200. If they end up taking the whole thing next week, then it'll be 10,000 more trees planted. They have already planted a total of 6,650 trees so far this spring split, so good on them for keeping the environment in mind. And once again, the more they win, the further they go, the more that'll get planted.
Yeah. Oh man, the TSM prediction beforehand. Now FlyQuest fans can just accuse me of hating nature, which is
but if you look about it, if you think about it this way, Jat, while yes, you did predict TSM, you did predict 5 games, which gives them the most time to accumulate kills and drakes. So you're a friend of the environment in that sense. Either way, gents, any final thoughts heading into game 2 here from either side about how these teams can kind of clean things up? It was exciting, but it was a messy first game.
I think both teams can clean things up just by calming down and settling into the series a little bit. The more I think about it, though, the most illuminating thing I see for TSM is it's really important for them to have Kabe on a carry who scales really well, because these games are messy, these games go late, and having him not on something like Misfortune or a Lethality Varus, but instead having him on a Felios or Xayah is actually really important, I think, for TSM having a chance against FlyQuest, who I think played a little bit better despite losing.
Well, if game 1 is... Blue Side Bandit, there you have it from Mark. Well, if game 1 is any indication, this series is going to be a banger. So after this short break, we'll return to this series for game number 2. Don't go anywhere.
So Josh, you going for our Drive Safe and Safe discount?
Yep, using the app, driving safe.
You want to go? You want to go, bro?
Hey, do not mess with my discount.
Woo!
You can save up to 30%.
Let's go!
Nice to meet you. Go get him, Tiger.
Sounds like you've got this.
Yeah, definitely.
Get a discount up to 30% with Drive Safe and Save from State Farm.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here to this best of 5 between TSM and FlyQuest, an elimination match to decide who gets to go on and play Evil Geniuses and who goes home. Game number 1. Colby, that was a spicy one.
Tell me about game number 1, Mr. Flowers, because I've been sitting here waiting ever since it ended to get into game number 2.
I'm excited. Game number 1, we got to see 7 Elemental Drakes. We got to see 3 different Barons. We got to see multiple picks. It ended with Bjergsen making a teleport play into the base. I know all the people who are super technical out there are going, well, actually, it wasn't a backdoor. Well, it went around everybody that was watching, so for ease of explanation, we're going to call it one. And it was a game, I tell you what. And I'm hoping the rest of the series looks just like it. Let's get into things. FlyQuest here on the blue once again. TSM on the red. It's Senna TK banned out by FlyQuest. Syndra Ornn banned out by TSM.
Moment of truth, Flowers. Will the Xayah Rakan get through? One more ban here for TSM, and they do leave up the same options here. Boom! Insta-lock here for
all right. Dude, no reason not to at this point, because that Ignar Rakan was so big in game number 1. Everything FlyQuest did came off the back of that.
I agree, and we're already getting a complete run back here. Same champ select so far. TSM, will they continue along these lines? Honestly, when you have a game that's close and both teams felt like they should have won at different points in the game, and they just look back at their own mistakes and say, we just need to fix those, then they both feel like they did have the correct carries. They both feel like they did have the right strategy in this game. Honestly, I'm excited for round 2. We've been waiting since game number 1 ended for the same one. Still similar mid lane bans.
I mean, that game was so close. I sincerely believe it could have gone either way. So if the teams want a salty run back, this is one of the ones I support the most of any that I've ever seen. But as we are now into the second half of the draft, for our ESPN viewers, you guys are going to once more be heading to a commercial break. We'll see you back here for the game action when things start up. But for the rest of you, we still got the rest of the draft to get through. And it's still looking awfully lot like a salty run back, Kobe.
What was that, Flowers? Honestly, this is going to be a spicy run back. This is a new term here. This is not going to be salty. This is going to be a spicy. TSM locking in as well. Jarvan again for Dardoch.
Oh, man.
Let's get
What is it with these playoff games and the run backs? I am loving it so far. FlyQuest, let's see if they go with the Trundle and the Orianna. Those were the picks in order last time. We'll see if they want to go with the exact same thing. Trundle. Where you at, buddy? All right, we're going to get the Orianna
mix
first.
up the order. The
order's
can
a
be
bit
changed.
different.
Okay. So the suspense is actually killing me here.
Yeah.
Let's go through their other options, all right? They could go more early game options. I don't think that's a good idea. Rek'Sai's available. I wouldn't want Elise because Orianna mid, not that great with it. So we don't have to go through the other options, baby.
Let's just go Trundle, bro. And hey, you know what? What goes better with this TSM comp than a Victor? Let's go ahead and get Victor in there. Let's see.
Remember, though, this is Assassin Victor. This is not lane control backline Victor. Bjergsen displayed very clearly last game with his blast cone over the back, into the back line, one-shotting Power of Evil. Also his teleport behind them at that critical Baron fight to do the same thing, that he is not afraid to go melee with this Victor.
And this was almost the perfect replication of the Game 1 draft. Remember, we did get the swap of the last 2 picks from FlyQuest in order, but we did get the same 10 bans. We've got the same 10 champions, and these teams are going to be playing the same game. What do they change, specifically for FlyQuest, though, to make this go better?
Well, let's see. In the early game, I think that FlyQuest actually played it quite well, given some of the limited options that they had. So I think that might be one of the things that will be most difficult for FlyQuest to replicate, because you saw the gold graph. They had such a strong early game, controlling a lot of the objectives. Even though they did give over the first couple of Drakes to TSM, they swung it right back after they hit their power spikes. Trundle got level 6. They started bullying the Jarvan off of these objectives. They got the top Rift Herald. That gave them a huge influx of cash. So I think that's going to be one of the things that TSM actually looked to change, even though TSM won, is to have a more successful early game, specifically with the Jarvan. While Dardoch did get off ganks and burn summoner spells, they weren't able to actually create a lead and a lane to work off of.
Right, and it wasn't until that first Baron that TSM really caught up in the game. They were behind a couple thousand gold up until that point, and it made things feel FlyQuest favored for quite a while, but here we are. We're jumping onto the Rift for the second time. It looks an awful lot like the first, but I promise you, this is not deja vu. This is League of Legends. We are here, best of 5, to see who's going to get to play EG next week and whose playoff journey ends here. TSM currently up 1-0 as Bjergsen, the big carry on TSM in game number 1. I want to see if he can do it again. And even though Bjergsen is the person on everybody's mind, right? Because he's the one who made the teleport plays. He's the one who was coming in and making moves across the whole thing. You still got to remember Kobbe on that Aphelios was putting down a ton of damage in fights too.
Yeah. And I specifically liked Broken Blade and Biofrost getting a lot of these hooks, a lot of these mini knockups that weren't the stars of a lot of these plays. Obviously, Bjergsen takes the cake, one-shotting a bunch of people. But they did such a good job of setup. I would also look at TSM cleaning up some of the coordination. You did have that mid-fight where Dardoch dives in, actually traps himself in there in the Cataclysm. I thought that he was keeping the Cataclysm up to set up his teammates for AoE from Kobbe, AoE from Bjergsen, but that never came through. And that mid mistake from TSM actually ended up being a big way that FlyQuest were able to set up and make it so close.
Biofrost wanting to level 1 against Xayah Rakan here. Normally that's a losing fight for most matchups. Of course, that's usually only if Xayah goes for the W first. You can see by the fact that Turtle threw out a couple of feathers there. He had already skilled his Q, so that's not the case. They don't end up getting as punished as they could have been. But nice to see that bottom lane's still going to be as bloody as ever between these squads. Wild Turtle, we talked about a little bit in game number 1, flashing forward, making those trademark aggressive plays. He also got popped quite a few times. The damage potential on this TSM squad is nothing to scoff at, so I want to particularly see if Turtle can step up and make some big moves here in game number 2. It was Power of Evil and Ignar that were kind of the standouts for me in game number 1.
Yeah, I actually really liked the flash forward from Turtle, but he just got punished right after. So maybe Dardoch's going to punish Power of Evil early.
Level 2 gank from the Jarvan. Nice flash after the combo. Over the wall goes Bjergsen to find the last little bit of damage he would need. He gets the first blood. Well done from TSM.
He is picking up right where he left off, Captain Flowers. No hesitation on the flashes from either Dardoch or Bjergsen. And Power of Evil, it's a very difficult choice. So if you see Jarvan going for the EQ here, that he's going to have to flash, but if you pre-flash it, he's actually not next to the wall there. So it's kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't for Power of Evil, and I think that it was just a really well-executed gank from TSM. His probably only hope was if he had actually run completely parallel to the wall and had the option of early flashing over the wall. That is probably the only way that he could have gone out, but he was slightly in the river, not right next to it, and Dardoch punishes him for it, immediately recognizes the opening, allowing Bjergsen to jump over and have Assassin Victor play number 3.
What was it you were saying in Champ Select? You want to see TSM use his Jarvan better? Stronger early plays, bigger moves? Well, hey, there you go. Turns out when Dardoch doesn't get his red stolen on the first clear, he's able to make some pretty good moves here on this Jarvan early on.
Yeah, pretty good shot calling there, honestly. Let's see this hook.
Biofrost gets some damage down onto Turtle there. Kobbe helps out, and not too much to really talk about with it because they'll just still be able to keep farming up nice and easy. Shouldn't be too big of an issue here. Kobbe is a little bit ahead of Turtle in terms of farm, as Broken Blade trades pretty aggressively with solo. Q3 going to take him pretty low. Both junglers finding their way into the fight now as Dardoch and Santorin will trade back and forth. Remember, Trundle outduels Jarvan and almost every other jungler when it's a 1v1, but when Broken Blade's able to get involved and force the threat of those big, hard-hitting sweet spots on the Qs, they force the flash out of Santorin.
Yeah, in a 2v2, Jarvan and Aatrox have more options because of the range and the CC that they have early on into the game. So they can combo just like you see there. They focus. EQ gets the knock-up on Santorin. They get the flash off of him. Broken Blade actually putting in some more work onto Solo, and this is a big wave. Teleport on flag.
He drops down the flag for the teleport to show up. Bjergsen has joined the mix. Solo with a flash trying to get away. Broken Blade will take the kill credit. Bjergsen manages to walk out of the turret range before it would be able to take him down. And TSM, man, they are ready here in Game 2.
Jat on the analyst desk was looking for a very ferocious TSM, a proactive TSM. And that is exactly what we're getting in this series. They're consistently finding these plays. The difference this time around is, first game, it took them 20 minutes for them to actually be successful and capitalize on some of those plays. Right now, they are running off the momentum of their Game 1 victory. The confidence is high for this team, and now the execution is there to back it up. So while in the game number 1, Dardoch made a bunch of looks on top and on bottom, trying to get something going and only getting summoner spells, this time they are capitalizing with kills on the carries too.
And yes, Santorin's got more farm than he does. It's 29-16 in the jungle, but when Dardoch is able to facilitate both of his solo laners getting kills, I'll take that trade any day of the week, right? You can have an extra chicken camp, you can have an extra wolf camp, get the lanes ahead, get people moving as a team. Dardoch will clear out this board here in the Pixel Brush. FlyQuest waiting around to see if TSM try to make a move. Oh, this is a standoff. Everybody's just waiting. Nobody's willing to leave the bush. Okay, everybody's done now. It's back onto the crabs. TSM staying patient. They don't want to contest for the crab. They're just going to wait and see. Maybe Dardoch will come back after he takes it. The answer is no. He's going.
It's a virtue, but if you wait around too long, you just end up losing out on the map.
Yeah.
TSM, yeah, they do get the crab, and they'll also get the ward kills moving in afterwards.
Too much patience, and you're just taking a nap at that point. Like, there's no... There's no reason to sit around in the bush for like an entire minute. We've got to put upper limits on these things.
That's actually what I used to call my procrastination in school. Is just patience is what I had. I had an extreme amount of patience. Here we go. TSM looking for another.
Ignar tries to keep everybody away from Turtle, and he does a good job doing an immediate grand entrance into pulling right back to the safety of his teammate nearby, and it makes it so FlyQuest don't get engaged on there in the 3v2. But Drake is alive. TSM have 4 players here in the bottom half of the river. FlyQuest has no ability to respawn, and 7 minutes into the game, it's TSM, Drake number 1.
Yeah, I mean, this is why in Champ Select, or actually at the beginning of the game, we were talking about what is going to be most difficult for FlyQuest to replicate, and I really did think it was the success that they had in the early game by neutralizing what TSM had. And that's something that you can take for granted if you're like, oh yeah, you know, not too much happened early, Santorin got to out-farm, Dardoch, you know, the ganks only got summoner spells. That is not easily replicated, and TSM showing that they can run off the momentum of game number 1. Solo working on a Rift Trail out here, but there is a control ward in the pit. So you see the rotation on the map. Everybody except for Kabe has headed up. That means FlyQuest have full numbers.
FlyQuest with 4 men in the river. Turtle just in the top lane farming up. They recognize that TSM doesn't want to take this fight because Kabe is still bottom, so they feel safe not needing to bring Turtle over and deprive him of extra EXP and farm here in that top lane. Turtle and Ignar will stick around, and it looks like it'll be Solo sent down to the bottom half of the map to deal with Kabe pushing up here. We still have a long way to go until the turret plates fall, so despite the fact that this wave is big and Kabe is able to put some damage in,
chuck those chakrams,
be able to take the whole thing down. Yeah, remember, for anybody wondering, if you don't remember the specific details about Aphelios, the chakram attack speed is based on how long it takes to return to you, so that's why you see him standing 1 inch away from the thing whenever he has chakrams to take turrets. It actually makes you take him fast. So,
yep. Meanwhile,
By the way, I spoke too soon. He just demolished that thing. Plates or not, does not matter, as Solo is now under pressure. 2v1, but no Nautilus ulti means they can't secure the kill. Meanwhile, topside, Rift Herald is summoned up. FlyQuest looking to grab this turret in retaliation against their opponent's bottom side. Yeah, they don't get the first turret bonus, but they have 3 players here. They have Shelly ready to charge a second time, and they'll see what kind of damage they can find on the tier 2.
Yes, you cannot outpush a Rift Herald team. So you force recalls by doing this. If you leave Shelly up, they will get 2 turrets 4-1 in that trade. Broken Blade is able to get the execution there, finishes off Shelly, and barely keeps the secondary turret here. But very early on, it was a double recall for TSM's bottom lane. You can see them heading back up now as Broken Blade tries to delay the recalls because they're trying to let the TSM bottom lane catch up on the map rotation here. Meanwhile, bottom side, FlyQuest trying to push out as Solo does his darndest on the gangplank to AoE these waves and work on that Cull. You can see 50 more minions for him to cash in on the Cull Gold Explosion.
Speaking of gold explosions, look at how much that bottom lane turret did for Kabe, sitting on the Infinity Edge already 10 minutes into the game. Turtle's got a...
Pinata, though. He's about to explode, all right.
Well, let's see if that hammer gives him a bonking as the CC goes through and Kabe is going to be absolutely slammed here in this top lane. Ignar down to 200 HP, but that's not going to matter here too much. Biofrost with an ass splash away to make sure that he does not get caught by Power of Evil's ultimate. TSM loses their AD carry, and FlyQuest get themselves on the board.
Interesting as well, that was the teleport and flash of Power of Evil. So even though it is a good play for FlyQuest to get the kill onto Kabe, they also expend a lot of resources, which maybe they could have been a little bit more lean in their execution and save some, because Power of Evil does lose out on a couple more minions, and not having flash or teleport is going to be so scary against Bjergsen. This is the Victor that's not scared to jump into the back line, and he's always looked for Power of Evil like he's got a vendetta or something.
Well, I mean, he doesn't like Power of Evil considering their relationship in professional gaming a rivalry, so maybe this is his effort to shut that down.
So I had our excellent stats team look into this right before the game today, and they looked at LCS. In just LCS, Bjergsen is, before this series, of course, not counting the first game, 8-5 versus Power of Evil, but they also then included the IEM games. And if you add in IEM games, previous to this series, 10-10 for Power of Evil and Bjergsen, just as individual players. A little bit of a spoiler, but game 1, Bjergsen took the lead there.
Yeah, for anybody whose eyes for some reason couldn't pan to the top of the screen and see the current score, yeah, TSM won. Sorry for the spoiler, guys.
You never know with some people. Yeah.
That's true.
Spoilers, serious business. Solo
serious business here in playoffs
in real time.
Turtle is taking down the tier 2 in the top side. See, I was gonna say serious business in Twitch chat, but we're all over the place now, man. We got Twitch chat, we got YouTube, we got ESPN. Everybody's watching, so I gotta
worldwide.
Make sure. Yeah, exactly. TSM and FlyQuest, Mr. Worldwide. Close enough. Ocean Drake spawns, though, and that is big because last game, both teams wanted the Soul so badly that we got a 7 Drake game. And pretty much everyone out there agrees that Ocean Drake is the strongest Soul. So if TSM can get an Ocean Soul this game, man, that's going to make big impacts in the fight.
Definitely should be a point of power here because TSM this time around have such an advantage. The only thing they've had to give up this game has been the top side turrets, but that's not going to affect the Dragon setup at all. And they do have double control wards in the river. If we look at the gold breakpoints, though, they just got all of their buys off as well. And FlyQuest are depositing so many wards in this red buff top area of the map, though. So maybe they would like to actually take advantage of those early turrets that they were able to destroy on TSM's side. They're contesting the red for a possible counter here.
Now, FlyQuest did manage to get this red from TSM quite a few times last game. We'll see if they can do it here again now. Very big difference in the Rift, though. Last game, it was an Infernal Rift, which meant as FlyQuest moved up to try to intercept this, it was easier to walk up to where it was. It was easier to contest. The brushes were burned away, so their opponents couldn't hide and try to potentially trap them there. But FlyQuest can't quite as easily contest it here in Game 2 on the Ocean map, so they all have to back away. Bjergsen chunks Turtle down to about half HP, and with TSM having control over this mid lane, they'll use that chance to push up. Keep your eyes on Ignar. That'll be the guy going for the initiation if they decide to do it. Dardoch flashing away to keep his life pool high, and TSM will be forced off.
I really like the defense from FlyQuest. They had the option of having Solo trail on that, but they just used the Gangplank ultimate, get a summoner spell out of Dardoch, who has been a super viable target, by the way. It's only a level 7 Jarvan with no flash. Will definitely go down early, even though you're going full tank and you rush Cinderhulk. Cinderhulk benefits a lot off of the extra bonus health that you buy after it. It actually doesn't provide a lot of defense just by itself on completion. So definitely will be a viable focus target here for FlyQuest. In the end, they also get the Rift Herald, so FlyQuest having a very strong mid-game kind of resurgence here as they head into level 11 on their big carries, and the Trinity Force does finally get there for Solo. They really are rounding out a lot of their team fight combat power before this Ocean Drake.
Yep, and that's the name of the game, right? Stop that Drake stacking by TSM. Game number 1, TSM managed to grab those first 2, and then FlyQuest was able to shut it down. If you're a FlyQuest fan, that's what you want to see again right here, right now. Stopwatches on both Ignar and Santorin means those engages can be snappy, they can put themselves right in the line of fire, and they cannot be worried about being killed right after. Speaking of being killed right after, as soon as Solo pops those barrels, it's Dardoch and Broken Blade looking for the 2v1. Solo tries to get himself away, finds the barrel, finds the trial by fire, but he won't find the kill into Dardoch. Takes him very low, but close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, my friend. Dardoch walks away.
Yeah, I believe TSM got the last auto on one of the first barrels, denying some critical damage there, allowing Dardoch to live in it. And this time, it is TSM finding the picks before the objective. This is way earlier in the game, though, so, you know, that pick doesn't mean that Solo won't be here for the Dragon. He can revive. It's just, it's earlier gold for them. They can reset and get down to the Dragon a little bit quicker. Double control wards here for Biofrost, give him confidence. Take off a tiny bit of HP from Ignar.
Yeah, just a little bit. Nothing really worth
support
about.
Victory.
He'll be fine. Yeah, okay. Support victory. Sure, that's your supportal combat for the day. One quick trade of Dredgeline into auto attack for 10% health, as Ignar will get a little bit of that back there by firing off the Gleaming Quill. Actually, it's almost all of it back, as Dardoch waits here in the brush, seeing if there's a chance to make a move happen. TSM, once again, priority over the mid lane, means they can step up and put a little bit more damage onto this tier 1. That turret was not taken until TSM got Baron in game number 1. Now they're looking to find the damage onto Dardoch. FlyQuest kill the enemy jungler as the Drake spawns, and that is a big ol' win.
We spent quite a while talking about how viable of a target Dardoch is with no flash, and they interrupt the EQ there. He threw down the flag early, and Ignar got the first knock up, then Power of Evil gets the second knock back with the Shockwave, killing the enemy jungler right before the Ocean Dragon. Solo's dead on top side now, but TSM had already committed to the top side rather than anything to do with the Dragon, so FlyQuest will use Rift Herald at the same time to try and get 2-for-1 on objectives.
The Rift Herald's doing a lot of work here for FlyQuest in this second game. Ignar and Santorin will work together to take down that Ocean Drake. Power of Evil wants to at least get that second charge off of Shelly, even if they can't get the turret all the way finished on the tier 2. And it looks like she will manage to slam that headbutt into the turret before being taken out there by Dardoch. But honestly, you couldn't ask for a better thing than a pick onto the enemy jungler right before Drake starts 18 minutes into the game. So FlyQuest really having things go their way with what they're able to find and the plays they can do to keep this game dead even 19 minutes in.
That's what I love, Flowers. This is always give and take, because when FlyQuest take, they get the kill, and they're like, all right, sweet, Dragon's ours. We got bottom side. what did TSM do? Oh, no, let's go home and cry. Oh, we lost. They're going to get the dragon. No, they go topside and they get something for themselves. So both of these teams have done a good job, I think, of setting up their counters. You lose one side of the map, that means the opposite side of the map is an opportunity for you to try and punish. And they punish FlyQuest's weak side. You can say, hey, maybe FlyQuest should have communicated better with Solo. Maybe Solo should have given up turret rather than trying to hold there. But I think it's really good to recognize how both teams are keeping their eyes on the next opportunity rather than wallowing or playing completely defensively.
Here we go. Dive coming out from TSM. TP going to show up here in a moment. Bjergsen has joined the fray. Broken Blade taken very low, and he's going to be forced to flash. Now the counterattack coming out. Power of Evil. Shockwave finds one, and Solo survives. TSM, they've got this blood in their eyes for Solo, and it's punished here in the bottom lane.
Oh, you better run, though.
Here comes everybody to collapse. Power of Evil is just going to bait him out. Ignar is going to provide the next target. Turtle showing up with the damage. Okay, there's another laser. Turtle's down to half HP. All right, boys, let's clean this up.
How does he get out of this one?
All right, the ball's not going to find the mark. There we go. Good job, Turret. Okay, that's the collapse from FlyQuest. Granted, they didn't have to overcommit there. They didn't need to go super hard and risk somebody getting exploded by Bjergsen in a point-blank combo. But yeah, it did take them a couple extra seconds to finish him off. Nothing on the map to really fight for. It's too early for either of these teams to really go for Baron at this point. So good pickup, good kill into Bjergsen, more money in FlyQuest pocket.
I mean, both teams are focusing very heavily on also picking off side lane pushers, right? That was a dive that TSM started up, and they're so deep in FlyQuest territory. Eventually, they do get chased down. But this is really going to keep you checking behind you, and I think that the map right now being so dark of wards also leads to a lot of these opportunities where they're picking off these side lane players and trying to set up for the next one. That does mean FlyQuest now heading into the mid game with a decent gold lead for themselves. And
right.
These are the FlyQuest branded Drakes that we talked about. Another ocean will arrive, more trees will be planted. And we're going to head towards the Ocean Soul at full speed. TSM trying to set up their vision first this time, though.
I think the biggest thing about that last play, bottom side, that tied this game up, by the way, at 4-4 in kills, is the fact that it was a completely unforced error from TSM. They're the ones who made the call, let's dive solo. They're the ones who also committed the Bjergsen teleport. They committed 3 players, and Broken Blade's flash and Bjergsen's teleport, 2 big, long cooldown summoners, to have both those players die. And yes, there was a response that had to be made by FlyQuest expending summoner spells and ultimates and whatnot as well. But when you have an unforced error that just causes nothing but negatives for your team, that's something that they really need to keep an eye on. I'm reminded of the play last game where Dardoch dives the enemy inhibitor turret, and you were talking about the communication not being correct for that. Whether it's on Dardoch or whether it's on everybody else is irrelevant. It just wasn't lined up, and that is one thing this team's going to need to stay on top of moving forward. Almost 23 minutes into the game, we're going to be getting into some big spicy fights here soon, my friend. Everybody's got to be on the same page. I would prefer if they're all reading from the same paragraph, but we'll see who dials it in better.
Maybe we'll have desynced skipping paragraphs here. We skip ahead a little bit as they are focusing on the dragon now. FlyQuest, we're looking at the possible pick on top side. Now returning into the deep jungle here.
Nice damage down to Dardoch there, forcing out the flash. Now Turtle and Ignar both losing half their health in the counterattack from TSM there. Kabe's turret doing some good work onto them to make it so it's not a total loss in the trade. But Dardoch with no flash and 400 HP is not the kind of guy that you feel safe sending into the Drake pit to contest a smite. Ignar, barely getting away from the dredge line.
Yeah, and they have a ward here. That ward up in the second brush is critical because it saw Dardoch still low HP, still around. Like you're saying, he is on a one-way ticket if he goes in there for the Dragon Steel. Ignar's
on a one-way ticket straight for the enemy team, goes into the stasis, keeps himself alive, now looking to get away. Dardoch is down. No opportunity to survive when you start the fight off with that low of HP. Bjergsen can't find any sort of a counter kill. Ignar got great value out of that fully completed Zhonya's Hourglass, not just stopping with a stopwatch, but wanting to make sure he can drop that active in every team fight for the rest of the game, and it manages to get them a Drake and a kill.
Yep, that's what he did last game, what we were talking about. That's why he rushed this item in game number 2. And even looking at it, you think, oh, he is a bit too far ahead of the rest of the team, but that's why he's holding his flash. That's why he rushes this item. TSM also thinking the similar thing. They wanted to punish him for that engage there, but Ignar holds both of them. And this is what you see all the time in pro play. They will almost always activate their stopwatch or their Zanya first to bait their opponents into expending extra time and extra cooldowns around the stopwatch player. Then they will have their flash for after the stopwatch comes out. Then they will have their mobility skills for after the stopwatch finishes. And once again, pulled off with great aplomb there by Ignar. Ocean Drake number 2. And they got a kill, so double tree planting.
Double trees. And they get quadruple because remember they're doubled for playoffs too. So lots of trees all over the place. Everybody's feeling good. Except for Dardoch because he's the guy who ended up getting popped there at the end of the fight. Speaking of Dardoch, one thing that I want to point out since we were talking about items. Gargoyle Stoneplate done for Santorin and Biofrost. So they're going to be the tanky boys here in these fights. But Dardoch went for a Knight's Vow second. That means he is going to provide extra defensive power to Kabe. However, he does not have that immediate tankiness for himself when he jumps in the middle of everyone in these fights. So Dardoch will be very vulnerable to focus fire from FlyQuest if he goes in and the team's not immediately there to back him up.
It also gives you healing if Kabe is dealing damage. So it's an item that relies on team coordination. Kabe has to be able to follow up on those cataclysms that Jarvan is going in on, or they have to not go for them because they do have the possibility of layering those CCs. They've got the gravity field from Bjergsen. You can just completely envelop the cataclysm. It's one of the best little jungle mid combos because you can force summoner spells very easily just by layering them. But it is going to require that coordination. And currently, Bjergsen is behind on the completion. Power of Evil sitting on full death cap, whereas Bjergsen just has the double NLRs in inventory, which means FlyQuest a lot more power as far as the AoE burst coming from their mid laners.
Now we're seeing Biofrost land a dredge line down onto the enemy AD carry. Turtle immediately going to have to use the ulti just to stay alive. Broken Blade TPing in. Exhaust down onto him to make sure he's not able to engage onto Turtle. Santorin walking away now. The ulti used by Solo to make sure the fight is disengaged. But FlyQuest are still sticking around. Look at Ignar tempting fate, daring TSM to walk up and try to make a play onto him. Turtle has been able to rapidly regenerate a lot of health through healing up. And that means TSM were not able to find their mark. FlyQuest with a good job this game.
Yep, and they got more summoner spells because of the outplay there. That was double summoners, or double teleports from Broken Blade and Bjergsen, plus the flash from Bjergsen to try and finish it off there. So FlyQuest very happy in setting up for this next Ocean Drake. Flashes are on 5-minute cooldowns, teleports, 6 minutes. They vary now. Get reduced. They do get reduced now because of the top lane buffs. So not 6 minutes at this current time. But they won't be up for the dragon fight that's about to come up. So FlyQuest now will have the extra setup.
And by the way, look at Ignar's inventory. It is the fabled double stasis. The 5 seconds of immunity that you can just use one, immediately use the other one right afterwards, and bait your opponents forever. So much playmaking potential here on this Rakan in these river fights, especially in close corridors, especially if they're able to get priority and force TSM to walk down here and check this area, which it looks like they will. Broken Blade getting back to base now has to heal up. Remember, he's the one who used TP, Bjergsen too, in that last fight. So that means no teleports available for this team to try to come down and contest that Drake. But Kobe, why would you want to contest the Drake when you could just go for the Baron? That's the call from TSM. They're saying, look, if they want it, they can have it. We're going to go over here. FlyQuest decide instead Solo will be the man to take over the Drake because he's able to at least chase TSM off the Baron by using his ulti. Ignar now caught between a broken blade and the rest of TSM, but he's still able to walk away. Solo coming up to join the rest of the team. It could be a full-on 5v5. Nice damage coming through. Biofrost going to be killed before we can even press the R key. Nicely done from the side of FlyQuest. Ignar's got one and he finds a second, but Dardoch is able to buffer through the CC with the EQ animation. Broken Blade will continue running. Santorin takes a chomp right out of the turret, and now they're going to continue chasing after Broken Blade. He flashes and World Enders just to get away. FlyQuest have consumed many resources from TSM. They got a kill. They got Broken Blade's combat effectiveness in the ulti and the flash, and they'll move right back towards the Drake.
They find it again. FlyQuest with the shockwave to finish it off there. Another kill, another dragon. Dardoch, is he going to go for the steal?
We aren't done yet. Dardoch going in. Cataclysm's going to trap Turtle, who's now under positional pressure from Kabe, who's trying to make sure he maintains the angle to fire into Turtle here. Dardoch going to be forced to run away. The Drake is very low. Kabe now being chased down. He will get the kill onto Turtle as he dies. Oh, no, wait, I literally don't even know what I'm saying. Turtle's right there on the screen. I got 20 health bars popping off all the time. Forgive me for that one. Turtle stays alive. Kabe drops. Dardoch and Broken Blade drop as well. That's 3 players dead on the side of TSM. FlyQuest moving up towards the Baron Pit now. It's Bjergsen and Biofrost versus the world, and I'm going to give you guys a little bit of a spoiler here. You don't fight this. Not 2v5, not even with a
The world wins.
The world wins in a situation like that. That is a Baron take. That is sole point. Everything is coming up FlyQuest here in Game 2.
Turtle was just letting those feathers fly. Dardoch was poking around the dragon. He kept walking up, threatening the steals. Turtle just stops DPS on the dragon, starts burning down Dardoch, and he can't do anything. He tries to flash away afterwards. Turtle then uses 90% of his health bar to bait for the extra kill, knowing that he has his own ultimate to rely on. And he has really stepped up in playoffs. 2 quick objectives for FlyQuest. The spicy run back going very well for them as they took the exact same champions into Summoner's Rift, into TSM, saying that they have the confidence that they can clean up the errors from game number 1, and they have done just that.
11 herbs and spices necessary for his signature draft here from FlyQuest. Pushing up the bottom lane now. In game number 1, when we saw TSM take the first Baron, they had only taken an outer turret from their opponents. There was a lot of standing gold on the map to build that Baron power play and find success through the extra gold they were able to secure for themselves. FlyQuest are telling a very different story here in game number 2. They've already taken down all the tier 2s of their opponents, and now they have to pressure into the base. They have to try to crack this inhibitor turret line, which can be very difficult. They're setting up the split push in a couple of different lanes now. You can see Turtle applying the pressure here to the mid lane inhibitor turret, nearly able to take that one down. Power of Evil remains in the bottom lane for that split threat, as Biofrost is the target. The fight starts breaking out here in the mid lane, but TSM is able to disengage. Bottom lane inhibitor turret still tanking damage. Mid lane inhibitor is gone. Bjergsen has to retreat now. He knows the rest of FlyQuest is walking over. It's inhibitor 2 under fire, and FlyQuest is doing this so cleanly with this Baron.
Yeah, it doesn't look like FlyQuest are going to need 3 of them as they take down both inhibitors with still a minute left on the Baron. There's a minion wave every 30 seconds, so that means 2 more minion waves for them to push with. Solo's already got it up to the turret. They could get all 3 in a single push, Flowers.
All 3 inhibitors down when only 2 minutes remain until that Ocean Soul gets on the board. Would be a nightmare situation for TSM. They need to try to repel FlyQuest before they lose this final inhib. Ignar manages to find some CC, but the rest of the team isn't nearby to follow up. That means that TSM still have to walk away, though. They've lost half the health on their front lines. Turtle and the rest of FlyQuest really want to take this inhib down. Ulti came out from Kabe, but it didn't find a lot. Bjergsen and Broken Blade in retreat. The ulti comes through from Solo. Bjergsen still in the run from that one. Nexus turrets. Now the thing's taking damage. It is the minions putting so much work into those. Shockwave finds a couple of TSM players, but it won't do much. It doesn't need to do much. The TSM base is a ruin.
Yeah, Power People also got some minions there, so he might have just gotten his extra gold he needed for his Leandries. There's so much money on the side of FlyQuest after a push like that, where you take 6 objectives at once, they'll be able to reset. They don't need to finish the game on that push, and they can just go back to base, complete everything, and return to finish the job. This is only 34 minutes into the game, so double stacked super minions down all lanes is so hard for TSM to deal with. Double teleports just to get the push started that much quicker. FlyQuest, all you have to do when you have double super minions like this from both inhibitors, or from all 3 inhibitors down, you just stand inside the base, you throw out your ranged abilities and damage, and TSM just doesn't have the DPS to even clear out the PvE situation.
They are under-geared for the raid, my friend. TSM have to find some sort of outplay here, but it is so difficult. Broken Blade flashes away from the shockwave. That cooldown is now expended, so that means that TSM's aware power of evil is not at its full team fighting strength for 40 seconds or so, but they have to defend their Nexus turrets. Turtle throws out a couple of auto attacks. That first Nexus turret already nearly taken down. Solo trying to disengage. TSM trying to make the move. Dardoch at the front line going to be stasis up. Cataclysm. Chaos Storm rampaging through FlyQuest, but it's not doing the damage. This is not the 6-item game number 1. Broken Blade falls in the back into the fight. Kabe now taken out by Turtle. 80 carry on 80 carry. Violence in the TSM base ends in tragedy for TSM, and that is Nexus going down. That is a tied-up series.
That is the clap back from FlyQuest. 1-1 now in the series. We were hoping for 5 games, Flowers. We're on the road to those 5 games. Identical champion selects. Game 1, Game 2, completely different stories though. This time around, FlyQuest, they make the adjustments. Turtle is back on that old Turtle style, flashing multiple times. I am happy to see it too, because it makes it more exciting. He's looking to, give Bjergsen a little bit of the taste. Old teammates there, unable to finish him off in that last fight by maybe 15 HP, but they get the victory and push this game, or this series, back to even.
It was the spiciest of runbacks, and we'll have to see if game number 3 brings a similar or identical team matchup here yet again. The teams are tied at 1-1, and on the other side of this break, the State Farm Analyst Desk is going to break down game 2. Don't y'all go anywhere.
It's time for Assist of the Day, brought to you by State Farm. This assist takes us back to Game 3 of the LCS Spring Playoffs between FlyQuest and Evil Geniuses. Ignar found himself in a very peculiar position behind enemy lines, but his quickness caught the Geniuses off guard.
Anchors in. Ignar brings a stopwatch. The re-engage comes in. Solo finds the first kill, and he finds some backline. Puts up the shield. 2 for 0 so far. Walks away cleanly enough.
Hercules. I have been expecting you.
Aha! And I brought you a gift so you can fight properly. Red Bull.
Oh!
How nice.
Of you.
But also...
rather...
stupid.
Mine.
Mine!
No, mine!
No, mine!
Mine!
Mine. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to the LCS and FlyQuest versus TSM, where the series score is now all tied up at 1-1. And Mark, coming into that second game, you had said you didn't have too many issues with FlyQuest's overall draft and strategy from the first game, and would be okay if they largely looked to duplicate it. And it seems like they perfectly align with you. That's what they went for, the salty run back.
Yeah, the salty run back makes another appearance this postseason. I don't know what's going on, but it was one of those games where we watched it. We said, "Wow, they looked pretty good. They won the early game, made some throws, and still almost won it." This time they just didn't make those throws after winning a bunch of early mid game team fight situations, and it comes down a lot to as much as I want to give credit to FlyQuest, but also TSM for the massive mistakes.
Well, and yeah, exactly. So let's take the other side of this, because Jad, I basically asked the same question to you at the end of game one, and your opinion around TSM was less convinced than even Mark was for FlyQuest strategy.
Yeah, I didn't think TSM necessarily played better than FlyQuest game one, but they had a few breaks to come back at them, which is why, in order for both teams to have the same draft, both teams have to actually think that their draft and preparation was better. And there's a yet more shocking bit of news that we just got, that TSM, since they lost game 2, has side selection in game 3, and that's effectively like home court advantage. Blue side in LCS this split has a 61.7% win rate, and TSM has chosen red. So we actually have the potential for a third clone draft.
Oh, boy.
Depending on how stubborn TSM actually is here, because the last 20 minutes of that game, you could tell FlyQuest just kind of calmed down, realized that Trundle just kind of had to walk patiently at the front line, and that they could just win because TSM didn't have the right tools to be able to successfully initiate clean team fights. So I am really, really surprised that TSM has chosen red side for game 3, and it's pretty worrying because I predicted TSM to win this series.
A very surprising choice, to say the least. We are going to send our ESPN audience to a quick commercial break, so we'll see you back here in just a few. Crumbs, returning to you, though, in this point, one thing I want to call out in terms of differences between the two games is actually the game time. So again, as Jat mentioned, a number of maybe even could be considered lucky breaks for TSM to come away with a very long game and victory in game 1 versus the speediness by which FlyQuest was able to lock this one up once they, wrestled control away from TSM.
So they got to that quick game time because they realized both teams won a 5v5. But they didn't actually need to take many of these fights. What they keep on doing is just finding the initiation parts of TSM, either picking them off or chunking them like the Jarvan or the Nautilus. And if they're not in the fight, TSM has no way of engaging. And so they just realize we don't need to get the Aphelios. Just make sure TSM can't engage on us. We get the objectives easily. The fights are a lot cleaner. And so finding these members like Dardoch, who's having a really off series, and Bio, who's not having as much impact as Ignar, and making sure that their engage is weakened is hurting the Aphelios and the Victor, because they're sitting there like, well, our tanks aren't in here, we can't engage, and so FlyQuest snowballs quickly and cleanly.
I mean, I'm trying to think, what is TSM going to change? Because I refuse to believe that they're going to run it back for a third game. What are they hoping to change by doing red side again? I'm looking at their bans. It's Ornn, Syndra, Set. You're generally opening one of those picks to either get the Recon or risk giving that over. Maybe they open Ornn. They haven't been able to find fights at all. They just drop the Ornn ban. They make either solo play it, or that means they get the Recon on their own end. That's the only tweak I can see them making, at least this early on in the draft.
Yeah, I think the other thing, too, is potentially later on in the draft, because, they're last picking their Victor, and Ori Victor, it's fine for Victor, but that's a pretty even matchup, and you're not getting any advantage on red side. So
take the Ori.
Right, so not only potentially finding a way to get the Recon on their side, but one, taking the Ori, or finding a stronger counterpick that Bjergsen wants to play into it. I think if you're red side and you're not finding at least one counterpick, which they aren't, then I don't think you're using the side quite properly.
Well, let's look at it this way, Crumbs. I want to talk about what was different between games 1 and 2, because we heard Kobe say it. Same drafts, different stories between the games. So let's narrow in on maybe which players individually shifted either up or down within game 2 from their play in game 1.
So just minor little things were summoners in Ignar. So he switched from Ignite into an exhaust. I think it's such a really smart choice against champions like Victor or the Aphelios. Just hit him with their bursts coming out and make sure that they're a lot weaker. That was one of the problems they dealt with in game 1. And then Solo went with a Cole, which I think is a big BM move against Broken Blade, saying, I'm just going to beat you with this item and you're not going to be able to do anything in the lane. So those two things happened just slightly when it comes to the actual play. It was Santorin's just not really having to go for much. He just lets Ignar engage, and Ignar is always next to somebody. We saw a lot more Rakan ultimates with Shockwave than game 1.
Some minor adjustments out, a couple of the FlyQuest members there as we welcome our ESPN audience back. We're just discussing what was different between games 1 and 2 because so much was the same and yet the result went the other way. Jat, let's highlight a little bit more of some of these FlyQuest players. Specifically, I want to look down there towards the bot lane. We've talked a lot about Ignar, but it feels like there was a step up for Wild Turtle here.
Yeah, I think both the carry players of FlyQuest just had a lot more patience, and Wild Turtle, who, even though he did have a pop-off moment in game 1 by flashing forward, had, big improvements to his KDA between games 1 and 2. Also, you can see just a generally safe game from him, and that's what they needed because the whole game was about patience from FlyQuest, knowing they win the slow, controlled 5v5s that really allow Ignar to find picks and Wild Turtle to just slowly follow behind. It's a shift mentally for him going into game 2, but it was a welcome one.
And Mark, lastly, let's talk Power of Evil real quick because him against Bjergsen, we saw that first blood in this game come really early on to the mid lane. That's where I was almost ready to say, oh, it does look like TSM has locked this one up. And in fact, Power of Evil was able to stabilize and come back.
Stabilize is like one of the defining words I would put for Power of Evil. He is such a hard player to knock out of the game. He's always going to farm well. He's always going to position correctly in team fights and stuff like that. And you see, ending the game with an 8-0 KDA, it's not like Ori gets snowballed on that easily or Victor's capable of easily pushing that advantage. But the fact that he's able to stay in the game, find big leads, doesn't build the Magi Soul Sealer this game, able to just play it a little bit better.
Yeah, you know what's so funky about this situation? Normally here I would turn to game 3 and say, what do we want to see change or look different? But Jat, I'm running into the same conundrum you were just a moment ago where the teams themselves, they clearly believed that they had the best strategy, at least at that moment. Yes. So which one of them will decide to shift, particularly when TSM has already elected to stay on the same side of the map?
TSM blinks.
TSM,
come on. They had the close game 1. They had the bad game 2. I think if there is an actual big shift, it's what I said at the start of the series. I want to see TSM go more towards early game drafts, use red side to counterpick as many lanes as possible, and completely switch up your bans.
Crumbs, within that, taking maybe Jat's outline, any specific picks jump to mind that you want to see locked up maybe in that first rotation or first phase of picks?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, get rid of Rakan. So FlyQuest is first picking it. You just need to ban it yourself, which is going to be a big problem for them since they've been so successful with it. But by choosing red side, I think it's pretty telling that that's what they're going for, unless they're thinking about some sort of Zyra Rakan counter that they've been working on. We've seen some lanes do well, where it's Leona, even sometimes like a Morgana, but it feels so different than what TSM's ran all year long.
Well, gents, it's time for another break, but this series is all locked up. And when we return, it's Game 3 of FlyQuest versus TSM.
So Josh, you going for our Drive Safe and Save discount?
Yep, using the app, driving safe. You wanna go, bro? Do not mess with my discount.
Get a discount up to 30% with Drive Safe and Save.
take us. Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, blood stains washing underneath the waves. A beat reaching out to keep you safe. As we fall, I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting down to the other side. Try to pull us under. Keep holding out for the other side.
Welcome back, everybody, to this match, this best of 5 between FlyQuest and TSM. Winning here gets you into the championship qualifier against EG, and then winning there gets you into the championship against Cloud9. But first, they got to go through each other. We got to see the same game essentially played twice in our first 2 games. TSM won the first one, FlyQuest won the second, and we're just about ready for number 3.
And I seriously doubt that we will get the same draft again, Captain Flowers. So brand new game, brand new world here coming into game number 3. I expect some change around the Rakan pick because for me, if there is a player of the series thus far for FlyQuest, it is Ignar. He has been exceptional for them in creating so many of these picks onto TSM.
Well, the bans are looking 5 for 5 the same.
So my goodies.
There's no way they pick Zaya first. Okay. So that's actually hard trolling. I feel like they're just taunting a little bit. Oh yeah, they're going over champions. They're hovering all 5 champions. They're asking. This is Morse code for do you want to do a triple run back? And TSM seem to be responding with a similar Morse code.
I do think if they run it back again, FlyQuest have a bigger advantage. And this change I do like. Not showing top lane first for Broken Blade, because for this split, this new iteration of TSM, Broken Blade has been one of the big carries for them. He has been a star for this team this year. After a lot of people were really wondering if he was going to come back strong, seems like he works really well with Dardoch in the early game and has been able to pilot a lot of those carry champions. So they let FlyQuest actually take the Aatrox first, and they have option for counter pick now.
War has changed, Kobe. The draft is different. The Aatrox stands with FlyQuest, and TSM managed to get the Zillion for mid lane before it can be banned away in the second round of picks. Now, speaking of those second round of picks, for those of y'all watching with us on ESPN, you guys are heading to a commercial break right now. We will see you back here at the start of the game. Now, for everybody who is not on ESPN, everybody on Twitch, YouTube, anywhere else, we're into the second half of the draft here. It's some mid lane focus coming out from TSM, banning out LeBlanc and Kassadin so they can't give Zilean a hard time. FlyQuest, they realize their opponents don't have a jungler. They're going to target that a little bit. Ban away the Kindred, because Kindred, the only thing more annoying than one champion that makes it so nobody dies is two champions that make it so nobody dies. So Kindred's out, Olaf's out.
Yeah, Kindred Zilean, for people who haven't watched LCS for a super long time, was one of these older combinations. Team Liquid ran it, Cloud9 ran it. It was really powerful if you have the Kindred in the jungle, and she actually got buffs recently. So I think that's a really intelligent ban there, taking out some of the possible champions for Dardoch, who has not looked fully operational on this Jarvan. No. And they might have been thinking about switching up the jungle champion before the Kindred and Olaf bans. After seeing them, though, they are going to, again, have the Jarvan initiation for TSM. This time around, they can more heavily commit to those Jarvan initiations, though, because not all of them have been bad, but all of them have been bad when not committed to by the rest of the team. Zilean can easily land double bombs on people that are stuck inside Cataclysm, and can revive Dardoch when he gets himself into some serious trouble.
Well, we'll see if he can avoid that trouble. Last time around, remember, he started off the game really good in game number 2. We'll see what he does here in this third game. FlyQuest also going to be locking in a mid laner that was previously banned in the second phase of games 1 and 2. So Zilean versus Azir will be your mid lane matchup this time around. FlyQuest will lock in the Trundle for themselves in the jungle. So 3 of their picks are the same from those first 2 games. The Aatrox they're taking away from TSM. TSM have 3 picks the same. We'll see what happens with this top lane pick for Broken Blade. He's hovering a Lowy, but I'm going to press X to doubt on that one.
I would rather see some Fiora or something.
How about Irelia?
Into the Aatrox. Pretty close.
Okay.
I'll take it. I am a big fan of this as well, and I really like this more attack-oriented Broken Blade style. What we were talking about at the beginning of Champion Select, and the change that TSM was going to make, not early picking that Aatrox, saving for a counter pick for Broken Blade rather than using it for Bjergsen, I think it's a very wise decision, because they were able to jump in, get one of these pivotal picks that literally nobody else in the LCS plays Zilean like Bjergsen plays Zilean. Multiple mid laners talked about it's not scary for anybody else. Maybe Jensen gets close, but that was the only ones who have really put that time in on Zilean and can bring some of the playmaking that you see in these games. Remember, this is what TSM used to take down Cloud9 of all teams in the regular season. It was with Zilean getting so much value out of the early revives with that ultimate. It's definitely hard to do with the timing, but that is one of the most critical things with this champion, because you can completely change early skirmishes by a well-timed revive, getting those double bombs off and trying to fight early and often. That's what TSM did versus Cloud9 to get the only victory any LCS team got against C9 in the entire regular split.
Zilean also exceptional at stopping your teammates from getting picked off. In games 1 and 2, it's all about Ignar making these snappy engages, finding the opportunity to CC into the knockup. One person, Biofrost, would very often find himself killed very quickly in these fights. Bjergsen has the ability to stop those engages from being as immediately effective, and all eyes will be on him to see how accurate those chrono shifts are and how well timed they can be throughout the course of this game. Now that we're into Summoner's Rift, doesn't look like we'll have any shenanigans going on here at level 1. Everything will just go par for the course.
I also like that they pick it into not a lot of CC chaining, because even if Ignar tries to lock up Bjergsen, the follow-up might be difficult. Like, Solo would already have to have a flank, or would have to be in position to flash to get a mini knock-up, or Power of Evil would have to make an aggressive Azir sec, Shurima shuffle, all these different names we have for the Azir going in and using the ult to push him back. Santorin's off to a level 2 possible gank on bottom side, though.
This could be really cheeky. We'll see if Ignar walks up and nice, getting the flash very early there. Biofrost recognizing if he gets thrown up into the air, he's in a lot of trouble and has to flash anyway, so why not expend it early, save the health bar. Good move there, getting the early summoner spell from Santorin.
I will say, I think there is more pressure on TSM, though, with this change. FlyQuest have really good scaling 5-on-5. Having their hands on the Azir and the DPS output that you can get from this champion later into the game, scaling with the AP and the attack speed, it's definitely right in Power of Evil's wheelhouse. Still the highest DPS player in the entire league. Even more so after the series versus Golden Guardians, where he completely topped the charts.
Padding the stats with that one.
Exactly.
But also, Broken Blade on this Irelia. Broken Blade is the type of player that can pop off if he's given a carry champion. And Irelia is the kind of champion that can do that, even more so than Aatrox can. Irelia is one of those champions that you put there with some wub-wub music and have a montage. Riot House is legal, 1v5 dash, 6-item, full build, 25 minutes, all-capped YouTube title. This is
you better be ganking when the drop comes, because Aurelia's going in.
You have to be making a play when the base drops, otherwise it's not even worth it. But Broken Blade, I'll also be trying to see how well he's able to pop off in these fights. There's a lot that he'll have to dodge around. He's got to work around the Azir wall. He has to work around the moving CC that is Ignar. He's going to have to dodge sweet spots from Solo. And you know the pillar is going to be placed down too. So we're going to need some fancy footwork from this guy to make these things happen. But in the past, he's been a player that can step up for this team during playoffs. So I have faith that we'll get to see a couple flashy moves out of him here in this third game. Bjergsen has not the control of the lane here early on. Zillion's not exactly one of those...
he has not.
He has not the... Yeah, we're going into ye old English version of this, because I was going to say he has something, but then I was like, wait, no, he doesn't have anything. He's standing underneath his turrets, so we have to switch it up a little bit sometimes. Power of Evil, control over the lane here on the Azir. Everything is going okay for him. Bottom side, 2v2s have been pretty scrappy throughout the course of this series so far. Every time the cameras pan down here, we've usually seen these guys trading back and forth with each other, but right now they seem pretty content to just farm.
Yeah, the big difference here in this game is the early gank. Santorin spending that time blowing the flash off Biofrost. It completely changes the way that you can play these melee into melee support matchups with CC. Ignar trying to bait there a little bit. But again, Biofrost is playing so much more defensively now because they know they have no deep vision on Santorin, no way to figure out if he is actually revisiting bottom, and without the flash, Biofrost is actually a viable target, even though he's got Aftershock. Dardark will come behind for the possible lane gank.
Engage from Biofrost. Turtle going to be chain CC'd there. Forced to flash away at the very end. Barely going to be kept alive. Damage going down to Bio now. And it looks like First Blood's over to FlyQuest. Solo showing up along with Broken Blade. But now it's Solo in the middle of 3. He'll likely fall. There's the kill on the back end of the fight for TSM. It's a 1-for-1. Kabe tries to flash forward to make the play onto Turtle right as his back completes. It's a double kill for Broken Blade. There's your montage music that I'm talking about. Broken Blade's got 2 right here at the start. Ignar tries to get away. It's a triple kill over to Broken Blade. Power of Evil will finish him off. 6 kills, 5 minutes, game 3.
The blood is pumping there, Flowers. Everybody looking for kills. Broken Blade wanted the extra double there. Takes down Ignar. So many summoner spells blown off the bottom half of the map, and you called it out there in the double teleports with Broken Blade and Solo coming down. Even though Turtle survived on single-digit HP and turning around to get that kill onto Biofrost, they still got one back for TSM because Solo was too far away from the rest of the team upon arrival with those teleports. So they immediately go for a swap. Look at this 3-person move to the top side for FlyQuest. They've sent Turtle right back down to bottom side to show and give a bait. When you see Turtle down there, you think...
And Solo's, he's playing it very modestly. He's like, oh man, please don't hit me, bro. Just take it easy.
Patience.
I know you got 3 kills on you.
Oh, they wanted him to queue for that, and Broken Blade with the Sixth Sense does not take the bait. Oh, walk away from the bait.
They're really invested into this. All right, here we go. Broken Blade with a flash out. Even in all those plays bottom side, he didn't use his flash. He throws out the ulti. He tries to slash and dash around, but there's just no hope. FlyQuest pays off. Procrastination, if you want to call it that. They did stay in there for a while, but either way, they got their man, they got their play, and they got the kill. That means they can push up and take some plates, but Dardoch is on to the Drake.
I thought for sure, after not taking the first bait, that they would have time for the TSM bottom lane to then say, hey, something fishy's going on here. Turtle's not walking up to the minions, and Ignar has not been here for a good minute now after roaming off of his recall. But they don't make the call in time. Broken Blade does end up moving up to the minion wave. So while FlyQuest do get the kill, Turtle lost out on a lot of minions for that play. TSM's bottom lane actually did a very good job not quickly pushing the wave and just zoning Turtle off because there was no recon to show, so nobody can move up with him. And they also get the dragon on top of it. We'll see about the ramifications of this choice later on into the game if TSM can continue dragon stacking. Have we seen attempted both games but stopped later on by FlyQuest? This time around, though, it also means that their bottom lane will be weaker. See how many minions Turtle can actually collect at the wave now that it's finally been pushed to his turrets. He won't get all of them back, but he does get a few.
The interesting thing about the neutral objectives in this series so far is both games, TSM have got the first 2 Drakes, and then FlyQuest has been the team investing in the Rift Heralds. And I remember when you and I had a conversation about this on This or That, back at the beginning of this split, and the question was, what's better, early gold lead through plates and heralds, or early Drake lead? And we both voted the early gold lead, because you can give them the first 2 Drakes, it doesn't matter. All you have to do is then use that gold to get the rest, and that's what FlyQuest has been playing. So that's kind of what I'm feeling here in this third game again. Herald greater than Drake early.
So I will admit that we are also both biased in that question because we are both junglers, and the jungler pretty much guaranteed gets a share of that gold off of the Rift Herald.
Which is nice.
Yeah, exactly. Very nice for us personally. We'll see if it's nice for FlyQuest. Has worked out for them thus far in the series, even though they did end up losing that first game. It wasn't because of the early choices they made. It was because of later on at the Nexus. Meanwhile, Dardoch trying to get something back here for the bottom side. Again, Turtle's already fairly far behind in CS, and they're going to put a little bit of extra pressure on this window.
I like how Turtle made sure that even though he was backing, he's still paying attention. As Ignar was forward in the lane, made it so that they were both able to walk away there. Dardoch didn't have the chance to get a gank off. And although TSM doesn't get anything from it, they are revealing the position of their jungler there. So FlyQuest was aware, hey, Dardoch's on the bottom side of the map, just trying to make a play towards that bot lane. Santorin does still have a one level lead over his opponent. So slightly stronger there, just objectively, but also in the matchup. Trundle does beat Jarvan. So I still want to see where this Herald decides to get dropped. There's so many plates still standing, so much money that could be taken with this if FlyQuest uses it right.
Yeah, and while it was a big hit for the FlyQuest bottom lane for their commitment for the kill top on Broken Blade, I think Turtle's been playing that weak side really intelligently. You see there, he did not take the bait, did not stop his recall. That was a cannon minion wave, which is your opening to go back for that purchase, to heal up when you're weak side. Because the cannon minion takes so much longer to die to the turret. You won't lose out on as much experience from minions dying. He still got back there for a decent amount of the gold. He really does have to respect the temporary lead that has been given to the TSM side. Ignar's back on his roaming business, though, and Rift Herald is used mid.
Now, this isn't a super efficient Rift Herald. It's rather just, I think this is all we're going to get. Let's throw it here, but now the fight's breaking out. Bottom side, River. Ignar going in once more. A lot of damage coming down onto both supports. Biofrost going to drop as Ignar gets himself away. Now they're looking to make even more plays on Kabe. The Emperor's Divide will shuffle him backwards, but the ult is there. Zilean makes sure his ally lives to see another day, and TSM walk away, but only with 4 men still standing. Biofrost falls for the second time this game.
Ignar back at it again. Supports aren't always in the spotlights for player of the series, but he definitely is. Still escapes this time with his flash and the exhaust. Able to get out on the backside, even though Bjergsen was heading down, and FlyQuest pick up the kill in the River Roam on the area of the map where they had been taking hits, had been giving control to TSM. They're able to keep calm and collected in their shot calling.
FlyQuest looking clean here in the third game. Well, as clean as you can be for having that full-on 5v5 OMG what's happening fight 5 minutes into the game.
Clean
Aside from
with
that,
some excitement.
Yeah, clean with just a couple spots on the floor where we rushed all the dirt to, but that's okay. Kabe is back up to farming here in the top lane, clearing things out with the Infernum. He does not have the Infinity Edge. Remember last game at 10 minutes and 30 seconds, he already had an Infinity Edge. This time around, he's a little bit slower because he didn't have all that solo plate money like he got in game number 2. And Santorin working on this second Drake means that TSM will not have a 2 Drake lead here in this game. It's also not going to be an Ocean Soul again. We'll see if we get either Cloud or Infernal. All right, second Infernal Soul of the series.
And this is all the domino effect from the kill that FlyQuest got in the river. You saw after that kill, TSM reset and they sent their duo lane up topside. That's TSM choosing, hey, we just lost control off of that pick. We just used the Zillion ultimate. There's no revive for this next fight. So we are not going to contest this dragon. The best thing to do when you are guaranteed not allowed to contest that objective bottom side is go topside, which they did. Power of Evil.
Power of Evil caught out now. The bomb strapped to his head. The damage goes through. He's got no way to get away. And a nice punish there from TSM. That gets him a free kill onto the enemy mid laner. Yes, the turret falls in the bottom lane, but that wasn't going to change anyway. Good pick on the PoE.
Exactly. And that's the key factor. TSM are kind of cutting off the losing area here. Oftentimes, it's advised, especially to people in solo queue, hey, don't concentrate on ganking the losing area of the map. You know, if you just lost control somewhere, attack somewhere else. TSM, they attack top side, they get the turret. They also get a good collapse. That kill onto Power of Evil was not a planned kill. They reacted well to the invade where Santorin was trying to mess around with the blue buff and PoE came over to aid them. Really good transition from TSM to strike back, even though FlyQuest have been able to build up a nice lead for themselves and start off the next possible point of confrontation. Teleports are coming in. TSM aren't going to let them have it for free.
Bjergsen has teleported in. Power of Evil's back alive. He's here. Both of the top laners are on the other end of the map right now. And it doesn't look like either one of them is going to try to hoof it up here. So it will be teleports arriving if a fight breaks out. Power of Evil does not have the Emperor's Divide for a couple more seconds. You can see that cooldown just now becoming available there on the left side of the screen. Everything else is ready to go except Dardoch's Cataclysm. That one's still a quarter of the way off. So it's about 20, 30 more seconds until that one's ready to go. And that means that Dardoch will have to be careful. Really wants the ulti before he goes in for the engage. Flash is up for Turtle, but Ignar and Power of Evil do not have theirs. Critical for escaping from that Jarvan Cataclysm for some champions. Turtle specifically has no way out unless it's up, and it looks like FlyQuest are going to try to move back into this break.
Let's see here, because I don't see TSM also, giving complete control away on this one. Bjergsen trying to push the wave as quickly as possible since he did get the blue off of the kill where they pulled off the pincer on Power of Evil. And that's critical. One of these resources that is not focused on so heavily is the blue buff, is the mana for these mid laners, trying to get your mid wave priority first, pushing it into the lane, giving you that 30-second opening to move in on the Rift Herald. TSM will take the opportunity and try and burn it down. FlyQuest in position to steal as Santorin trying to work past the turret.
Shelly's really low, and that's Rift Herald taken by the side of TSM. Ignar goes in, he finds a knock-up, decides to use the quickness here as well. Solo shows up on the side, but he can't chase into them 1v5. That's a very well done disengage by TSM. They get the Herald and they get out.
Successful heist. They were all tweeting it after their game versus 100 Thieves. They pull it off here on the Rift. They take the Rift Herald. They get out in time. That turret Kabe put down on the ramp dissuaded Santorin from moving in as quickly. The front line there for FlyQuest not able to do it as the teleport from Solo was going behind the Rift Herald pit as well. TSM successfully gained their objective without expending Broken Blade's teleport. So it's an absolute successful heist for them as they get more cooldowns off of FlyQuest and the objective. Meanwhile, FlyQuest will push top lane trying to answer with the turret, while TSM Rift Herald mid and set up 50 seconds on the Infernal Dragon. That one will be next on the list.
Shelly will end up claiming this tier 1 turret here for the side of TSM. Headbutt will take it low. The rest of the team should be able to back them up, or will they? Shelly taken down. The turret's still standing. Good rotation from FlyQuest to bring enough bodies down here and make sure they can keep that structure alive. Now TSM still have priority over the bottom side river. They'll rotate everyone down, set up some wards around here. You can see Dardoch just adding a little bit of extra gold and EXP to his pockets here on that Raptor camp. FlyQuest having no teleport on Solo must bring him down to the fight manually, but that means that you have to respect what's going on with Broken Blade in the top lane. He's pushing up towards the tier 2 right now. If Solo goes to stop him, that means it's pretty much a guaranteed 5v4 at the Drake fight. Solo walks forward, looks to start things off here, but the Blade of the Ruined King active gets Broken Blade away. FlyQuest could not move over to fight for it because of the TP disadvantage, and that is Drake number 2 for TSM.
This is a classic move, very simple strategy that we talk about in the LCS. Top lane teleport advantage for TSM results in the objective taken without any sort of friction between teams. Solo, as you're talking about, has to walk over there because they use both teleports on the Rift Herald fight. They don't get it. The TSM are deep again.
Turtle trying to outplay this when utilizing the ulti, looking to keep himself alive, flashing away from the ult of Kabe. Biofrost now going to be taken down, and TSM, although they get everything from Turtle, they don't get the kill. Ignar moves in for the grand entrance, but when the knockup doesn't find Dardoch, he doesn't want to activate the quickness. FlyQuest will settle for the kill.
FlyQuest just slammed the cookie jar shut, hands caught by TSM. Again, TSM too deep with this dive, trying to go under the turret with a support jungle gank there. They do not have the damage to finish it off. You could see Kabe was on the other side of the tower, tried to flash in for an ult to add the extra damage, but Turtle had his flash to dodge away. Broken Blade 2v1.
Broken Blade trying to get a kill onto Solo before he's taken out, stepping away from the Emperor's Divide. Solo nearly killed off there. So close to an outplay from Broken Blade.
FlyQuest just don't quit here. Again, another counter move. They punish TSM for the over dive down bottom side, and then TSM have a straggling member. Broken Blade's up top split pushing, but no pressure from the rest of the team because they just failed on bottom side of the map. You have to disengage everybody at the same time or apply pressure with everybody on your team at the same time. Otherwise, the whole strategy will collapse. And FlyQuest, you can see they're able to rotate multiple people over to pick off Broken Blade without having TSM get anything in counter because they already had the first kill. They already had the advantage on the map, and they're able to open a wider lead for themselves. All the time, Power of Evil scaling up this Azir, now cresting the moment where you get into the mid game, your DPS really starts to scale. Leandry's plus the Nashor's Tooth done.
Plus, you're not up against that assassin Victor, right? You're not up against a champion that's going to walk up to you and one-shot you in half a second. Yeah, Zillion's got a lot of good things going for him. He's faster than a bat out of hell. He can manage to bring his teammates back to life, but 2 bombs sluggishly chucked through the air like a game of hot potato versus a bunch of lasers instantly killing you, there's a pretty big difference. And the difference in the damage these two are able to put out in late game team fights will be pretty substantial if PoE keeps playing it like this.
Yeah, the thing he does have to worry about is that this time around, TSM have Broken Blade on what you can call an assassin there, Aurelia, because Broken Blade not only has one of these very strong diving champions, but he can be the recipient of the revive from Bjergsen. And it's all about the timing and target selection of Bjergsen's ultimate in these team fights. Here we go, though. Top side.
Starting off with TSM getting the better of the fight at the beginning. Santorin stuck in the Cataclysm, walks himself away now. Pillar dropped down, some damage being done there by the soldiers of Azir. Broken Blade coming into the back part of the fight, but he's going to be taken down very low, not killed off. Just barely, though. So many people so critically low in this fight, but they're all walking away. Bjergsen still looking to chase Turtle down even further. Finds the double bomb, finds a triple bomb. Bjergsen's chain CC, he must have heard me saying he doesn't have the firepower, and he brings it all down on Turtle.
FlyQuest almost get the disengage. Power of Evil had the great Azir ultimate to get Broken Blade, the Aurelia assassin, out of the backline, but then the re-engage for TSM sets them up for Baron. Can FlyQuest 4v5 it?
FlyQuest are going to have to try. They don't want to be giving this Baron away at 22 minutes into the game. Power of Evil is engaged on Ignar, looking to provide the peel, but instead they're both likely just going to die here together. Power of Evil is popped. Broken Blade grabbed the kill there. Santorin working together with Solo to kill off Kabe. TSM's Baron attempt is going to be stopped. Santorin tries to walk away from the Bjergsen Zillion. Dardoch looking to chase even further here now. Broken Blade, he needs the speed. He's got it. Can Turtle get the return kill? The answer is no. Bjergsen is there to prevent specifically that. TP coming down.
Keep him
now.
coming.
Solo wants to show up. The fight is not done, Kobe. Bjergsen nearly completely out of mana, but you don't need mana to use the Hextech GLP. Solo looking to find the damage on both Broken Blade and Dardoch. They're very low, and Bjergsen's heading for the hills. See you later, guys. I will remember you fondly. Broken Blade is very quick. He continues running out. Bjergsen sticks around long enough to give him one more haste. And man, this fight has been going on for a minute.
Aurelia's quick step actually looks so funny when she gets sped up by Bjergsen. Broken Blade on tippy toes, getting out of there. They sacrifice Dardoch to the God of War in Solo on the Aatrox. He flashed for the kill. He got the jungler. That was a wise choice of cooldown expenditure from Solo. Ignar now going to try and come heal him up. TSM, what can they do about the Baron? Possible steal in the works? Not going to be the case.
We got a whole Christmas tree full of lights in this pit. Control ward here, control ward there, but it does not matter. No jungler means no contest. Baron for FlyQuest. However, the trade will be this Drake for TSM, which puts them at soul point. Unless this Baron gets a lot for the side of FlyQuest, the ramifications here could be pretty huge moving forward.
Solo with an exceptional teleport flank there. They overdive once again. TSM, they chase that extra kill, and in getting that kill, they expose themselves to the chase down. Let's take another look at the team fight though. Biofrost engaged on Power of Evil. They want to finish off the Azir, but you can also look at the top side of your screen. They get the Azir at the cost of sacrificing their Aphelios. Solo and Santorin got to 2v1 Kabe, and then TSM, they try and chase down. Bjergsen flashes for it. Bomb number 1 onto a minion. Bomb number 2 onto a minion. That means they have to chase under the tower to go for this kill. Dardoch does tank it, and Broken Blade will get it. So kill acquired, but TP flank here is opened up as a possibility. And you know how that one turns out. It's FlyQuest wearing purple back on Summoner's Rift, pushing ahead.
That push is about 3,000 gold of a lead right now. They want to build that up pretty substantially with this Baron power play. There are still all 3 tier 2 turrets standing. Even the tier 1 turret only just now collapsed here in the mid lane. FlyQuest have a lot of money they could get here.
Turtle working away on this turret. Look at the engage. You have to mark Dardoch here. He is the first one to get it off for TSM.
Defense successful of the tier 2. Ooh, but there's your Azir turret. Such a useful component of this champion when it comes to these siege scenarios. It makes it so TSM cannot just jump in and try to engage this and immediately stop the push like that. Solo will continue maintaining pressure here as the 4-1 split, and because the turret is nearby, TSM do not feel comfortable sticking around the tier 2, and that's another one going down in favor of FlyQuest.
FlyQuest just relentless here, bullying ahead. If they've got their front line of this Trundle with this stone plate just on the front lines, it is so difficult for TSM to engage because Trundle does 2 things. Not only will he shred your front line, the ultimate's so good at softening up the primary engager of the opponents, but a well-played Trundle can make a Jarvan look like a fool. You can interrupt the EQ if you're on point with your Trundle Pillar. So then it would have to come down to a Biofrost ultimate on Nautilus, kind of the only guaranteed ability that they can get off. And it's actually hard to get that off on the back line in these situations because Turtle and Power of Evil are playing behind their front line, and it's kind of hard to actually get in range, even though it is a point-and-click ability. Does put you at risk because you're not the tankiest when you're facing a Trundle, and if Biofrost sticks his head out there too, you get the other part of it.
We'll see if FlyQuest can get this last remaining tier 2 turret up in the top side. Looks like no. The Drake not spawning for 2 minutes, but remember, once it does, it's do or die on that for FlyQuest. You don't lose, or you don't get that one. You do lose the soul and give TSM a pretty big bonus moving forward in this game. Santorin and Ignar both hanging out still in the enemy jungle. They want to make sure they're not only providing vision, but clearing out their opponent's vision and making sure Power of Evil is properly shadowed so nobody's able to collapse on him. With Rabadon's death cap now done, this Azir is incredibly scary as long as he's kept alive.
You can definitely say that one again. And now that he's got his flash back up, has the self-peel for him and a Wild Turtle. It's level 16 Azir with the extra level in the ultimate. Flash available for both of those FlyQuest carries. I mean, honestly, summer spells for everybody will be up before the team fight starts. Solos only has a few more seconds on it, so everybody's going to have all moves at their disposal for this big defense. And
I love these kind of
you set it up perfectly, Flowers. This is going to be a big one here for TSM and a tipping point. I honestly think TSM is going to have a difficult time even setting up for it. Look at these deep wards FlyQuest are already placing down.
Now there is one TSM control ward there in the brush right next to the red side river ramp, but you can see that being cleared out right now by Santorin. Also want to point out again, Ignar has the double stasis ready to go. Zhonya's plus stopwatch. He tries to save his first stopwatch that builds into a Zhonya's and just not use it specifically for this reason, it seems like. And it gives him such big playmaking opportunity as these things near ever closer. 20 seconds, and TSM is nowhere near the Drake. It looks like they're not even going to contest this one.
Yeah, I mean, like we said, it's so difficult for them to actually make their way down the pathway. Azir's soldiers are very good at holding this entry point. Santorin going to try and ward them off. Trundle Pillar being saved for a possible interrupt.
Santorin loses 1/4 HP, and TSM will move forward. If Dardoch can get a smite steal on this, it could go a very long way. He's hasted up by Bjergsen. Santorin going to be dropped down to about half now, but on the front line is Solo. Let's see what's going to go down with the fight. Biofrost taken very low. Kave is going to be taken down to half. Exhaust onto him, and there goes your Zillion ulti. But now Broken Blades dashing all around the fight. Turtle's able to find the kill into Biofrost, but a lot of stuns into the back line. Almost going to find the kill onto Ignar, who's still barely kept alive. FlyQuest still have 5 men going. Ignar is at 100 HP. He has used both stasises. Dardoch is around and could try for a miracle steal. Solo still on the front line, looking to zone everybody away. Power of Evil wants to perform a similar job. Wild Turtle will be in charge of DPSing the Drake, and with that one taken down, the Soul is stopped.
The tipping point of the game, Flowers. Baron is available. TSM down Biofrost, but he's about to revive now, and this is their only hope. There's a teleport mid lane. They actually have a flank from Broken Blade. Is this a desperation move from TSM? Do they try and pull it off? Broken Blade walking back down the river makes me think they won't go for it. And FlyQuest was such a big team fight victory there. A fully scaled Azir now with a great team fight setup, having Trundle on the front line. That was a clutch play from FlyQuest. So much of this series has revolved around the tipping point here in the mid game, and they just made such a big play.
The one thing that I want to point out is that although TSM did not come out on top in that exchange, they now have a 2-0 teleport advantage. And I think they're really going to need to use that for something big if they want to find themselves in a good spot here in this game. They're down 4,500 gold. Their opponents just feel much stronger. They have very powerful late game scaling champions. And TSM's going to really need to do something creative. We saw them do it in game number 1 with Bjergsen getting the win off of the teleport into the enemy base, and I want to see some big teleports here out of TSM now.
It's a really good point because you always have to take into account the cooldowns that are used. Not only is it the teleports, but the flashes of the carries. TSM still have all of their flashes save for Biofrost, so they can look to be proactive. In this series, TSM have been the ones trying to split push, so they'll gain bottom side momentum with Broken Blade, but FlyQuest forcing a little.
Santorin takes some damage there at the start, but now Solo's going to be on the front line. FlyQuest looking to fall backwards here just a bit. Broken Blade does get subjugated there by the Trundle. Santorin making sure it's dangerous for him to jump in and try to attack FlyQuest head on. TSM now disengaging. Bjergsen trying to find some more of those bombs. Santorin makes sure he doesn't drag it over to the rest of the team, and both sides walk away.
There's just a safe DPS discrepancy here, you know, and that it comes a lot from the different champions chosen for mid. Power of Evil on Azir just dumps out damage with the Sand Soldiers. TSM have to play their fight so much more carefully. Dardoch goes in!
50-50, Dardoch's not able to get it, and that is Santorin making the big smite secure to make sure his team gets the Baron. The Moonlight Vigil will not find the damage, but Power of Evil will find Kaveh. It's 2 and Baron for 0 as FlyQuest looks to push even further. They're going to reset now, Baron Empowered Recalls to allow the health bars to go back to full, get everybody shopped up, get them ready to go. Let's take another look at the attempted steal.
Oh, it was so close too there. Really well done by Santorin. You gotta say, it's almost... Well, never mind. I was going to say it's more pressure on the team that starts the Baron than the one that steals it. But TSM know if they don't steal it, they are going to lose the game. So high pressure on both sides. And it is Santorin that is able to get the last laugh there with the smite afterwards. 300 HP. Dardoch, a valiant attempt there trying to get in. Uses his ultimate to go unstoppable so he can remain within range of the Baron. Doesn't get pushed out by anything. Even though he doesn't get it, that's... small thing that is intelligent that you need to point out. Meanwhile, we talked about the tipping point. It's already been surpassed here by FlyQuest, given the compositions. You know, Azir is going to deal an untenable amount of damage in these team fights. And unless TSM can make a big hero play with a super hard engage, Broken Blade, Dardoch, and Biofrost all coordinating to take down that FlyQuest backline, relying on the Bjergsen revive. Barring that, it is going to be FlyQuest trying to play slow and steady, pushing in and taking down these inhibitor turrets.
Kaveh is at 4.5 items here. He's got his Runaans. He's got 75% crit chance. So he can do a good amount of work trying to clear away some of these minions. Nice pull on a Wild Turtle there. Biofrost going in onto that back line you were talking about. Turtle having to use the ulti here immediately. Cataclysm down onto 3. Kaveh moving forward. Damage going down. Turtle going home. TSM have found exactly what they needed.
So critical there. Biofrost finds the backline. He burns Turtle's ultimate, and then Kaveh flashes in. He's got the damage to finish off. This is TSM's opening. They won't get a lot of these. It's Infernal Soul. Perfect time for them to get that pick. All right, here we go.
So big for TSM to make that happen right now. Wild Turtle down. Do FlyQuest feel they can contest this? Dardoch is at half HP. Biofrost has no ultimate. Power of Evil is still alive. Bjergsen throwing out the Hextech GLP. Solo there on the front line. Ignar going into the stasis here right at the very start of the fight. Biofrost Gargoyle Stone Plate keeps him nice and healthy. Ignar looks to find some sort of an engage opportunity as Solo continues to fight 1v5. Ignar jumps in to make sure he's able to keep his top laner alive as Biofrost is going to be chased away. TSM with critically low health bars on 3 different players. FlyQuest still maintaining the defense of this Infernal Drake will start it right back up. Dardoch decides to leave, and 4v5. FlyQuest take the fight.
Yep, enough DPS here. Solo chasing through that team fight. I think if it wasn't a split call, because Santorin went back to finish the dragon, if all of FlyQuest actually pushed ahead with Solo, they might have been able to chase down more kills though. But you could tell they really wanted to get this dragon off of the rift. Take it now. Santorin went back for it, started it up. FlyQuest will be able to defend. They stop the possible resurgence from TSM. I think that was definitely a big opening that TSM were able to create with Biofrost finding the hook onto Wild Turtle. But another successful defense there, even in the 4v5. FlyQuest sets them up for a perfect reset and a push number 2.
We could have another 7 Drake game if this doesn't end before then. There's a distinct possibility it could, because we have Baron spawning in under 2 minutes, and it's still going to be 4 until that Drake pops off. But it will be Infernal Soul guaranteed the next time a Drake dies on this Rift. Oh man, what a game. Power of Evil also with a stopwatch now in inventory along with 5 items. He's got a Void Staff completed. He will absolutely eviscerate anyone within range of those soldiers.
Yep. Definitely some good options here for FlyQuest, as they have got, I feel, more defensive tools for double peel. You know, Turtle did not blow his flash in the last one, but TSM have more offensive tools in their dive. Biofrost just kind of created that himself in their defense at Inhibitor Turret. And Broken Blade still has his flash on the Aurelia, so the assassination potential is here. Kabe, you know, not without the flash this time around, having used that to follow up, might be a little bit more scary for him. He's going to have to be very good with his positioning, but Solo, he's got teammates in the river, he's fine.
He's got a Guardian Angel too. There's almost no chance that you can kill this guy twice before somebody shows up to help him. So he'll just keep clearing these out. Power of Evil, I pointed out his stopwatch. I also want to point out his flash being up, because that could mean a huge Emperor's Divide onto everyone on TSM. We'll see if he's able to find those plays moving forward here. Nice Trundle Pillar means Biofrost is nearly killed, and Bjergsen's ultimate is immediately forced. Now, granted, the cooldown is low, but we'll see if they're able to make anything else happen. Ignar tries to use the ulti and go in on Dardoch, but he won't be able to quite find the opportunity he was looking for. That's a big ultimate expended for the side of FlyQuest, and that one will not be immediately re-available. Ignar makes a mistake. He's too far forward. That is a critical error, and TSM will punish.
Are you surprised, Flowers? This is the closely contested series. The team that is ahead will make a mistake. There will be an opening for the team that is behind. FlyQuest are unable to set up Baron. Look at that. They almost had the full control wards. TSM going hard.
Turtle under pressure now from Broken Blade. Bombs coming out, but there comes your Xayah ulti. Dardoch, he creates a pit that causes Turtle to be absolutely destroyed. Broken Blade's taken low. Power of Evil flashes over the wall. Broken Blade still looking to make more plays happen. He's got the Bjergsen ulti keeping him alive. Bjergsen continues the chase, and TSM has won the fight. This is a big moment for them here in this game. They won't be able to turn it into a Baron, but they have stopped FlyQuest's forward momentum.
Whew. So close yet again. They get the pick here. Then Turtle now dying plus flash blown, and Power of Evil also no flash. So looking for the restart here. He teleports back out to the Baron. Azir absolutely melts anything. Champions, objectives, all of them.
If he exists, you're butter on a warm knife, my friends. As Baron is down to 1,000 HP, it is going to be secured. Nearly stolen away, but nearly's not going to count as Broken Blade's in the middle of everybody, not able to rely on the Bjergsen ulti. Now Bjergsen going to be chain CC before he's able to even ult himself. Both solo laners of TSM are down. FlyQuest has themselves a Baron. They've got 45 seconds until the Soul, and TSM's on the retreat.
FlyQuest should go full attack right now. Plenty of time on the death timers. I honestly think they can even push for a Nexus with this. Level 18, Azir. They've still got over 30 seconds on both solo laners from TSM. See if they can end it.
Biofrost and Dardoch will have to try to frontline for Kabe incredibly well right now. A 3v5 is a daunting task against a 6 items. All right, I'll say 5.5 item. Oblivion Orb's technically not all of them.
They're calling off for the Soul Flowers. It's too risky to push for the win. They know what happened in game number 1.
Oh no.
They don't want to get baited into another fight with Bjergsen respawning, so they'll take the guaranteed Soul and wait to finish.
From TSM being on Soul Point. Remember, it was 3-1 in Drakes for TSM, and then FlyQuest got 3 Drakes unanswered, making sure they were able to control those objectives ever since. They still have 90 seconds left to use on their Baron power play. We'll see if they can get another inhibitor destroyed before that fades away. They should have time to, or if TSM can stop them. Bjergsen will need some big ultis. In the last fight, we saw Broken Blade likely thinking Bjergsen would be able to ult him there in that topside river, but Bjergsen was too far away, so a little bit of miscommunication there. And this game, oh, it's so close to disaster here for TSM.
And so close to an advantage for FlyQuest in the series. Such a strong comeback for them after the opening game. The resolve to pick the exact same comp in game number 2 and prove that they know how to use it. The success found there. Bjergsen, though, looking for the opening for TSM. TSM know that they have to create another one of those opportunities. Find a pick onto somebody, and they've got the Zillion speed to look for it, but they don't get it, and FlyQuest steamrolling ahead.
They did get the flash out of Santorin's Trundle, so that's one small victory that TSM were able to afford themselves as the top lane tier 2 falls, and FlyQuest will continue the pressure. 25 seconds remain here on the Baron buff. Power of Evil providing the damage there with the soldiers, has to back himself away. Shield's going to keep him protected from the bombs. Honestly, you look at Bjergsen's build, it's a GLP, an Aroa, and a Void Staff. It's not a ton of damage. That's why it can't break through the shields. Not even comparable to what Power of Evil's able to do. Bjergsen immediately ults himself. Dardoch's going to be taken down. Power of Evil just, it's a chainsaw on these soldiers at this point. The man attacks lightning fast.
Yeah, there's no way a Zillion's ever going to be comparable to a Zir in this stage of the game, and he is making it show. Power of Evil will be able to push with the rest of FlyQuest on the last inhibitor turret. They're doing it by the books, Flowers. Take all 3 inhibitors, get the reinforcements of not only the Sand Soldiers, but also the minions. Super minions will be flooding in to help.
Lowest risk possible play as Ignar goes into the stasis. Now Broken Blade under pressure, going to be killed off before the fight even starts. And that should be all she wrote. It's a rampage for Solo. It's a victory for FlyQuest. It's a triple inhibitor game. They will push forward onto the Nexus turrets with only 2 players from TSM surviving. 3 now as Dardoch shows back up from the spawn platform. But how are you even going to front line in a situation like this? Between Xayah and Azir, you're going to get absolutely blasted back into the fountain. As Kaveh tries to move forward, the Bjergsen ult will do nothing. The shutdown goes through, and FlyQuest will take us to game point.
They make some changes. They make some reactions. The Zillion picked up for TSM. You're thinking there's going to be more of these early skirmishes with the revive to really get the maximum out of it. But FlyQuest, once again, they're able to put a stop to the Drake stacking. The TSM get an early lead on Drakes. They get the Rift Herald, and they end it out again.
FlyQuest emerging victorious. TSM will now have to enter that do or die stage of the series. You lose one more, you're out, and FlyQuest will move ahead to the championship qualifier. We're going to take a break now, but our friends over at the State Farm Analyst Desk will break down how FlyQuest brought this to match point right after this.
Hello and welcome back to FlyQuest versus TSM, where FlyQuest have now pushed the series score to 2-1. But gentlemen, I think the big story coming out of Game 3 is we got a different draft this time around.
Boring. Boring.
Boring. It almost looked with the way the first ban phase and pick phase was going that we might actually get the third run back, but it wasn't to be. In fact, both teams throwing out a couple of different picks. On the one side, we had the Aurelia and the Zillion coming in for TSM, and then on the flip side, you have the Aatrox in the top lane for solo this time around, and the Azir pickup for Power of Evil.
So go ahead.
I was gonna say the Aurelia versus Aatrox thing is so interesting to me because it signifies how important solo has been to this team in the pickup, where they don't feel comfortable for TSM blinding Aatrox anymore if the other guy's just gonna play GP, and solo has a fantastic GP, and this late season substitution is helping warp the draft in their favor with some of his picks.
Crumbs, follow up?
I think the actual draft differences that have lingered from these 3 games are the most important things in this game. It's the jungle and support. All 3 games, Trundle and Rakan versus Jarvan, Nautilus, and FlyQuest is absolutely bodying TSM when it comes to this. TSM might have been working on the synergies between Dardoch and Bjergsen and maybe Dardoch and Broken Blade, but they've really dropped the ball when it comes to Dardoch and Biofrost, and those gaps are really showing here when Ignar and Centaurion do whatever they want, and it looks like Dardoch and Bio are just constantly getting picked off by these combos.
Yeah, Jad, I want to talk a little bit more about what this duo accomplishes, because I think when you look at those damage numbers, those statistics there in the top right corner, if you're fairly new to the League of Legends scene, you're going to look at those 2 champions, Trumbo and Rakan, you're going to say they don't look like they had much of an effect on the game in terms of damage, but their utility is elsewhere.
Exactly. You can impact winning even if you don't score points. I think every sports fan understands this concept, and what's happening is TSM can't engage safely, but FlyQuest can. And that's what this jungle support thing is doing, because anytime a Nautilus or Jarvan jumps in, they get Trundle ulted, and then Ignar can still engage afterwards onto the backline, or he can just prevent the retreat from the original TSM initiation. So we know that TSM is undefeated with Rakan. We know that Ignar has only lost once with it and has had such high priority on it. We knew it was going to be big coming into the series, and it is shocking to me that TSM has allowed this to happen 3 games in a row. Luckily, they've picked blue side, and if they give Rakan over again, they are opting out of the playoffs, in my opinion.
Jad will rage quit the analyst Jad is leaving.
I don't think we need to embellish anymore on that point, but for those of you on ESPN, you are going to head to another quick commercial break. We'll see you right back here on the other side of it. So let's continue on in our discussion here in this game. Jat's already called that if the Rakan gets let through, Trundle Rakan gets let through, he considers that TSM throwing the match.
TSM doesn't have to ban it. They just have to be willing to first pick it.
Well,
Mark, thoughts on that?
Yeah, one of the things Rakan's so good at when you're a good Rakan player is you can get out. And a lot of primary engagers, what they do is they go in, they pop stone plate, and they're basically like, I hope I engaged well enough that I don't die and my team can then kill all my targets. Rakan, especially how Ignar's playing him, is good about getting out. You know, popping the ult, landing the W, taking your E's back out. He's really, really tricky, and even stopwatching in to buy more time for his team. You know, I think Ignar's been playing the pick so well and getting the most out of Rakan, even when he's sometimes a little too far ahead. That's why I think Jat's so right about you have to do something about this, because there is this level of unrivaled mobility coming from the Rakan.
Yeah, while things did obviously look good for FlyQuest coming away with the victory, it's not as if everything for TSM, failed or didn't look so great. I do want to put a spotlight on that Zillion pick in the mid lane, because for a majority of the game, it felt like Bjergsen, again, returning to what we've known him to do, find a great amount of impact on the map, regardless of the champion he's playing.
He's amazing on Zillion. I think his all-time record is at least 60% win rate on him. It obviously is dropped after this. The issue is that the champion is limited in what it can do when it comes to carry. He doesn't have access to the flash over a wall, one-shot somebody that seems necessary for him here, because everything else around him is not really up to the standard that they need to be playing at. So Zillion works when the entire composition revolves around it, and I think the Kindred ban really hurt that composition from FlyQuest. So I don't know if I want to see Zillion again if it's not going to be with a more cohesive unit for making Zillion shine.
Yeah. So what about this Oh, go ahead, Mark.
I was gonna say it's supposed to work with the Aurelia, I think, where you're able to throw bombs on her or put your ult on when she engages. But to your point, I mean, like, Bjergsen played a phenomenal game. He was incredible. He's like mainly the reason the game took so long to close out. But at the same time, you know, there's only so much you can do, and I wouldn't mind seeing on a little bit more greedy of a pick.
Okay, so here's the question.
The triple bombs. Just like a brief aside, like
yes,
landing
insane.
a bomb, waiting a little bit, and then stunning on the stun. I almost never see Zillions do that. It's almost always snap single stuns.
Mechanical mastery over that champion, but as we saw, it didn't net the victory. So to your point, Mark, around maybe being a little bit more greedy in champion select, TSM has elected to go to blue side. Jat, you already mentioned that. Would we expect then on blue side for TSM to throw priority around some of the mid lane champions that they themselves have been the ones banning up to this point in champion select with the Kassadin, LeBlancs, and Syndra's?
That's the really weird thing to me with Bjergsen is it doesn't seem like he's willing to or able even to smash a lane with a counter pick. Otherwise, I feel like they'd be doing it more. If TSM... They must put a priority on Rakan, and I'm still waiting for them to try and do more of the stuff they did late in the 100 Thieves series, which is like really pick a dominant bottom lane. It's kind of a tragedy for Kobbe that he's been put on Aphelios against the FlyQuest compositions. Like, Aphelios is an amazing champion, but he hasn't been able to step up in the same way. I've been so shocked that TSM has stayed on red side all times. I haven't necessarily gone through the possibilities of how TSM pulls us back on blue.
Well, welcome back to the audiences over on ESPN as we wax and wane on the solutions here for TSM heading into Game 4. All of us want a 5-game series, which means TSM has to come away with the victory. And a lot of our eyes are on that mid lane. Bjergsen being one of the top performers in the mid lane across North America historically, looking for him to put up big numbers today. But Mark, returning to one other point you made, the big boon for FlyQuest, which is solo in the top lane. The difference in FlyQuest performance between their first series of the postseason, in which Viper played the first 2 games, and their future series, the preceding series that they've now played with Solo, it is continuing to look better for this squad with him in the lineup.
Yeah, I mean, he's someone who has had his ups and downs in his career, but this is such a statement performance for him if he's able to help knock TSM out of playoffs, being able to play different sides of the matchups and having unique picks to deal with them, the forward percent being pretty high, all things considered, especially you know, given it is a difficult counter pick a little bit against the Aurelia. So he's been phenomenal, and I can't wait to see what more he can do. Now that they're going to blue side, you would expect some of the top lane bans to change because, you know, it was TSM on red banning Ornn and Set. We'll see if FlyQuest will pick those up, or if they'll start trying to trade out some of those as well, because Solo does play those. We've seen him already play both of those in playoffs as well.
Yeah, Crumbs, here's a question. All split long, when we reference, I will ask the question.
Host of the
desk. Thank you for your permission. All split long, we've been talking about this TSM squad and what their win conditions are, and in fact, a lot of what we looked at throughout the split was the top lane. It was Broken Blade and how TSM has started to index towards sending resources top side as opposed to mid lane. Well, in this matchup, we haven't necessarily seen yet Broken Blade able to navigate the lane into a winning position and extend that elsewhere. Is that because TSM has not put enough into that strategy? Or would you like to see them index harder into that and get Broken Blade set up? Or do they need to say, hey, you know what? Solo has got this matchup on lock. We need to go elsewhere.
So obviously this is not a single effect, single cost situation, but if there was a cost that had the majority of the reason behind it, it's that Dardoch's playing poorly. Dardoch is just not having the great game that he needs to be to enable Broken Blade. And so because Broken Blade is dealing with a mismatch in the jungle, he's now having to be a little bit extra aggressive or maybe even extra passive at times, which FlyQuest has been exploiting really well. Twice already we saw them camping the top lane brush, finding the Aphelios on their roam, and then the second time they caught Broken Blade out. So because the jungle and support are not doing their jobs with vision, top lane can't play that well, ends up losing.
So we're right back around full circle to the conversation we started this segment off with. You got the Trundle and the Rakan doing absolute work. Jungle support duo for FlyQuest. On the flip side, we've had the Nautilus and the Jarvan for TSM not getting as much done. So Jat, returning to our champion select conversation with the sides flipped, should TSM be looking to essentially steal away Trundle Rakan?
I don't necessarily know if they need to steal away the Trundle. I think they should phase 2-bad the Trundle because I don't know if it's going to be an early lock-in for FlyQuest, and they should force FlyQuest to ban the Rakan by threatening a first pick of it.
Mark, final thoughts on this series as we head into Game 4 and what TSM needs to do to extend to Game 5 and keep their series hopes alive.
I think there's a lot of things with the draft that we've been hitting on over the course of this segment, but I definitely kind of stand with Crumbs a little bit about it. They need to play better. You can't have engages where someone's 10 yards, feet, whatever in front of the rest of your team or on different pages. And so it's one of those things where, yes, you can make these adjustments in the draft to better set yourself up, but you gotta actually execute on these team fights. And right now, FlyQuest is a much better coordinated team.
And it's only going to get harder to execute as the pressure mounts here heading into Game 4. When we return, it's do or die time for TSM's postseason. We'll see you soon.
Welcome back to FlyQuest versus TSM. We're here at game number 4, where FlyQuest command a lead of 2-1 over TSM. After things finally got switched up in game number 3, FlyQuest proved that it doesn't need to be the same 10 champions on the Rift to walk away with it.
True that. And we are on match point, Captain Flowers. FlyQuest win one more, they can make their way to that championship qualifier meetup that they're looking forward to. But that also means pressure is on TSM. You can't make any more mistakes. They have to step up now. In the past, it has been Bjergsen with a lot of big plays. He did it to get them here even with the Zoe, getting some critical one-shots in their previous series versus 100 Thieves. Everybody's looking at draft, though. The Rakan problem. What are you going to do about it? TSM are on blue side now, so unlike all the previous matchups, they can actually first pick it now for themselves and utilize that power in the hands of Biofrost, finding the engages. They can still ban it away, but I actually hope that they do ban it away, because I want to see, Ignar with the Pike or Blitzcrank, which he showed in the last setup that they had versus Golden Guardians. Like, there are more options, more versatility that Ignar has to offer. He's not being forced to show it, though, because they can just do Rakan over again, and he is so good at playing with it and playing with those stopwatch usages.
I'm really interested to see how things change up around that Rakan, because for me, Ignar has been the clear MVP of the series here for FlyQuest. Yes, we've seen some good gameplay out of Power of Evil. We've seen some good moves from everybody on the team, but Ignar is just the reason that they're doing everything that they're doing. Keeping him off of that champion will be important. Cast and banned away here by TSM along with the Syndra and Ornn. Now, FlyQuest, do you just ban the Rakan away? Do you tell TSM that, sure, you can pick it, but we got something lined up as a response? What's it going to be?
I would ban it, personally, because Daniel Stess even touched on it. Xayah Rakan has been undefeated for TSM as well. Even though FlyQuest are using it really well right now, it's also a very potent tool in the hands of TSM. I think FlyQuest might have made a small mistake here, a little bit of hubris giving it over. TSM are playing around with mousing over other stuff, but we all know. We know they're locking in. We know what they're locking in.
They're hovering the salty run back again, but the Rakan...
Hey, fooling me.
Now, for FlyQuest, do you steal Xayah away, knowing that she's weaker if she doesn't have Rakan next to her? Or do you just decide, okay, we'll play the other half of the matchup, and you guys are now Aphelios and Nautilus, or something similar?
I don't think you have to split it up. I think Rakan is pretty good with a couple of different AD carries, and FlyQuest will be fine with Aphelios, so they can just take that matchup. What I'm really interested in, what is Ignar's counter going to be to the Rakan? Because them leaving it up on purpose, they know they're giving this away.
What about
his most favorite champion, or his most famous champion, I should say,
Leona.
Is the Leona from the SKT series, where he pulled out the Fervor Keystone and they took him to 5 games. Setting it up here with the Kalista is going to give the support more power, which is something that FlyQuest should definitely do. As you just stated, Ignar has been the hugest of stars for this team thus far in the series, and with a Kalista ultimate to empower whatever support pick he has, I think they're very willing to give over the Xayah Rakan combo.
Xayah Rakan given away, Kalista locked in. Remember, this champion can go top or AD carry, but with Aatrox already locked in, you would expect it to be played AD carry.
Don't go Aatrox has kind of fallen off, so...
Let's see how else is going to be done here. Renekton picked up for Broken Blade into the Aatrox matchup. Let's see if FlyQuest go for their support here, or if they want to wait until after the second half of bans.
Now, I personally really like Renekton into Aatrox, and I heavily favor the matchup. I know, there's a reason why pro players are very willing to blind pick the Aatrox, but I'm a huge fan of Renekton, especially if you get Executioner's Calling. Right now, to me, Renekton rushing Blade of the Ruined King is the supreme duelist. I love getting fully empowered W's off on people and seeing almost 50% of their HP immediately evaporate if they're from full, because it's percentage health you're taking off the top with 3 autos. In the end, though, Pantheon is picked up. I think that's a huge power pick for jungle right now, and Santorin will have so much agency in this game for creating dives, creating early ganks, cross-map movements. Pantheon just has a lot in the package. Maybe the only small thing that he's lacking is power clear.
Well, as the first half of the draft is wrapped up, remember, if you're watching with us on ESPN, that means it's once again time to head for a commercial break, but we'll be rejoining you guys once the game starts, and we'll see you right back here. Now, for everybody else, the draft continues. With that Pantheon picked up for the side of FlyQuest, we're seeing some support bans here from TSM. Taric will be banned away. It is often paired up with Kalista, makes an incredibly useful bowling ball. And FlyQuest, they don't want to be dealing with Zilean again. They'll ban that one away from Pyrrhixon.
Can I just say, it makes me feel special when we get to continue with like the secret mode for everybody else.
This is the cool kids club, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For your eyes only, the Zilean and the Azir banned out here. Honestly, both wise choices for me for FlyQuest. Obviously, Bjergsen is also really well known for his Azir. I think Dominate was even saying that's the champion he's most fearful of Bjergsen on. But Cassiopeia also taken away a lot of end-game carry potential. These high DPS late-stage game mages for Power of Evil have been so successful for the team. Don't forget, though, that they got here by stomping Golden Guardians with LeBlanc and Kassadin, AP Assassins, and FlyQuest are red side this time, so they have counterpick.
The one thing I do want to point out, though, as this could really be locked in.
Ballista!
Blitz cranking game 4, baby. But the one thing that I do want to point out here as we're moving forward, the games in this series have gone long. There are none of these games that are exhausting themselves before we scale into the late game portion. And right now, I think FlyQuest draft is the weakest late game draft that we've seen from either team so far in this series. Kalista falls off really hard, and Pantheon doesn't have the same power in the late game as a lot of other champions either. I really think Power of Evil needs something hard-hitting and hard-scaling to round this composition out.
So, while there are better scaling options, TSM are not necessarily picking them. Elise, Renekton, definitely super early game focus here. You Renekton stun into Elise Cocoon. Everybody knows this combo. Everybody's expecting it for top lane pressure. It is almost the 101 of top lane jungle duo top lane pressure there. You can go for dives. You can drop turret aggro. Lot of options there. Doesn't necessarily scale into massive team fighters. So that's why I was curious what TSM were comfortable blind picking. And they end up going with a Sylas, which is in a weird state right now for me, because Sylas early on in lane is easily abusable right now. Since they changed the champion, he feels a lot more clunky to play because you can't get the same animation cancelings. Some timings have been put in for your auto attacks. And it also is into a LeBlanc now. They know that they're facing Power of Evil coming off of this amazing series versus Golden Guardians. If they give him any sort of lead, they are going to have to lock him down with CC. So, it is up to the rest of the team. They've drafted a decent amount of crowd control with them. Pretty much everybody else having some form, stun or snare. So, see if they can actually keep him down and keep the reins on.
Well, there's a ton of pick potential on this FlyQuest squad, man. You've got Pantheon, you've got Blitzcrank, you've got LeBlanc. And that just means if anybody on TSM is out of position, and particularly if they're out of position and they're not ahead in the game, FlyQuest can quickly snowball things in their favor. But for TSM, finally having that Rakan in their possession could be a big game changer here. And Broken Blade and Dardoch, whenever you see Elise and Renekton drafted together, you always want to see them working together nice and early to try to snowball things in the top lane.
Right. If you are coming from ESPN, it's the second half of Champion Select. It's one of the most common combos that we've had in professional play for years and years. Renekton can stun you with W. Elise can get up there and land an easy skill shot, stun, cocoon, follow-up. That CC duration is good enough to kill off most top laners. Plus, you have dive options. What you want to look for are big minion waves being built up on the map. If Renekton can get control of the minion wave, you build up a double wave, and the Elise can come try and gank on that, dropping aggro with her repel. Meanwhile, though, back to the Sylas blind pick for TSM. I mentioned I always want to attack a Sylas early. I think he is one of the most vulnerable mid lane champions early on and should be pressured by junglers. That being said, Sylas also scales really, really well right now. What they gave him in exchange for taking some of the speed out of his auto attack resets, out of his combos, is just pure power, just pure numbers that they boosted on him. So if you are unable to attack the Sylas early, there are so many games where you've been laughing at him for the first 10-15 minutes, and all of a sudden he steals your ult, and he has achieved several levels from the early stages and is able to take over team fights. A lot of the buffs that they gave him were numbers buff that are actually skewed more towards leveling. So that is going to be on the menu for Bjergsen. Meanwhile, Power of Evil on the LeBlanc wants to create early action, as does Kalista Blitzcrank. Captain Flowers, you can explain the Ballista combo because
the Ballista combo.
It is one of the most fun to watch.
It is very interesting. Blitzcrank can pull an enemy, and then Kalista can warp Blitzcrank back to where she is. And so Blitzcrank ends up getting double the pull distance. It's pretty intense. And speaking of intense, I just noticed something about this game as our camera panned to the top side, and I want to see if you agree with me here. Broken Blade, I believe, chose his Renekton skin this game very specifically and very intense. He is playing SKT Renekton against Power of Evil and Ignar, who were on the 2017 Misfits roster that lost to SKT in the quarterfinals, even after almost having a miracle run to beat them. It was tragic. It was heartbreaking for EU fans everywhere because they were so darn close to doing what nobody thought could be done. And I feel like this is tilt sauce.
Let me join you on this investigation then.
Okay, what do you
Is
got?
Dardoch in on it? Because Elise has an SKT Elise skin as well. If Dardoch is also wearing an SKT skin...
He's not. He's using the flower one.
Maybe you are a bit too tinfoil hat for me then.
No, man.
I was ready with you there. Connecting the dots.
Broken Blade has gone rogue. This is true.
Okay.
This is true BM right here. I'm telling you, man. This is 4D chess right now. As Dardoch is saying, I don't need some chess. I'm just going to steal some buffs away instead. Manages to take his opponent's blue buff right as Santorin would be coming over the wall. Good use of the Elise there.
Yeah, we touched on Encham Select, but the Pantheon, only thing he really lacks is power clear. So not going to be able to catch up too quickly. Dardoch steamrolling ahead here. Level 4 already on the Elise, and we do expect a bottom to top focus now that he's done his counter jungling. Broken Blade up there with Press the Attack is a very advantageous trade if you can avoid these sweet spots because, let's see it right now. Boom.
There we go.
Press the attack. All you need are 3 auto attacks, and your W, if it's unempowered, is going to give you 2. You get an extra 1 for it being empowered as well. And Conqueror for solo takes so much longer to stack up for Aatrox. One of the reasons why Renekton wants to actually pressure earlier on in the matchup. And there you go. Elise is headed up there right on time. Gank o'clock top lane.
It's gank o'clock. Let's see if Solo ends up falling victim to it. The wave is pretty far pushed up right here. Broken Blade just allowing that to go a little bit further forward. As there you go, Solo. I don't think this is a good spot to be in. He knows he's not getting out of it. He tries to walk away. Dardoch goes into the repel. Tries to flash out at the very end. I feel like that flash was a little bit unnecessary there. He stuck around for so long. You're already dead to rights.
What time is it? Time to gank at Elise Renekton lane. I don't know. We mention it every time. You're just like, how do they keep getting away with this? Well, they're built for that. You could see Broken Blade actually flashed because Dardoch used the cocoon as Solo was heading to the brush. He thought Solo was going to ward into the brush, so he didn't have any extra time to wait. And you want to layer the CCs there. So Dardoch lands the cocoon. Very well done by him because a lot of the time you have the Renekton having to be the one to set it up since his is easier to land point and click. But Dardoch lands his, so then Broken Blade flashes in to layer the CC. They take down Solo. It's 1 extra flash, as you pointed out there. Dardoch does burn his, but they got the kill, and they also make Solo have to worry about repeat ganks.
Yeah.
And there's a reason that Renekton and Elise is such an infamous combo.
Biofrost moving into the enemy jungle now, seeing if he can just pop the blast cone, make it a little bit more difficult for Santorin to find a gank opportunity. Remember, Pantheon, although he has a gap closer, doesn't have the ability to use it to jump over walls, so blast cone is a bit more useful than normal for him. Santorin continuing to just power farm, try to get towards that level 6, make it so he has that very impactful ultimate. Speaking of ultimates, you can see Bjergsen now level 6 himself, means he can start stealing those away from the enemy team, and we'll see which ones he gets the most value out of this game, because there aren't any of the ones that you think of that are going to be massive, but now we're going to see a massive Crocodile just
what time is it?
Leave solo before he's able to do much of anything about it. Dardoch just challenging Smites Santorin on the back end of the fight. It doesn't do a whole lot. Santorin and Power of Evil looking to chase after their opponents now. Maybe grab some kind of a kill here onto Broken Blade. Power of Evil stunned up underneath the turret. He's going to be traded 1-for-1. And now that the teleport is coming in, Bjergsen's going to finish Santorin off as well. This is going immaculately for TSM.
Oh, you done messed up. Oh, wait, bottom lane. Let's see if we get a pull.
Nah.
Good dodge there from Kabe.
Good counterattack from Kabe as well.
Honestly, though, that it seems like we got a broken clock up there. It's always gank a clock, Renekton, Elise lane. They do get punished this time, though. Again, perfect setups. You see a double stack minion wave. You want to deny it. You get the full execution. Boom, they're done. Problem is he uses second slice and dice, and he got minion blocked.
Yeah,
was that
really
four tower auto attacks there? Plus it delays him walking back to the tower. So that was a huge minion block by the ranged minions. But this is the big important part. They're both looking at the counter. They turned the play. Dardoch and Broken Blade immediately destroy Power of Evil upon him going for the quote-unquote easy kill on the low health Renekton. Broken Blade getting his stun off there was paramount in TSM turning that one around. Very big heads-up play from him. Immediately expects Power of Evil to go in there. And Power of Evil went melee range to get the distortion damage. So very good job by Broken Blade finishing it off. And let's talk about Sylas. Guess what?
Yep.
They're all focusing top side. He doesn't get punished early. He does get a kill off of the roam top side. So you're accelerating that mid stage of the game I was talking about where Sylas suddenly can pop off because he scales so well with all the numbers advantages. They realize, oh shoot, he just got a kill. This might become a problem. So Santorin does gank mid. Good job by FlyQuest to burn that summoner spell, take down the flash, but it's going to come at a cost.
Well, TSM gets themselves a Rift Herald. They get the first Rift Herald this game, which is going to be really helpful for them. That's what FlyQuest has been doing so far this series to their success. And honestly, this is the best looking TSM early game of the whole series. They're really doing some good work here before the 10-minute mark even rolls around. They've got a 2,000 gold lead. Dardoch knows he's stronger. He's going to walk right into Santorin's jungle and just dare him to fight back. It's easy pickings here for the Spider Queen as Ignar shows up and decides to make those pickings a little more difficult. But now Bjergsen has showed up. He's got Santorin's ult and he's using it right back against him. Biofrost is able to join the fray now using the ulti from the Rakan. Ignar still trying to run away from Bjergsen, but it's a double kill. The Kingslayer to find the damage. Power of Evil's got some chains down. They grab a root onto Biofrost. Q3 from Solo finds the mark. Power of Evil still looking to grab a little bit more damage. Solo burning away but will not fall. And it's a 1-for-1 trade. Or 2-for-1 trade.
Clear focus from TSM. Yes, drafting Elise Renekton signals that you're going top, but what are they going to do about it? TSM just keep going top. They get another kill for themselves. And even though it is an Ignar roam, I think it's a really intelligent roam, by the way. He buys up the Moby boots. Guess what? Biofrost answers. And we talked about it in Champ Select. Not only have FlyQuest been doing work with the Rakan, but they may have forgotten that TSM can do the same.
That was a nice cocoon from Dardoch, just instantly being able to blow up Wild Turtle there.
Very well done. Again, the early game from Dardoch is on point with this Elise. He still has Rift Herald too, so Kabe can whittle down on that bottom turret. They could knock off some more plates as soon as they need. He actually didn't activate it for Kabe. I thought they were going to mine a lot more off of that bottom turret and then do Dragon. Because you can just activate that Rift Herald and move up to do Dragon yourself. But they are saving it. And it does give you an empowered recall. So when we're always looking at, all right, you need to get full value, get those turret points immediately so you have gold in your pocket to power spike earlier. It can also give you some empowered recalls to reset and rotate to the other part of the map quicker.
Well, now that everything in the early game has gone the way of TSM, this game presents us with a different kind of situation where FlyQuest now has to deal with quite a serious gold deficit early on in the game, the likes of which they haven't had to so far yet in this series, and we'll see how well they can recover. Because I stand by what I said about Kalista and Pantheon.
What time is it?
Champions you want in a situation like this. Tick-tock, gank block, gank block.
Oh, I like our little song now, too. That's
Yeah, there ain't nothing to it. Yeah, catchy little limerick reminds you exactly what's going on. Of course, Solo doesn't need to be reminded. He's been learning that all too painfully here this game. First turret down, 12 minutes in. This is just an absolute destruction of FlyQuest by TSM here.
And Flowers, guess what? All the kills are going to the Silas. That's even worse for FlyQuest. Are you kidding me? This champion is going to become unbearable. We were mentioning possible ults for him to steal. They're not as ideal as some team comps we've seen. You know, like, oh, sometimes there's Sejuani and Malphite and all these things. But Aatrox ult was one that I used when I used to do jungle Silas. That is actually really, really good for hidden power because the Kingslayer heals you for so much. The Aatrox ult can also amplify that, plus it gives you the move speed to become a brawler. So it kind of changes the way you can even play Silas as a champion, and this is now a 4-kill Silas in the hands of Bjergsen, one of the strongest players here for TSM. Him and Broken Blade have both been doing quite a lot of work. See if they can push it through to the mid game, because Dragon number 1 was there, just under 3 minutes for number 2.
Bjergsen is just going to jump on anybody and instantly kill them once these fights really start breaking out. And I say breaking out, but it's not even the right words, because I feel like by the time they flare up, they're immediately just going to be crushed back into the dirt. Because FlyQuest is just so far behind. 5K at 14 minutes, man.
His team fight's going to be flaring up like rashes all over. What are we going to do about it? I can't stop scratching.
There's no aloe vera ointment in the world that can save you from this one, man. This is just a situation that if you're FlyQuest, you are hoping and praying that TSM makes some mistakes, that they overextend, and that they're in a spot where you can somehow find those picks and find those punishes with Blitzcrank and LeBlanc and Pantheon ult. Because a fair fight just isn't going to work. They find the pull right there. This is what I'm talking about. You get the pulls, you can make the moves, but flash over the wall means Broken Blade is safe.
Better keep running. Power of Evil's on the case.
There comes your Blast Cone. Santorin trying to chase even further, but a nice Blade of the Ruin King shuts it down. And remember, Pantheon ulti has a super long cooldown early, so being able to deny that from making a play is even more icing on the cake.
Okay, that means TSM, they take the weak side of the map too, pushing in on bottom and mid. Bottom does go down, and Dardock's behind Turtle.
Oh. Forcing out the flash there with the Cocoon. Dardock just playing out of his mind here this game. Doing so well in game number 4.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, we can try and come up with something here for FlyQuest, but it is so hard with this quick of an acceleration from TSM. They, because of the top lane play where 3 members went to go attack Broken Blade, they gave up their blue buff control, and TSM took that opportunity to set up for the Dragon. They've got deep wards now. Dragon is arriving in 47 seconds, and they're fully prepared. Turtle with no flash, and Bjergsen is on him.
Turtle uses the exhaust to try to stay alive, but Bjergsen, being a copy of Power of Evil, is able to distortion in and take him down. Ignar cannot get a return kill. Bjergsen walks away, 5-0.
Yeah, you can start flexing, stretching a little bit there for the Silas because you have successfully scaled past your weak early game. 5 kills, fully stacked ring here. Wouldn't be outside the realm of possibility.
By the book.
That into the BM book, but it's definitely more BM on Silas, who's a melee champion that's going to get in there than we've seen on some of the at least ranged AP mages.
Come on, man. You get 2,000 health back every time you press W. He'll be fine.
True. All right, let's see about the Dragon. Honestly, Rift Herald and then free Dragon for TSM because FlyQuest can't really mount a counterattack with their positioning here. Their wards have been taken away. They don't have the gold to fund this fight. So TSM take up the Rift Herald first and then can actually set up for Dragon on their timeline. They can push in topside. Broken Blade's got his teleport ready. He's got 2 levels advantage over Solo. So TSM are holding all the cards, and FlyQuest need them to drop some.
To drop some. Well, it's going to need to be a game of 52 pickup for FlyQuest to come back into this one. I just don't see how they can test their opponents when they're this far ahead. Zonya's Hourglass 1 Bjergsen means that there's no way they're able to punish him in these types of situations. Drake is taken by TSM. Power of Evil jumping forward, trying to find if there's anything there that might be able to be picked off. There is not. And the items, you're talking about Broken Blade being 2 levels up on Solo. He's also got his Blade of the Ruined King fully completed while stopping off for an Executioner's Calling for the 1v1. Solo has not even gone for CDR Garage Sale, but still doesn't have Black Cleaver because he's so far behind this game just now.
Oh, he make you a liar.
Yeah, I should have to talk just 5 seconds faster.
Yeah, too long. You're just gushing too long here.
Too slow, bro.
Happens to the best of us. Honestly, though, what you want to do when you're this far ahead, TSM as TSM are, because we need to examine this. They have lost games with giant early games, right? So, again, you continue to focus on these neutral objectives. They quickly pick up Rift Herald and the Dragon. Then you have to safely ward the jungle. That is your first priority so that you can starve out gold income from your opponents. And they can't accomplish that. Dardark goes down in the enemy jungle. He maybe was trying to place one of those wards or clear one out, but it is a good job for FlyQuest punishing him. And we've seen this series, he fails to slice.
All right, Broken Blade might finally drop to this play. He got out of it last time, but this time he's just going to turn it right back around. 1v3, no problem. Broken Blade manages to already get himself 1 kill. Can he do anything else here with this fight? Looking to maybe heal up a little bit further here, but can't do it before he falls. It's a 1-for-1 in that trade, and the cost, Kobe, is the bottom lane. The tier 2 is taken. Shelly's going to get a headbutt here onto the tier 3. Power of Evil manages to take her down, but Broken Blade is a monster right now.
Yeah, that's a rough one. It always feels bad as a jungler when you're ganking someone who got camped a lot for, because, and especially a Renekton with all that burst damage, really difficult to survive there. Santorin does get traded in the counter kill, and it is some money back for FlyQuest. You know, they did get 2 picks that was preceded by their pick onto Dardoch. So again, like we saw earlier in the series when FlyQuest were winning, they continually look for the next opportunity of picking someone on TSM off. And that's one thing that TSM for this series do need to clean up if they're going to make good on this comeback. Currently, they're in an amazing spot to do that. They have such a tremendous lead, but that's kind of why we highlighted first safely warding the enemy jungle so that you can starve them out of gold. You can continue to push in the lanes and just stack up the dragons, stack up these neutral objectives for yourself so that you have a win condition to end out the game.
Yeah, the win condition. The Cloud Soul is the one. I talked earlier about how Ocean Soul seems to be the one that most people agree is the most powerful. Cloud Soul generally ends up being on the list of least powerful for many champions in the game. It's also the most varied, where some champions like Jhin get almost no use out of it because you root yourself when you ult, but other champions can get quite a big use out of it. See what that turns into for TSM this game, as Broken Blade's able to force the flash and ult out of Solo, with Biofrost threatening his commitment to that engage as well. Solo knows he has nothing to do but retreat, and the tier 2 will drop in this top lane.
Exactly. Those are the benefits of warding up this jungle. It makes your rotation to any skirmish or any objective quicker. So while Broken Blade starts up the 1v1 with Solo, Biofrost can rotate quicker up through the jungle that they have vision control over, and after forcing the flash, starting up the Baron here, Kabe has a little bit of damage, so they can eventually burn it down as FlyQuest are pinned too far back.
Turtle does have blue trinket ready to go. We'll see if FlyQuest end up being wise to this. All right, they've seen it in the pit,
or is it?
The Baron is already down to 600 HP. It is going to be secured. Santorin tries to go for the flash steal. I respect it. You're so far behind in the game. You need a miracle to win, but that was not the miracle they're looking for here today. The water will remain water. The wine is just for TSM's after party after game number 4 because they are taking this one all the way right now. Biofrost goes for the dive. Not going to be killed in return, but so very close. Power of Evil gets away off to the side, but Ignar can't say the same as Solo runs away to the top side. Broken Blade in hot pursuit. Tries to find just a little bit more CC and damage here. There's his stun. Bjergsen follows it up. The CC is layered perfectly. Bjergsen godlike this game. He's got the stolen Blitzcrank ulti ready to drop on a wave or a team fight, whatever is more appropriate. Power of Evil's just trying to cut a minion wave. Come around from behind. Santorin jumps in. All that was Uber Eats. That was doorstep. That was a Pantheon. But that's all he can do. It's not a winnable game.
Santorin's an efficient driver there. I'll tip him. Thank you, sir. That was quick.
Went over all the terrain. Had a good time driving.
He just delivered one up in the jungle there, and he's right back.
My goodness.
Thank you. Wow.
Well, it's a rough game here for FlyQuest. I said during draft that none of the games in this series have been fast. Well, this one is fast. TSM 10,000 gold ahead. They've got complete Drake controller on Soul Point now 23 minutes in. It's 14-4. They have one inhibitor exposed on the enemy side. Not taken, but just ready, right for the picking. And we'll see how quickly they can close this one out.
I mean, honestly, most people predicted 5 games for this series because of how closely matched these teams are and because of what we've seen coming into this. And TSM, while they do have some games where you lose quite a lot of hope, they also have these ones where they get so far ahead sticking to their game plan that it's just like you're talking about. This is going to be the first quick game of the series and sets up so much tension for the game 5 position that will position them for the championship qualifying meetup with EG next week.
Broken Blade moving forward. There's your follow-up from Biofrost. They're just making it look easy at this point. And honestly, how could it not be with the lead they have? Bjergsen will grab the kill onto Power of Evil. Everybody except Ignar is dead. He looks pretty cool driving around with his race car wheels. He's fast with Righteous Glory, but he can be fast in the fountain.
My favorite part is the honk.
He can do the little honk by himself because he's the only man left standing. TSM will put this game away. 3:25 minutes, and they will take us to Silver Scrapes. They will take us to game number 5.
And just like that, Flowers, we're into game number 5. I am actually so excited for this. I hope that we get a good game here, a good ending to this series, because it has been so fun to take the journey through where, TSM coming out with a really close victory in game number 1. FlyQuest had such a big lead. And then FlyQuest gaining a lot of momentum in this series, getting them to this game at match point, but quickly being shut down, turned around by TSM. Let's get into it.
I fully expect in the 5th and final game for FlyQuest to take blue side back. They don't look as good in red. I'll just put it that way. They definitely want to get back in the blue. It seems to be how they want to do this. But we're going to have that game 5. But before we go to break, for those of you new to League of Legends Esports, allow me to introduce you to one of our favorite traditions here in the LCS. When a best of 5 goes the distance, all the way to that 5th and final game, we play the Game 5 anthem. So enjoy the majesty that is Silver Scrapes. And we'll see you here right after the break.
Welcome back to the 2020 LCS Spring Playoffs. Hope you enjoyed the Silver Scrapes because, boys, we know what that means. We're going to a Game 5 between FlyQuest and TSM. Quick thoughts on that smash of a victory from TSM and how they pushed us to this Game 5.
Completely different team. Completely different team. All in the early game, and it actually worked. So that's kind of scary. That's what they said they were working on all split long, and it actually doesn't throw a game here.
You called them an early game team.
Yeah, I was about to say.
That's what they were supposed to do.
You say a completely different team. It's like, this is what I was expecting the whole series, actually.
They usually would lose after it. They'd get the lead and then struggle, but this was that's new. That's
9 times that happens. The other 9 times they crush kids. You know, like when they're on, they're incredible, and that's what happened this game.
Well, let's talk about what it took to get them there, Jat. Champions like some notable things. Renekton and Elise as that duo for the top in the jungle.
Yeah, I mean, I actually think top lane Renekton at least becomes good as long as Renekton has that cornerstone item to build, and Blade of the Ruin King is now that Spear of Sojin replacement from back in the day. So I think it actually scales really well into the mid and late game, but more importantly, they actually executed dives around the top side of the map. I do think it's pretty funny how we had this massive conversation around Zyra Khan because TSM actually doesn't lose with it, and FlyQuest had a lot of control in the first 3 games, but the bot lane actually didn't matter this game. It was completely about the mid jungle top and just the total decimation of Solo and Santorin that we witnessed.
And Crumbs, this is where we've talked about, for so much of the regular split for TSM, the focus was around Dardoch and Broken Blade and the work they could get done, as a duo in the top lane to give him individual advantages, which he could then use to carry through to victory.
And this is a strong balance in being able to take away what worked for FlyQuest in Game 1 and still have those strong picks for yourself, right? They snatched away that Renekton in the first round so that they wouldn't be banned away against the Aatrox, took away the Elise, even had the foresight to ban away the Catherine in case they wanted to take that Sylas. And so them playing to the top side seems to work very well against this current FlyQuest lineup that obviously has less time playing around top lane than any other lane. It's just undeniable. You have less time with a new player. And so I saw a lot of mistakes from Santorin and Ignar when it comes to playing and assisting solo in a dire circumstance. And if TSM smelled the blood in the water after that first set of ganks and the way that they won so seamlessly through top, they should do the same thing again.
I mean, it was a wildly fast game, sub 25 minutes mark. So often in these best of fives, we talk about momentum. In particular, when you go into that fifth and final game, a win like that has to be the biggest boon you could ever ask for TSM.
Yeah, that is the life that you were hoping to see out of this team. They finally won their first early game, and this just makes me remember, what Jat was saying after game one about kind of stealing a game that FlyQuest was winning, and they kind of came back and they won that one. You think TSM's got to win some early games. This is the first one they won. They could easily win another early game and potentially snowball through. So I'm looking at this as going to game 5 like, okay, you have the momentum. You stole a game you probably shouldn't have. The only thing working against you right now is the fact that FlyQuest is going to have side selection. But other than that, like, everything seems to be going well. And when Dardoch is on a skirmish-focused jungler as opposed to the engaging jungler, I think there's a lot less of a reliance on him, and Biofrost can be the one kind of starting that off.
And just for some context of how good that early game was, FlyQuest won the previous 3 early games by 1.3, 400, and 1.4k gold. TSM's lead at 15 minutes in Game 4 was 5,560, which is 2.4k more than all of FlyQuest's leads combined in Games 1 and 3. So they blew that early game completely wide open, just blew the top off of the game. It'll be really interesting when they swap sides yet again, because while I think denying the Rakan was important, it was also really important, weirdly, that FlyQuest didn't pick Trundle. It wasn't even banned away from them, so FlyQuest is really going to try to get back some of that control that they lost in this last game.
Those are some scary numbers. We do have to throw our ESPN audience to a quick commercial break. We'll see you right back here to talk Game 5 in just a moment. Jack, continuing down along that line of logic and how TSM built such an insurmountable lead so quickly, but contrasting that, as you said, against the previous game gold deficits that they have. Again, it just paints this crazy picture.
I was about to say, this is one of those stats where when you look at it, you're like, okay, well, how you get those numbers matters, because if you just look at, on average, they're up 600 gold. They must be winning the early game. They must be a better early game team. It's like, no, they are not doing better than FlyQuest in the early game. They're a more volatile early game team. So, like, this is such a great graphic for everyone who's ever, like, wondered how manipulative stats can be. Like, TSM had one good early game. And so it's really important to think about that heading into the next series. And when you start next game, what's happening in Game 5? Is it a monstrous TSM lead, or is it a small FlyQuest lead? Because TSM won Game 1 when they were down 1,300 gold, and that's a scary prospect.
Well, that kind of sparks... Oh, go ahead, Jet. Sorry.
I do think there's one other thing, and I put it in my predictions, guys. We have to remember the fact that Bjergsen shaved his head for more efficiency in
see
practice.
How that is more efficient.
He's more aerodynamic.
His hair was getting too long. He doesn't want to style it and stuff during the day. And it's shown off. It's shown off on the Rift Mark. I don't know why you're not buying this.
I like how you your head up. The hair normally keeps the head warm, but without hair, it's cooler, so you can have more calculations.
He's a cool head. He's a cool-headed man.
I'm glad this conversation is happening.
With less hair on your face.
Yeah, Mark, you thought Dardoch was the hot-headed person on TSM. In fact, it was Bjergsen until he shaved his head, and he's now
he's able to keep a cool
level-headed.
This is a non-ESPN viewers topic right now. This is
I don't know what you're talking about, man. This is the only way to talk about a Game 5. No, but what's funny is actually returning to that gold graph discussion, because I think it paints the picture of, as you said, kind of two very different teams. You have the inconsistent TSM, which has shown us that when they fire on all cylinders, like they just did in Game 4, they will run away with it. For FlyQuest, there's a little bit more consistency in the advantages that they'll garner, but they're less drastic. And so it feels like at times when they're in a winning position, they still have less wiggle room. They have to execute cleanly as opposed to being able to play with a massive 5k gold lead.
Yeah.
I think. Oh, you got something? I got something, but it's a little unconventional.
You go.
So I think when you get to these kinds of games and you have a team that is already showing that they're going to be so much better if they go into the early game, what you can do as FlyQuest is ease up some of the bans that would normally throw TSM into a completely different composition. So things like Ornn, you let the Ornn go through. If TSM snatch it, you know they're not playing early game around top side. So you can go and free up these bans to target more of Dardoch's champion pool, make sure that he's off that. And so if TSM falls for the trap and takes those champions, no longer are they the early game. If they don't and they pick it, then you have the scaling.
Interesting thing to consider when so many bans were thrown at the mid lane across this series, and yet Bjergsen still finds tremendous success being pushed all the way down to the Sylas on this one. We're welcoming back our viewers from ESPN, just talking a little bit more about what these players might need to bring out here in Game 5 to walk away with the victory and move on to that championship qualifier. Bjergsen, of course, will always be a major factor in TSM's success, and things were no different in that Game 4.
Yeah, gotta remind everyone this picture is out of date. He no longer has the beard or
no
the
beard,
hair.
no hair.
He's completely shaved. But he dominated that last game on Sylas, and it was a bit of a weird pick within the context. He's actually been playing extremely well all series, and I kind of am with Crumbs that my eyes are just locked into this draft and what TSM has to do. The 3 previous times that FlyQuest has been blue side and TSM has been red, the bans have been completely identical. So the one ban that I think, I've been looking at it during this conversation, I think TSM needs to either open Ornn and ban Rakan, or just not ban Syndra and leave both open. And I think that's the spicier one, because the Syndra can actually one-shot the Rakan often when Rakan tries for these engages. I've seen it happen before, and Bjergsen is also, I think, undefeated on the split on Syndra.
You need to shave your head again. He's got to shave his head like Bjergsen if that's how he's thinking, because you keep that Syndra banned for sure, because FlyQuest will snap it up right away. Well, that was one of the losses that they took when they threw that massive gold lead in the regular season. It was against Syndra, and we know Power Evil has a fantastic Syndra. I'm with you on the Ornn. Something's going on in your head to make you think that you want to leave up Syndra on red
Too
side.
much hair.
Yeah. Hey,
too much hair.
Crumbs, you threw out the idea of maybe letting the Ornn through in this case to pigeonhole, TSM towards a more late game scaling composition. Geez, my words escape me. As opposed to the Renekton that they were playing this time around. Again, we got to talk about Broken Blade as a win condition for TSM. If the Ornn were even left open, is TSM committed to playing it, or should they actually say, we're not taking the bait, we're going early for Broken Blade because we believe in it?
TSM should not take the bait, but that's the plan that FlyQuest should go for. When you give so many options to the enemy for broken champions, what can end up happening is that they snatch a lot of them up, but then the synergies are off, or it just goes against what they've been working for. I think TSM just lets it slide and just focuses on making sure that they have these counter matchups. It seems like FlyQuest put a pretty big priority in taking Solo's pick early, and that might be what TSM is banking on, because we saw rotations of the Aatrox very early on both sides, and you have the Gangplank right away. So I think the prio of Solo's pick will have to change for FlyQuest so that TSM doesn't get to abuse him so hard.
Last thing I want to do here is talk about players without the champions, because we've had a lot of focus on the compositions around them, but as we always return to this idea that execution matters on the day, let's talk about the players that are on the stage, or quote-unquote the virtual stage here today, competing. And which set of 5 do you have the most confidence in coming into the 5th game of a best of 5 to navigate execution and strategy regardless of composition?
You got to start with Bjergsen, number one, as the person that you are willing to put the ball in their hands. If he wants another Sylas game, if he wants to leave Syndra open and he's saying, give me Echo or Fizz into it, I'm Peter Zhang, I'm the coach. I'm saying, okay, Bjergsen, that's your shot. You got to land it. And so, I do believe they can do whatever they're feeling. I think Game 5 especially is one of those comfort-esque games. And so making sure people are on things that they're not going to have to be second-guessing their actions as they're going, something they're very used to playing, is really important. And so, as well as going to their play style, the Ornn point is a great one, because I wouldn't really want Broken Blade on that in this moment. He had so many critical plays in that last game on his Renekton that I want them to have the things that they're comfortable on.
Jad, who's the guy for FlyQuest?
The guy for FlyQuest is Power of Evil, but it's a chance that Ignar can make the difference. Power of Evil has been their tried and true carry throughout. The last thing that I would say, though, is it's not necessarily the stars that decide some of these big moments. If Dardoch plays badly like he did in Game 3, that could be it. If Turtle goes forward at the wrong time, that could also be it. So your stars got to carry, and your role players have to also do their job. So it's going to be an interesting Game 5.
One win separates each of these teams, FlyQuest and TSM, from the championship qualifier and a shot at the title here in the 2020 LCS Spring season. We are heading to one quick commercial break before we get ourselves into that fifth and final game. Kobe and Captain Flowers will be here on the other side to see you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our fifth and final game between TSM and FlyQuest. This one determines who goes to the championship qualifier. It was TSM that won the first game. FlyQuest immediately punched back with the next two games, and then it's TSM with the most dominant game in the series by a mile in game number 4, and here we go into the one that decides it all.
Woo, and we're already past the spicy bands part. Rakan is out of there. Finally, in our game 5, we get to have a Rakan-less game, Flowers. Set
TSM
is the one.
Learned. They have learned of their ways, the errors that I said the word wrong, whatever, we're not going to try to salvage that. Anyway, because Rakan was banned away, the other, I can't remember what they're called, but the other half-bird person that normally is banned in the previous games, the Set, he's going to be locked in here for FlyQuest. So that's the first pick. The response from TSM, my friend, this looks awfully familiar. It's Aatrox and Aphelios.
Definitely a good foundation to build a team comp off of, because the Aatrox, while you can't brawl the Set early for lane priority, you do have options later into the game. Because he's got the extra range with the Qs, actually there are some players that do prefer Aatrox later, when you have to split and when you're coming in for flanks. Set, though, still amazing after all of the nerfs, still worthy of the first pick, and Solo has put a bunch of time in on the champion. I think that this is one where he has found really good flanks later into the game too, with his teleports, ulting key carries back into FlyQuest to get them here to playoffs and to this critical game 5. So definitely like the pickup there.
Okay, over on the side of FlyQuest, the response to the Aphelios is going to be Varus, picked up for Wild Turtle. Plenty of damage potential in a team fight if he goes for the lethal tempo build that we see so frequently on Varus these days. And Ignar on the Thresh, another one of these hook-based champions, another big playmaker, and also a champ that can provide some protection there for the Varus.
I do really like Thresh because it's very versatile. That's one of the things that we saw Ignar showcasing with his Rakan, was multiple engages, but also the disengages, buying time with stopwatches. Thresh has a lot of options for creating plays. You mentioned the death sentence, the box for zoning, but the repositioning with Lantern is really key for Varus when you don't have something like a Tahm Kench to save you out of CC or something. A well-placed Dark Passage can help you avoid some of the flank opportunities that Broken Blade on Aatrox, for instance, will be looking for.
TSM has the first 3 pieces of the comp that they ran in the first 2 games, and now with the 6th pick of the draft completed, remember, for all our ESPN viewers, it's time for y'all to head to that commercial break, but we will be here, and we will be rejoining you once the Champion Select has concluded and the game has begun. We'll see you here shortly. And now, back to that insider club that we were talking about with Kobe earlier, the special behind-the-scenes sneak peek bonus content of the second half of the draft. We're going to move forward here. It's mid-lane bans from FlyQuest. It's Zoe and LeBlanc taken off the table, while 2 junglers banned out by TSM. It's the Jarvan and the Trundle.
Exactly. That's the mystery that we're going to solve first. Mystery of the junglers. Boom! I guess there's no more mystery. A boom. Sejuani works really well, of course, with the stun setup. Aatrox can hit a long Q to allow Sejuani to get into range. The autos from both of them being melees get to stack up her passive and can lock down even a set, allowing you to dodge away from the true damage, at least, of the Haymaker. So even though normally players are very cautious about ganking set early because you can get baited in, tower diving is very dangerous. His tanky champion can self-shield and has very good regeneration. That is a possible point of power. The Azir locked in again for power of Evo, though. He was a DPS monster on this champion, looking to scale, and it's been blind picked for several weeks now in the LCK. FLICKR feeling confident to go back on it, so pretty much everybody else will follow.
Well, let's see if TSM want to go ahead and put Bjergsen there on the Zilean against it. In the previous game where they played this matchup, it didn't work out so great for them. Maybe they think with these compositions surrounding them, it'll work a little bit better. FlyQuest did pick up Olaf as well to deal with the fact that their opponents have so much CC in the Nautilus and the Sejuani. You can just run through that. And the final pick of the draft, the final pick of the series, is a mid-lane Echo for Bjergsen.
That is some spice right there. That is a get in and kill 'em type of champion here. Really, really, really important, though, for some solo lane focus for TSM. Echo works really well with Sejuani. I wonder if they're going to be able to get some ganks off on Power of Evil, because if you can get that lead for Bjergsen, Echo's extremely good at roaming from the mid lane. And, you know, the attack speed nerfs that they threw at Jungle Echo did not hit mid lane Echo nearly as hard. Still has that huge burst damage, still can go all in, try and go for those dive plays, and then R right back out.
And as Bjergsen's been the front runner for TSM Player of the Series for me, I'm glad they put him on a champion that carries directly. Yes, Zillion can carry by supporting the team, keeping everybody alive, facilitating engages, all these boring non-
You want to get your hands dirty, huh?
Modes. Yes, exactly. I want my montages. I want my all caps video titles, and Echo's the kind of champion who can do it. If Bjergsen can pop off and carry this team, I'm sure that's exactly what TSM fans want to see. And at the same time, for FlyQuest fans, if Power of Evil can beat him on the supportive style mid laner and then beat him carry to carry, well, that's just all that sweeter.
All right, let's get on to it then. Game number 5, series deciding here. Who's going to move on in playoffs? FlyQuest have fought valiantly to get here, but TSM, such a quick game number 4, putting a stop to FlyQuest's momentum and forcing this game 5.
This one, you said it best at the end of the last game. I hope this one is a close one. I hope we get another game similar to the first one, where it's just all the way down to the wire. You don't even know who's going to win until the camera pans at the very end. That's the kind of League of Legends I want to see here. But let's see what we get. Because TSM and FlyQuest have just been going back and forth the whole day. Wild Turtle is running a lethal tempo on the Varus. Sometimes if you see the comment, it means they might be going for more of a lethality-based build. Considering he's going to have a lot of tanks to chew through, I'm very glad he's not doing that. Lethality build seems pretty bad against the comp here from TSM. And yeah, we're going to see an early jungle invade here coming out from FlyQuest as they punch down that enemy ward. And we'll see if they want to stick around.
All right, anytime you have Olaf, you're looking at early game invades. No difference here. Santorin and Solo move right in, steal away the red buff. Sejuani has to give all priority over to the Olaf. She will just get mauled if they meet up. However, you have to play the vision game, and they do have vision on the Olaf. They know that it is a red into Raptors counter jungle for Santorin, so that does open up the opportunity for Dardoch. He knows that there's going to be another 20 seconds before Santorin gets over to his own red side, if he even goes to cut him off.
Yeah, we'll see if he tries to steal away the enemy red there, but again, if Santorin makes a fast path towards it after grabbing his own blue, which Olaf does clear very, very quickly, again, Dardoch does not want to meet him anywhere in the jungle. All right, Santorin is going to stop off for the Wolves here, but as soon as he sees Dardoch walking over that ward, he decides to move away from them, now back onto the camp after realizing that Dardoch isn't going all the way into his jungle. Dardoch using the sweeper, able to see that that ward has been placed down, and he'll continue moving into the enemy jungle here. Now, as Santorin collapses, Dardoch will not have the chance to stick around and get everything that he wants here. He'll be immediately chased out, and Santorin will maintain control over the bottom side river.
Now, the next important thing is which bottom lane can roam first. Because they've got mid lane priority, they have jungle priority, but if the bottom lane here, Kabe is pushing it into the turret, allows Biofrost and Kabe to move up, that can turn the tides here. And Dardoch is so happy to trade time with the Olaf, but he's going in too quick.
This fight is going real bad early on for TSM. Dardoch already killed off. Santorin at 200 HP. He's got to fall back, but that was just free for Fly.
Blunder. Big blunder right there. The mid lane priority was there for FlyQuest. Power of Evil can add the damage, and I think the confidence was there for Dardoch to move in because his duo lane was close, but Ignar just got sprayed, and they don't have mid lane priority. You could give them the benefit of the doubt if they didn't pop that plant and just spray Ignar and didn't know Ignar was right there, but Biofrost just hit the Scryer's Bloom, so that's a big blunder that will cost TSM dearly in a high, intense matchup.
Santorin looking to two-crab Dardoch, not only making sure that he's stealing away his camps, but stealing away all that neutral territory too. Has the assist money in his pocket, 10 CS up over his opponent. He can go back, shop up, grab that jungle item enchantment to make the smite that much more potent. gets a control ward on his way back out, and Santorin is feeling good here in the jungle early on. Of course, Dardoch will be able to scale up into quite a big tank later on in the game, but not if the early game goes too far against him, and not against a champion like an Olaf that can really punish.
Exactly. There's never a point in the game where Sejuani is going to feel confident versus the Olaf. Right out of Champ Select, Olaf is like, all right, I got this.
Yup.
I'm Olaf. Champ Select. We're versus Sejuani. I got true damage. But with an early kill, okay, let's see what happens to Solo first. Mystery here.
Solo and Broken Blade into the 1v1. Nice flash coming out from Dardoch there to make sure that they can get that kill. He makes the mistake in the bottom side river, immediately makes up for it there on the top side, because Solo was slapping Broken Blade around in terms of farm, but Dardoch comes up and lends a helping hand.
Yeah, that's what Set does. He definitely slaps, especially early on.
Oh! Flash,
Ignar gets
there. Ignar with the flash with the hook, forcing Broken Blade's flash out in response.
Yeah, and that's one where you don't want to be caught sleeping or window shopping if you're looking at your shop or something a little bit lazy. You know, you can't counter flash that. So good to go for it for Ignar there. In the end, you know, worst of the worlds, he trades flash with the top laner and does even that summoner spell up for Solo. So it's not a incredibly devastating gank, but it's definitely a good move for Dardoch. And we were just talking about the matchup with Olaf. You cannot look to play with the Olaf or shadow him. You have to look to create stuff elsewhere on the map, and he does just that. In Champ Select, we were talking about the synergy of Sejuani with these solo laners, both of them being melee solo laners and stacking up those stuns. So definitely successful use there, but Power of Evil once again gets first push on the mid wave because he is Azir, has the extra range advantage on Echo, who can only throw out the Qs and wait for the returns. And Power of Evil is able to support Santorin in the jungle advantage that he has to give them a Drake stacking possibility.
Yeah, even though Dardoch saw what was going on, he was able to see Santorin and Power of Evil attempting the Drake. There's no way for him to go up and contest that when he's the only man there. Santorin now into the enemy jungle here once more. He'll steal away the chicken camp first. Solo has also already positioned himself behind their opponents. Santorin is going to be jumped on here, loses a lot of HP, but the Emperor's Divide comes down. Solo coming in from the side. Power of Evil low on mana. Solo still here fighting on the front line. Broken Blade taken very low. The Haymaker not quite able to take him down. They're still chasing after Dardoch. The axes are flying and Dardoch is down. FlyQuest get the fight.
That was quite the bait from Santorin because FlyQuest are very well aware. They can see Bjergsen's positioning. They know, all right, they are coming to collapse on me, the Olaf here, on Raptors. However, he baits it. He knows he's got his ultimate. He can get right out of the stun. And Solo, flanking around on the set, gets the big showstopper to misposition Broken Blade and allow them to chase down kill there for FlyQuest. Just pushing on this early game, really working out for FlyQuest in Game 5.
FlyQuest having the good early game that Olaf players need to have. Warrior already completed, man. 56 to 32 CS in the jungle. 1-0-1 here for Santorin. Off to a phenomenal start on this champion, and that just means he can facilitate his laners moving forward. Azir and Set are both frightening in the late game, so if this Olaf can help them get there, it'll mean a lot. It's a 4-man dive that's going to come out here in the bottom side from TSM. Ignar's the target at the start. Wild Turtle also going to be taken down below half HP. Santorin has showed up, looking to grab the damage onto Biofrost and finish him off. Kabe's going to eat some damage there from the turret, but over the wall comes Power of Evil. TSM have committed. They have killed both players they came for, but they lose 3 in the crossfire.
Call Power of Evil, Mr. Clean. He's there for all the extra kills after the dirty dive. 3 now on Azir. This is reeks of desperation. All right, TSM, they start up the dive. They do eventually get the stun and subsequent kill onto Turtle, but Biofrost has taken so much damage, Santorins can chase him down. Ignar buys more time by hooking in Kabe, getting the flash out of Kabe, then Power of Evil finally sweeps in after the mid lane roam. He's able to arrive trailing Bjergsen, and you are feeding more money onto this late game carry. If Olaf was getting all of these early kills, you could say that maybe you can maybe you can outplay it later, right? Because Olaf is a pretty linear champion, but Azir getting so many of these early kills is very bad news for TSM, and it is music to the FlyQuest fans' ears. They still remember the Azir from game number 3.
It was an hour ago. They better not be forgetting.
Hey man, sometimes you get caught up in game 5, action-packed. How did we get here? What happened?
What are these FlyQuest fans doing if they're forgetting game number 3 already? All right, well, Santorin has the Rift Herald. TSM managed to grab that in game number 4, but FlyQuest have been controlling it for the rest of the series, and they will go back to that control here. Santorin will have 4 minutes to decide where he wants to drop that, meaning he should be able to get plate money no matter where he drops it, as long as he does remember to use it. As Solo walks forward, stops Dardoch from stealing away the red, and maintains control over the jungle. Santorin is 2 levels ahead of Dardoch in this jungle.
That feels good for Olaf.
Feels fantastic, man.
You can just walk anywhere. You can just walk anywhere on the map, and your team has priority. You can chase anyone down because you have the spammable slow, long range with the axes. You got the early jungle completion. Big power boost there from the warrior enchantment. Plenty of gold in inventory now. And you just get to walk mid lane. Boom, Shelly down, as you mentioned. Opens up the entire map. Now your fed Azir also gets to roam. 20 seconds left on the dragon, though, and FlyQuest still have 3 people topside. I wonder if TSM try to sneak this dragon.
I mean, I don't even think it's a sneak at that point. I feel like FlyQuest is just saying, okay, you can have it.
So here's my reasoning for calling it a sneak. Summoner's Rift belongs to FlyQuest now.
Okay.
Anything on the map that they're taking is a little bit of a sneaky move. They're like, all right, quick, while they're all topside, let's grab this dragon, because if the map is even, then they will not be able to get it. So it is kind of a blessing here for TSM to be able to snag away this Ocean Drake, and they won't necessarily have to worry as much about the mid-game dragons. They know that they can now give up a few without having to get to a very early soul. But you can also see FlyQuest's choice in the matter, right? They wanted the early gold. They've already got first tower, all these plates down, and TSM have only taken a total of 3 plates. So the early game money that FlyQuest can get from all the plates off mid, all the plates off top, first turret bonus on top of it, and the majority of it all going into the pockets of their hard carry mid laner Power of Evil is music to their ears. They're looking to finish this game as quick as TSM finished the last one.
It's almost a 5K lead, 12.5 minutes into the game. They are absolutely demolishing TSM in this early game. Power of Evil with the Nashor's Tooth. He's moving up to just make sure there's no contest towards these red buffs. Dardoch is being choked out of the jungle from minute 1. Solo's not afraid of Broken Blade down here in the bottom side either. Look at that CS difference, 115 to 88. Start doing the sit-ups, man. You're doing everything besides that. Just let them know. Nope. All right.
Yeah,
so
man.
just
Yeah, you got to do body workouts now. We're all in self-quarantine, so.
Yeah, you gotta. This is just tips for how to keep yourself in good shape and maintain a good outlook and positive physical health during these trying times. As Broken Blade keeps farming up, he's gonna have to. That's about all TSM can do, man. When you're 5,000 gold down 13 minutes in, you can't really go looking for any fights.
Yeah, so I'm saying you got to start stealing stuff off the map. What can we get now? All right. You wait till you see FlyQuest somewhere else, and you got I'm gonna steal something. We got to pick somebody, right? They've got a Nautilus ultimate. That's point and click. Plenty of CC with Sejuani as well. Problem is, they have to do it when FlyQuest aren't watching. Especially if Power of Evil has his eyes open. You know, there's teleport ready for him. On top side of the map, he's currently clearing. Maybe TSM can look to attack him rather than play somewhere else, since he does have teleport. If they had sent up Biofrost that just recalled, maybe bring several members with crowd control. It becomes very difficult, though, because it's a chain reaction. You lose all your outer towers, that means your map goes dark. You can't afford to get wards out because you have no defenses to fall back on with no outer turrets remaining. So it's a really difficult cascading effect to deal with for the side of TSM.
Now, Jat said that in game number 4, it was 5,500 gold. That was TSM's lead at 15. Okay. And that was twice as much as the previous 3 games put together. This game is over 6,000 gold lead with 10 seconds to go. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Best early game of the series goes to FlyQuest here in game number 5 with a 6,000 gold edge over TSM, built off the back of Santorin and Power of Evil, punishing Dardoch specifically, but also TSM as a whole. Very well played from these guys when it really counts.
And look at that. Power of Evil rushing into a death cap second on Azir as well. He is really going to be laying out the damage. He can solo push this top side even. Ignar doesn't have to even remain on the top side. Usually you think, okay, we'll have Thresh trail you so our Azir doesn't get attacked. He doesn't have to spend too many cooldowns to get out. But they can just move on in, take down all these TSM wards, and set up for this dragon. 50 seconds left. Solo! There you go. Steals up on the map. TSM looking to attack him.
Solo trying to get himself away here. 1v3 is not very good odds, even for a tanky champion, and he will be taken down. Good job there from TSM, taking the opportunity to make one of the plays that they can afford to make. It means that they give away the Rift Herald, but there's really not a chance for them to contest that anyway if FlyQuest is all up there. They're doing exactly what you were talking about. The entirety of TSM has to take the Sejuani mentality now and make plays wherever their opponents aren't.
Yep. All right. Gonna whiff a Varus ultimate here real quick, so no more picks. Teleport used for the dragon, though, and Solo comes up in 3 seconds, so he can use his as well. FlyQuest will be able to get that one. But again, TSM have the reset, even though they know FlyQuest guarantee get this dragon, trying to get something for themselves on the other side of the map. Bjergsen is split pushing top side with the Echo. Trying to get some more damage on that tower, got an extra minion wave for himself, and you do have to count your blessings at this point. And that pick onto Solo is certainly one of them for TSM.
Santorin soloing down this Drake by himself doesn't really have any difficulty doing so because he's so very strong here on this Olaf. Turtle and Ignar will walk over to make sure that they can take it down as swiftly as possible. That's 2 Drakes to the side of FlyQuest. As Power of Evil pushes up that bottom lane, he'll continue just farming up Solo. This champion is so incredibly powerful when given the opportunity to scale, and nothing has been able to even remotely impede that progress here in this game. Highest farm in the game, 3-0-1, 2 items fully completed, absolute monster on this Azir.
And usually you see one of 2 things, strategies to try and play into it. We talked about it. They're already fine with blind picking it, so there's no hard counters. But you can go 2 ways. Either super long range to try and poke at the Azir, because Azir does not have sustain. And there is no healing champion on the side of FlyQuest. TSM went the other route, though, and that is a more risky route, an all-in route, where you take multiple melee champions. Solo actually going to get dope again.
Solo is just the target of all the TSM animosity in the world. He uses the showstopper, but the chain CC comes down hard and heavy. And that means Solo will be taken out without being able to get a revenge kill here yet again. TSM, they get the kill, and they manage to take the turret down too. The trade, bottom lane tier 2 turret is gone. Santorin and Power of Evil working together to take that one out. Shelly's summoned up. She's going to get another charge here onto the inhibitor turret. Power of Evil and Santorin needing a couple more auto attacks. And that kill onto Solo, that tier 1 turret, ends up being traded for the inhib turret of TSM.
And even though on paper it looks like a bad deal, you kind of have to take those for TSM. You have to attack the weak side of the map. They get a kill, they get the top outer turret. They're finding gold in a FlyQuest world, basically. So FlyQuest, while they do get more, and they open up an exposed inhibitor on bottom side, TSM trying to do the best they can with what they've been given here towards the mid game. And we need to look forward for FlyQuest. Baron is about to arrive on Summoner's Rift, and with a bottom lane exposed inhibitor, this provides you with a strong way of trying to pull TSM apart and force one of the bigger, more game-breaking objectives to take, so that you kind of force TSM out of this guerrilla warfare tactics where they're just popping out of the jungle, attacking solo with 4 people, and then retreating to defend.
And the thing is about the Baron, when you have a Zir and one Blade of the Ruined King user and another guy who's about to complete his Blade of the Ruined King, this FlyQuest squad can rush that objective down incredibly quickly if left unattended. Right now, they're not as concerned about that as they are with taking out the remaining Tier 2 here on the map. Power of Evil will be the man in charge of this, sends the soldiers forward. Kabe stepping up to clear the wave out with the Infernum. Power of Evil will get about half the turret there. He has his team waiting nearby in the jungle just in case TSM tries to make some sort of a play. Solo and Broken Blade will remain on the other end of the map, both level 12, both with teleport ready to fire.
And here comes our critical point of the game, the breaking point. If TSM can actually stall this with the Baron baits available for FlyQuest, if they can keep the map split like this, Broken Blade successfully trying to split push down here on bottom side for the time being, but he gets chunked.
Ooh, Showstopper works out nicely to bring Broken Blade back into the turret, but it's an immediate flash. As soon as he lands, he doesn't want anything to do with this situation. Santorin's coming around to try to help chase him down. Turtle shows up and throws out the chains of corruption, but now recognizes he's in a pretty bad spot. He uses Blade of the Ruined King to walk away without having to spend a summoner spell. Broken Blade misses both the Q knockup and the Infernal Chains, which means Turtle gets to walk out. TSM are not able to punish, and that is the Tier 2 falling on the top side.
Yeah, I think some good jukes from Turtle there. As he saw in the river, the rest of TSM were coming down to try and get a pincer on him. So he was actually in a little bit of a difficult spot if he got hit by any one of those abilities. FlyQuest, though, during that time that they are seeing all of TSM head bottom, Power of Evil gets the secondary turret. And they do continue to increase the gold as Dragon number 3 sets up. And we are going to get our soul point very quickly here.
FlyQuest seeing if maybe there's a chance to just start a fight off with a 6,000 gold lead. You don't feel like you always need to be waiting. Ignar gets initiated on by Biofrost, who's going to be tanking a lot of damage there on the front line, and the Showstopper will do just that. It stops TSM in their tracks. Biofrost is killed. Broken Blade is coming around to make the flank, but he can't even get to the fight before they've already lost a man. Bjergsen in the back lines, trying to make a play now. Santorin goes into the stasis, the stopwatch keeping him safe, while the exhaust also made sure Bjergsen wasn't doing any real damage to anyone else. Broken Blade is still behind the pit. Solo and Santorin still marching forward. Power of Evil has decided to put it on his own shoulders to invade the enemy jungle, kill the enemy jungler, bring in the cavalry, take down Broken Blade, and he is annihilating TSM.
Oh, Power of Evil is a one step ahead of him, playing 4D chess here. While Bjergsen and Broken Blade are around the dragon and pull it out to start it up, he says, you don't have your jungler with you. You can't start this dragon. He goes to the source of the problem. He kills the Smite, kills Dardoch. FlyQuest now. There's no chance of a Smite steal, but maybe an ability or two.
Look at how fast that Baron is dropping. Secured by Wild Turtle, of all people. That was a little bit closer than it should have been. But all's well that ends well. FlyQuest take their Baron. They've got themselves on Soul Point. They've got nearly a 10,000 gold lead over their opponents, sitting around about 9K right now. Everything's coming up FlyQuest here in this 5th and final game to determine who goes to that championship qualifier.
And here they come. Baron-empowered recalls give them an instant reset. FlyQuest are very rich, and they are equipped to finish this game now. They can push bottom side, actually, even though Solo does not have teleports, because bottom lane is exposed, he can just walk that minion wave up. They can go down mid, then rotate over, and have like an easier route into TSM's base right now. Power of Evil, as long as they keep him safe, watch the positioning. Ignar should be positioning to the side of those carries, Turtle and Power of Evil, giving him some space so that they can make use of the reposition from the Lantern. As long as they do that and they both don't get caught in a Sejuani into Echo combination stun, FlyQuest should be able to use this Baron buff to finish off the inhibitors.
Inhibitor turret in mid lane has fallen. Solo's applying that pressure you were talking about in bottom. Inhibitor's already gone in mid. It's so easy for FlyQuest to just mow these things over. They don't seem too worried about TSM. They're still staying together, making sure the carries aren't exposed. There's no chance for TSM to find their initiation. Baron power play still around for another minute and 20, which means everybody from FlyQuest is going to go ahead, go back, shop, get their items, be ready to go, and now they're heading towards the top side of the map.
How far we have come for this FlyQuest team. What a bounce back this spring from last year. 2019 summer was a rough end for them, but picking up Power of Evil and Ignar has completely changed the way they play. Then adding Solo late into the split. I mean, these are some of the most impactful roster changes that we have seen from teams this year. And now they're poised to meet up with Evil Geniuses in the championship qualifying match. Baron buff empowered, only one inhibitor left, super minions already helping down both the other lanes. All they have to wait for is Solo to meet up with them. TSM looking for a counter move. They know they've got a few seconds before Solo could meet up. Maybe they could find a numbers advantage.
Over the wall goes the axe from Olaf, and that immediately shuts down the TSM playmakers. Biofrost now in trouble. The flash play, and Biofrost is done. It is a killing spree for Santorin. 3-0-4 here on the Olaf. 50 CS ahead of his opponent. FlyQuest in a 5v4. The inhibitor turret is the target. Dardoch's going in. He has no other choice. World Ender is on for Broken Blade, and Solo's into the back line. Dardoch is immediately destroyed, and FlyQuest have taken everything. The inhibitors are going, Bjergsen's going, he's just about gone. The exhaust makes it so he can barely move. The Nexus turrets will fall. TSM can do nothing but look on as FlyQuest put the finishing touches on this game, the finishing touches on this season, and the finishing touches on TSM. They will take themselves all the way to the championship qualifier, and they are that much closer to facing Cloud9 in the Spring Split Finals.
And that matchup between FlyQuest and EG is looking so exciting. With the way that these two teams are coming off of their previous series heading into this, you got to believe there's going to be so much revolving again around the mid lane. Dazuke versus Power of Evil is going to be more of the same.
And remember, we already got to see some EG versus FlyQuest to begin this. Both teams started off in the winner's bracket. It was EG that sent FlyQuest back down into these trenches where they had to fight through and earn their spot back here. So not only is this the last step before you get to that ultimate match, this is a revenge match. This is a grudge match. And based on the way FlyQuest played here today, I'm excited to see them go up against EG. The State Farm Analyst Desk will break down that victory for FlyQuest and look towards finals weekend after a quick commercial break here. So don't y'all go anywhere.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where today our series went the distance. The full 5 games, but it was FlyQuest who would come out on top today over TSM, one of the perennial powerhouses of the LCS. A very good look for FlyQuest, now our most practiced team in the playoff picture. They have played more games in the postseason than any other squad.
Well, there you go. Yeah.
If they play the next one and it goes the distance, I think they might have played more playoff games than regular season games.
They can get there for sure. They can get there. They're doing their darndest. But it just, again, highlights kind of the journey that this squad has taken. And I think the impact of this 5th game falling in their favor, being knocked to the losers bracket to begin with, and then to do battle and make their way back out, now being able to challenge EG in the future championship qualifier matchup. But let's go ahead and break down real quick this 5th game, because as TSM had a dominant game 4, FlyQuest ran it back with just as dominant a game 5.
Off the back of the Olaf pick as well, another early game jungler, Santorin stepping up huge this game. If we were going to give an MVP for this game, it would definitely be Santorin. He took over the early game, found a bunch of kills for his laners as well on the top side of the map, baited some red buff invades, held Dardoch down, who was one of the key contributors in game 4, and set his team up to just stomp this game completely.
He really did. The lanes were pushing, and he was always invading, going for red buff into red buff. I don't think the Sejuani got the first 2 reds. Might have even gotten the 3rd if she got lucky. But it's good that FlyQuest had that. I'm just still kind of sad for TSM that you saw such a good look on Dardoch on the Elise, and not so good on the Jarvans, yet you still put him on the Jarvan and Sejuani duty. This is a mold that seems to continue to be on TSM. I want to get moved past this, but these junglers keep getting put on this.
Well, you know what, Crumbs? I got good news for you. You're not going to have to see another TSM game for a little while now, and they themselves have some time to figure out how they want to approach the summer split. But to hear more about their victory, the Tigress is standing by with FlyQuest support, Ignar.
Thank you so much, Dash. Happy to get some words from Ignar after the tremendous performance in many of these games. Now, first things first. FlyQuest has had great success with controlled late-game scaling picks like PoE's Azir in games 3 and 5. So how does that impact your gameplay as a proactive support you are to help get the team to that late-game position?
I think usually our team likes my engage. But usually engage champion is like really strong at like mid-late game. So I think our team is pretty like decent to play early game, like stable, make stable. So if I can just pick like late game engage champion, and then if you go just stable pick, then yeah, I can make super huge impact for the team. Yeah.
Well, and speaking of that engage and that impact, a lot of times with FlyQuest, we talk about the mid lane and jungle synergy. But throughout the series, you and Santorin were showing the power of things like the Trundle and the Rakan within conjunction of one another. So how much time do you spend on the synergy of that particular relationship between support and jungler for that initiation later on?
Oh, we didn't try to play like that. We just naturally play like that. So I don't think we tried to do it, but we just do it, just because like we knew like PoE need help. So we both knew like we should go mid like this. That's what we make to play like that. Mm-hmm. I think.
Well, if anything, that's an even better sign, not specifically trying for that play style, but it working out so well for you. Unfortunately, Game 4 did not quite go the way of FlyQuest. So what did you and the rest of the team do to try and make sure you broke that momentum of TSM going into Game 5, whether it be mentally speaking between games or even within the draft and gameplay itself?
We didn't talk about like how we play next game. We just say like early game was really unlucky and really boom. So if we just say like if we play like normal games, then we just win. Yeah. I just think we just said we are better players.
You're better players that are going against a team next that you have went against before in the playoffs in Evil Geniuses, but there's been a development for you all as well, using solo consistently in recent times. What are your expectations going into the matchup that stands between you and a finals performance?
Oh, what does that mean? Like, can you explain one more time?
Yeah, so basically, what are your expectations going against Evil Geniuses again? Because you've already faced off against them once, and now you're going to be doing so in your next series.
Against EG next game, I think we have really confidence against them again. I think last series was really, I think they played well, but we played kind of poorly compared to usually performance. So we just have confidence. Right? That's all I think.
Bring up that confidence for some victories. Best of luck to you and the rest of your team going into that series. But for now, FlyQuest are flying high, looking to join the clouds in the sky in a spring finals. One team standing between them at that. So let's send it back to the State Farm analyst desk for more breakdown on this series.
Thank you very much, the Tigress. I want to start where she left off. The idea that FlyQuest has one more team to get through before they can make it to the final stage against Cloud9, and that is a team that they have already succumbed to in a best of 5, and it was their first one, with one important note, the fact that Viper was played in part of that series before Solo was brought in, Jat.
And I also think that Game 4 of that series was incredibly close. It felt like the momentum before some of the delays we had during that series was going to move towards a FlyQuest victory, so I can see why Ignar is confident towards that one. And we were kind of talking during the game that it almost feels strange that FlyQuest would be in the final, but I think that is to give credit to how far they have come from our remembrance of what FlyQuest is like in the past. Like, it used to be a shock that they would be a top 4 team.
Right.
Now they're putting themselves in the conversation of, hey, are they second best? Are they going to be in the finals? Are they going to have a chance to win this whole thing? And they're 2 best of 5s away now.
Mark?
Yeah, I was going to say, even their FlyQuest roster last spring was decent. They were able to beat best of 5 and get into semifinals. So they've been kind of clawing at this upper echelon for a while now and trying to break in. And being able to take down EG is that last step to putting them into one of the elite teams in North America. And it's coming at a perfect time with their rebrand and all these things that they've been doing. So I'm really excited to see them rematch against EG next weekend.
Yeah, Mark, I want to come right back to you actually on that point, because we begun to kind of look at each of the players individually on FlyQuest and kind of mark different inflection points of their career. And for each of these guys, they've had, to some degree, a pretty decorated career, either making it to finals in certain regions in the past or even winning titles and making it to Worlds. But for most of them, it's been quite some time before they've been able to tout anything of significance.
Yeah, I mean, all these guys have long story careers, like you're saying. But, sports in general is such a what have you done for me lately kind of ecosystem that everyone is looking at a lot of these players saying, yeah, you did all that stuff in the past. What have you done recently? And a finals appearance would do so much for a lot of these guys.
Without a doubt, yeah. FlyQuest, again, firing on what seems to be all cylinders. Jat, you called out that confidence from Ignar, and I think in a lot of ways, much deserved from him, deserved confidence coming out of that. Any final thoughts on this FlyQuest squad moving forward, and again, how they've surprised us moving into the top 3?
I think they should feel really hyped about beating TSM. TSM was a team that for most of the split, everyone was, no matter how many times they failed, still putting them in the conversation for second best. And FlyQuest was completely able to end that today. They mean, TSM, you were 4th, and we are better, and I think they proved that today.
Yeah, TSM did make them fight for it with the series extending all the way to 5 games, but at the end of the day, it was FlyQuest to come out on top. For those of you over on ESPN, we are going to say goodbye. I hope you enjoyed that full 5-game series with us. Thank you for joining us, and we hope to see you next Saturday for the start of Finals Weekend. Good night. But gentlemen, coming back to us here, again, I think we have to talk about the excitement of that series and the people that were the biggest factors in it. We all know that it takes 5 people to win a series, but only one person can come away with the title of Player of the Series. And this time around, it will go to that man in the mid lane, the matchup that we spotlighted, Power of Evil versus Bjergsen, and PoE has done it again.
And the record is now in PoE's favor. So battle has been decided, and he has been phenomenal. Didn't actually get to show much more of his massive champion pool Ocean, but his damage numbers were pretty amazing most of the time. Yeah, all right, game 5 and game 2 were low, but that's from the nature of the game itself. I think PoE has become one of my favorite mid laners to see, just because of how he started last year on CLG, being like, oh, we don't really know what can he offer. It didn't look that amazing here, and now we're like, whoa, this guy really mid lanes.
Yeah, when you talk imports, this was a guy who had a lot of expectation coming in. You talk about maybe that disappointing CLG stint, but this is a little bit more the power of evil we expected to see come across the pond, right, Mark?
Yeah, he's been so good. When we saw him at Worlds in 2018 and 2017, I believe, actually, and doing all the really impressive stuff with Misfits, we heard he was coming over to North America. We were all so excited, and he ended up getting, memed pretty hard for a while for some of the things that he said about, oh, I'd never go to North America, and then he went. And he said, oh, I'd only go for a chance at the championship, and then they look at the team that he joins. And he was getting, a lot of flack for all that kind of stuff, and quietly over the last 2 years, even on CLG a little bit, he helped lead them to one of their first good postseasons in a while. And now with FlyQuest doing it again on a new team. So he's become an anchor in the North American scene, kind of under the radar.
Yeah, talk about a redemption arc for him here in North America. And speaking of which, let's go ahead and take a look at the arc for the rest of the split with our bracket. Of course, with FlyQuest picking up that series win today, they'll move on to challenge Evil Geniuses in the championship qualifier best of 5. That takes place on Saturday and will be immediately followed by our championship bout on Sunday, April 19th. Cloud9 already there, awaiting the winner of that FlyQuest Evil Geniuses matchup. So, gents, let's continue to talk a little bit more Evil Geniuses FlyQuest, a matchup we've already had a preview of, but it's a different looking FlyQuest this time around.
Yeah, playing the lower bracket, you do get a lot of practice in really high stakes matches that some of these other upper bracket teams might not be getting. So this trip down the danger of elimination should actually favor FlyQuest pretty well, considering they do have new players like Solo that we learn from the TSM series can be exploited if the champions and circumstances are correct, and they can play a little bit more around that and shore that up. This is a really strong team.
Well, FlyQuest has gotten more practice, but Evil Geniuses has gotten more information with a plethora, of games to look at now to see what FlyQuest tendencies will be, even referencing some of those champion selects we saw today. What learnings could EG pick up from TSM's losses or FlyQuest victories?
I think they're going to be a little bit faster to understand that Ignar is really good at Recon. I think that's an important thing. And I also am just really excited for the series. It's going to be tricky for both teams, but for EG, they put up a pretty good fight against C9, knocking them down, actually beating them. Now Cloud9 is 22-2 or something on the whole year.
Dismal record.
I think EG is like, they have these aspirations for winning the split, but they're going to have to refocus and say, no, FlyQuest is really worthy opposition, and they're going to have just such an amazing weekend to reach their eventual goal. So it's going to be fascinating to watch that championship qualifier match on Saturday.
Yeah, I, for one, am quite excited to see the rematch, in particular because of the changes that FlyQuest has made over the preceding weeks. Now, the championship qualifier is on Saturday, but the Spring Finals virtual tailgate gets started tomorrow, where we'll have a week of events filled with art, cosplay, and a 1v1 tournament on Wednesday, hosted by our own Avali May. You'll see Kinpatsu, Kirin21, and many, many more. So follow at LCS Official on Twitter so you can tailgate ahead of the finals from the comfort of your home. That's going to be a fun one. We are going to wrap things up here, but the discussion continues on the Bud Light League Lounge, going live at twitch.tv/Bud Light. We hope to see you there. If this is the last I see of you, though, on behalf of myself, the casters, the entire remote broadcast crew, I want to thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next week for the championship qualifier. Wash your hands, stay healthy, stay safe, and good night.